Pushing this pipe, D12 a demon, I'm running these lights. I can't believe that she fit in them tights. Buying it once, or buying it twice. Swiping this card, don't ask for the price. Texting and red, she say I'm uptight. I got a check, but I'm earning my stripes. Cheating no pussy like that shit advice. Baby, you know I'm not good at advice. Why would I go if I don't get advice? Taking these chances, rolling the dice. Thought it from nothing, I'm hitting these heights. All because what I be spit on these bikes. Keep a few things inside of my Sprite. Been out of sleep, you in my device. Thought I could trust you with my life. Can't even trust you in the night. If you talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. You talk to me, baby, then talk to me. Talk to me, baby, then talk to me. Talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. You talk to me, baby. You talk to me, baby. You talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. You talk to me, baby, talk to me, baby. You talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. If you talk to me, baby, then come where I stay. Be in the Dallas, we back in LA. Making this money and stay out the way. Take when you text me, saying okay. Taking this shit out day by day. Nobody dunk it, I'm shooting a J. Begging up all the things that you say. You on your knees for me, yeah. Funny because I know you don't pray. Said that you down and up for the bait. Said I'm on one, so you making me wait. Baby, you know that's the shit that I hate. Pull up on you, I'm in a CA. Holding my own, I'm making shit shake. Shit on my shoulders, I'm lifting this weight. I wanna come on, I grip on your cake. Loading, I'm down, I do what it takes. Bitch on that nigga, I'm not my mistakes. I'm in the cut and I'm slipping away. Niggas I know, they moving real fake. Funny how love can turn into hate. Funny how love can turn you away. Funny how love can turn you away. Funny how love can turn into hate. Funny how love. Funny how love can turn you away. Funny how love can turn you into hate. Funny how love. Funny how love can turn you away. Funny how love. They talk to me, baby, they didn't talk to me nice. You talk to me, baby. Talk to me, baby. If you talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. Talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. Talk to me, baby. Talk to me, baby. Get tired of me, baby, then talk to me nice. Talk to me, baby. Talk to me, baby. If you talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. Talk to me, baby. Talk to me, baby. Get tired of me, baby, then talk to me nice. Tired of me. Tired of me.
Yeah, we done came from the bottom, mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started vlogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gonna pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys who playing it safe while they feather the lines. We switching the narrative all of the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. Hakeem Olajuwon is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored.
It's facts over feelings, you talk about listery. Boys, you Scooby-Doo talking in mysteries. You is a puppet to ticket, that's misery. Said that you bitey bang, boy, know your history. It's facts over feelings, you talk about listery. Boys, you Scooby-Doo talking in mysteries. You is a puppet to ticket, that's misery. Said that you bitey bang, boy, know your history. All in your feelings, you gotta be kidding me. Beg for respect, but you only show jealousy. Wanted some status, but you making enemies. Talk about brown workout like you burn calories. Calling a bait cause he come with the cavalry. Caught another L, rated, took another casualty. Now you on the 2, talking like you had a strategy.
Nah, that's just passion. We love the game. You already know what it is. FYF. You don't got tough skin. Might as well not even come on in. Talk to 'em.
FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. LeBron better than MJ, cut it out. Half these fans in the stands don't know what they talking about. Half-court jumpers, crowd going wild. FYF ranked #1, you better say it loud. Intellectual talk, but fuck your feelings. Elijah 1 too overrated, Kobe still a realist. Top 10 all time, now how they cut the line. Magic Johnson, Draymond Green, one in the same kind. Fuck your feelings, fast break, stop and pull a J. He got how many rings, nothing else to say. With the team, live streaming, play by play. This the dream, full steam on the road to 100K. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Started small, then turned into big dogs. They treat me like the GM, I just make the call. No matter who my op is, I'ma stand tall. Then pull up to the game, fresh like I just left the mall. 100K, 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 check the score. We gon' bust the shot clock, fans running to the floor. All I hear is go this and go that. Man, your team suck, hang it up like a coke rack. I love the game, I admit it, I can't quit it. Step in front of me, man, your ankles gon' get the business. Been a legend like Moses Malone, way ahead of my time. This the greatest sports show ever, I just had to.
FYF Sports, man, it's Lamont, man, we back. Another show for you guys, man. We got to talk about a new topic on the day, a new topic on the docket. It's sad out here, man. It's sad. It's getting sad out here, man. Right? You would think that someone with the money and the production power of a Jason Whitlock, right, could actually come up with more interesting topics on a day-to-day basis, as opposed to just using his platform every single day to cycle his vendetta against Stephen A. Smith. I mean, I think Jason Whitlock's at a point in his career, y'all, where you just got to concede to taking the L. You took the L, man. No matter how much you complain, no matter how much you gripe, Stephen A. Smith and now Shannon Sharpe have both won. They are both better in sports media than you, Jason Whitlock. They have become what you, as Jason Whitlock, so desperately wanted to become. Remember, Jason Whitlock was at the top of ESPN at one point in time. He was considered the top dog, ESPN. He was fired. He still wanted to have some type of relevance in the media as a sports talking head, so he ran over to FS1. And then they discarded of him. And so ultimately, now that he's picked and nagged, he ultimately pushed Stephen A. over the edge, and Stephen A. just exposed all the beans. He basically said that Jason Whitlock, everywhere he's been, has burned every single bridge possible. He's ruined every single business relationship that he's had. This was confirmed by literally everybody that Stephen A. Smith named when he went on his diatribe about Jason Whitlock. When we talk about Jason Whitlock has an understanding, because everything that for whatever reason, when we talk about people like Dreamers Pro having a fetish with LeBron James, Jason Whitlock has a fetish for Stephen A. Smith, and he also has a fetish for people in the media that have seemingly become more popular than him. That's what's happening, man. Right? He's making videos about Charles Barkley. Now he's all of a sudden making videos about Shannon Sharpe. You know, this new Shannon Sharpe trip that he's on didn't start until the Cat Williams interview. And now he's on this whole Shannon Sharpe trip. You know, he initially started off by attacking Stephen A. Smith's book, talking about the book's a lie, the book's... Jason Whitlock, you got to give it up. No matter how much you dislike Stephen A. Smith's book, Stephen A. Smith's book has now become a bestseller. Jason Whitlock. All you've done is help Stephen A. Smith become now a best-selling author. That's all he's done. Something Jason Whitlock has struggled to do. All of the journalism that Jason Whitlock has done. And Stephen A. Smith even beat him out in that regard. Now he's a best-selling author. Now he's the highest paid at ESPN. Now he's the most untouchable at ESPN. And now he was even able to pry the golden child of sports talk, Shannon Sharpe. He was able to pry him over to ESPN. And now they've formed a duo. Shannon Sharpe is viral, it seems like, every single week with another great interview. Stephen A. Smith's own podcast has already usurped Jason Whitlock's podcast on the Blaze. Stephen A. Smith has now been afforded the ability to have a 7-figure studio created just for his YouTube podcast. Jason Whitlock is still now running around peddling for jobs under other networks. It's time to give it up. And so Jason Whitlock, similar to people like Dreamers Pro, y'all, who we talked about in the past, he's some reason he's going on this unhealthy diatribe of just making video after video after video. Let me show you guys something. He is going on some type of tangent, man. Whatever his obsession is with Stephen A. Smith, and we're going to get to his most recent video. I want you to check this out, man. Look, video. He's talking about the book. He says the book is straight trash. You can have your critique of the book all you want, Jason Whitlock. It became a bestseller. Another video, Stephen A. Smith. Now remember we talked about this. Now he's critiquing Stephen A. Smith's college career, a college career that Stephen A. Smith has even said wasn't very glamorous, right? Some people say he scored 0 points. Jason Whitlock made up some score sheets saying that he played in like 9-10 games or something to that degree, which was also a lie. Why? How do we know it was a lie? Because we actually called this university. So he lied there. It's unhealthy. You got another video right here. He's now just attacking Shannon Sharpe and Stephen A. Smith, and he's using his main platform to do this, right? Constantly just going after. I don't know where he came up with this. Now he's saying Stephen A. Smith wants to be like Tupac. What is this? Now he's going after Stephen A. Smith and Shannon Sharpe, talking about they're a part of some type of propaganda to push gangster rap music in ESPN. I don't know what the hell that, but we're going to get to that later because he's an absolute hypocrite there. He keeps referring, he's the divine secrets of Shay sisterhood, right? We're going to get to that here in a minute as well. Why is he referring to these two brothers as sisterhood in a feminine tone, right? Once again, Stephen A. Smith, he's talking about one of Stephen A. Smith's stories in his book with Jam Master Jay, I believe. He believes it's a lie. He's what Jason Whitlock's done. Jason Whitlock's read excerpts from the book, and he tries to concoct these narratives that some of these stories aren't true he has a platform where he can actually go get people and bring them on the show. If these stories to tell us how these stories are true or untrue. I want you to ask yourselves why every time he goes live, when he's speaking about Stephen A. Smith, he's never interviewing somebody. Remember, he dug into the depths of college football to find 2 transfers that transferred away from the Colorado program just to talk down on Deion Sanders. You don't think he has the resources to go find some disgruntled Winston-Salem State basketball player that needs a few extra bucks in his pocket to bring him on a show? Are you going to find some disgruntled producer, maybe got fired, or that Stephen A. Smith or somebody pissed off? He can't bring nobody on to give any of his claims any validity. He just tells you these concocted versions of the story in his head, and he wants you to ride with it. Right. And then most recently, we have this video. And this is the video that we're going to react to today. Once again, he's talking about Stephen A. Smith, Shannon Sharpe, and now he's added Charles Barkley into the fray. Charles Barkley into the fray. We're going to get to this video. I want you guys to see his strategy, because the strategy that he's utilizing to go after these guys, he's tried saying that they lied. He couldn't find any people to corroborate that story. That's died, right? He's tried to attach himself to Shannon Sharpe's viral moment with Cat Williams. By now, all of a sudden, he's talking about Cat Williams. All of a sudden, that's died, right? He can't grasp onto Shannon Sharpe's viral moment, and then he consistently goes back to Stephen A. Smith, a guy in Stephen A. Smith who hasn't talked about him in weeks. He consistently wants to go back. He has this weird obsession. This guy has a mainstream media platform on the Blaze Network. And the only thing he can wake up, like out of his producers, he has to be overriding his producers or something. He has to be saying, look, producers, we're not going to talk about this today or that today. We're going to talk about Stephen A. Smith. I want you guys, I'm gonna pull up this video right here because we're going to react to this video. And I thought this video right here that he most recently released was just a kind of a culmination to how he's completely run out of legitimate strategies on how to attack these 2 guys. Because Jason Whitlock does not know how to talk basketball, right? He can't talk sports. So he consistently attacks these guys. He tries to attack their character, or he tries to make stories out of things that aren't really stories, similar to LeBron's PD allegations. He tried to make a story out of that. Didn't really gain much traction. Nobody really cares what he has to say. And that story's not going to become relevant until someone is able to actually produce an ounce of evidence that supports those claims. He wants to know why mainstream media isn't talking about these things, because there isn't evidence to support it. That's what good journalism and good journalists actually do. They don't run with narratives. They actually wait, because remember, he still says that he's a true journalist, right? He always talks about how he's not one of these aggregate media types that are on ESPN or on some of these sites like Fadeaway World and Clutch Points, where they write and they hyper sensationalize things for entertainment value. He always claims that he's not one of those. Yet everything that he talks about, he never supports with facts. And then even at times, he's created facts. He's actually doctored information and presented them to people as facts. We caught him. The crazy thing is, I'm so surprised how not a lot of other people called him out on the fakes score sheet that he produced from Winston-Salem State. Oh, Rap Guy Reloaded. We about to get to all this. We about to get to all this. And thank you, Jay. You are right there. Ever since Coach Prime, he ain't really trending no more. All of a sudden, Jason ain't got nothing to say about Deion Sanders. When Deion Sanders is at the top trending, right? Now he get to see, and this is what he does is he's going to keep trying to attach himself to the people at the top and he's going to find the opposite side of the spectrum to get on. Right. He even did this with guys like Kobe Bryant. Look, I can even show you this real quick, because this is why I say the man has no idea what he's talking about when it comes to basketball. Like when people ask, why did he get fired from ESPN? Look, check this out. This is why ESPN fires you right here, y'all. This is, you know how you get fired from ESPN when you're a sports analyst? This is how you do it right here. When you ask questions to basketball players and they shut you down because you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Watch this. But then I'm going to show you guys when players call him out and make him look dumb, how he chooses to use his platform to take out his vengeance against these players. Check this out.
Not to twist your words or read too much into what you said, but being around young players energized you. That's not a statement about maybe you'd like to see some young players on your team?
Wow. You know what? That's a Bikram yoga stretch. You stretched the hell out of it. Good job. Good job. I'm not even going to answer that.
They give him, they don't give him the time of day. He's not asking serious questions. He's not really thinking about the things he has to say. How are you supposedly at the top of ESPN? And that's the best question you can come up with to ask Kobe Bean Bryant. And so when Kobe Bryant makes him look like a fool, this is what he turns to doing. See, this is the problem with it is, and I know some of you guys said, well, he ain't lying about some of it. And I agree. He was saying some things that were factual on Kobe Bryant. But look when he chooses to do it. He chooses to wait when Kobe Bryant plays his last game in the NBA, scores 60 on the way out. By this time in his career, he's starting to change the tune about the perception of who he has been in the NBA, right? For the majority of his career, he was not very likable. Towards the end of his career, he started to make an intensive effort as far as changing that narrative. It's just the timing of some of these things. That would be like that. This would be equatable to saying something to this degree when a person passes. It's not if he's telling the truth or lying, but why do you wait when one of the greatest players, no matter if you don't have to think that Kobe is the greatest Laker. You don't have to think that Kobe is top 5 in NBA history. He is one of the greatest players to ever pick up a basketball, no matter how you slice it. And you wait until a day when he's being celebrated, right? Rightfully so, because no matter how you slice it, Kobe gave a lot to this league, right? You cannot tell the story of the NBA without mentioning Kobe Bryant. And on his way out, you choose to slander him on his way out. That don't make sense. It's your timing of this, right? There are narratives and stories that we can tell about Michael Jordan. But if the day comes that Michael Jordan passes, is Jason Whitlock going to be right if he says, "Oh, he was an alcoholic, gambling type of dude, and we shouldn't have been celebrating him"? It's your timing when you say these things, right? And so he picks and chooses his moments. So he waits till people, similar to how we see Shannon Sharpe, similar to how we see Stephen A. Smith and the Charles Barkleys, even the Deion Sanders. It's his timing of things. What he does is he loves to wait till these guys are at the pinnacle. And then when they're at the pinnacle, he tries to come out on his platform. "Oh, y'all shouldn't have him at the top, man. He shouldn't be this. He shouldn't be that." And he tries to just simply use their stardom at the top to try to garner more attention for himself. This is not something that's foreign to Jason Whitlock. I'm going to show you guys after we get through this reaction. I'm going to show you guys a myriad of information that alludes to him doing this for his entire career. He's been doing this and he's had the same plan, like the same strategy he's deployed his entire career, from different person to different person to different person to different person. And now Now that he's at a stage in his career where he's lost all credibility in the sports realm, now he's trying to become this political type of sports talking head, right? Where now he tries to correlate everything that these athletes do with some type of politics. So now he's trying to play the politics game. He has a fan base at the Blaze because we all know the primary fan base of the Blaze, right? And so now he has to give that fan base things that they like to see. And that fan base over there at the Blaze just generally trends towards content that's slanderous towards black men. That is what it is, right? That's the agenda. Now what we're going to do is, I'm not going to say everything that he says about the black community is true or false. It's just odd to me how all of a sudden now he likes to pick and choose. I want him to be consistent like this. Don't wait till Deion Sanders is at the top before you start to try to shame him, right? Why wasn't he shaming Deion Sanders when Deion Sanders was out there coaching the high school before he went to Jackson State? Why wasn't he shaming Deion Sanders when he was at Jackson? Why did he wait till Deion Sanders got a mainstream job at Colorado before he started to surge in his attack? Because he saw Deion Sanders garnering a lot of attention, the attention that he failed to garner as a journalist. He failed to garner the similar attention to like a Stephen A. Smith. Some of his headline topics no longer have that shock value. And he's ultimately become, he's just kind of like I'm trying to figure out, he's like the G League of content. How did he went from it's like being in the NBA to having to go play for the Shanghai Sharks. He was in the NBA. Now he's playing for the Shanghai Sharks. And now he's trying to get back in the G League to try to get some relevance somehow. Let me play this video for you guys, man. Let me share my screen. I want you guys to really see this right here. Because see, do you see this? He says Cat Williams continues to expose Hollywood's dirty secrets, propaganda, and agenda. Now, Cat Williams has been doing this. This started when Cat Williams came on the Shannon Sharpe's podcast. And Cat Williams told Shannon Sharpe one thing. He says, after this episode, they will come for you. People like Jason Whitlock, they will come for you. I want you guys to listen to this, and I want you guys to look at this new angle. There's a new angle that he's trying to utilize now. And it's the same strategy that we've seen get utilized against a ton of black men that get some type of success. And we're going to talk about that here in a minute. I want you guys to check this out.
Sports media industry. And I think it could very easily be argued it's Charles Barkley. He's the gold standard in studio shows and color commentary, and TNT is paying him a ton of money. He's considered to go studio shows or these debate shows. Stephen A. Smith, ESPN, Disney, they're paying him a bunch of money. And who's the new force to be reckoned with? Who's got next? It's Shannon Sharpe. So what do they all have in common? Shannon Sharpe, Stephen A. Smith, Charles Barkley. And just remember, I like Charles Barkley. I like Charles, but I have to speak the truth. I just have to. And I got to let the chips fall where they may. And I would love for Charles Barkley, Stephen A. Smith, and Shannon Sharpe just to answer the question. Are you kissing the rear end of the Baphomet? Are you? I mean, how can all three of you These guys are all in my age set, and I've known all of them for a long time. I'm standing in the exact same place I was when I met all three of them. Where are they standing? Have they moved? Have they gone off the deep end? Listen to Shannon Sharpe and Stephen A. Smith talk about the gays and the transgenders.
You know, people are being really harsh. I'm a big proponent of gay, transgender people. There's a lot of hate and discrimination going on against gay and transgender people. Because I want to make sure I stand up for those people. Because, there are very few people who are going to have enough power to stand up for those type of people.
I am a fiscal conservative and a social liberal, which makes me an independent. I'm all for liberalism on the social side. I'm about gay rights, transgender rights, et cetera, pro-choice.
I'm all about gay rights, transgender rights, and I'm pro-killing babies in the womb. That's he's tossing the salad of the Baphomet with those words. That's what verbal
So just so you guys know, when he says the Baphomet, right? Cat Williams was talking about the Baphomet being someone at the top, a transgender person at the top, as kind of a gatekeeper. And you have to perform some type of sexual act on this transgender person to move on to the next level, right? So when he was talking about, when I met these guys, I'm in the same place that I've always been. He's talking about his career. And what he's trying to do is he's trying to say that because he's been stagnant as a journalist, because he hasn't found a way to move up the ladder, get better at his craft, we're supposed to applaud that because he hasn't done something called kiss the Baphomet. That's what he's applying it to. Now, this is not Hollywood we're talking about. This is just the sports talk. So as you'll hear in this video, he's going to say, how did three black men get to this? How did these three black men get to the top of sports? And see, the one thing that I always criticize when people start talking this conspiracy theory talk is that, does it exist in certain realms? Probably. But when you basically are telling us that every black person that has leveled themselves up to become something, they've had to do something to this degree, some type of transgender sexual act towards someone else just to get to the top. But it wasn't because of hard work. It wasn't because they're highly educated. It wasn't because they're dedicated to their craft. That's what I don't like. Now, like I said, does it probably happen in Hollywood in certain cases? Probably. But for me to say that Charles Barkley, a guy who we know had, when he first came into the media game, struggled with his talk. It sounded like he had a speech impediment, right? He struggled sometimes organizing his thoughts. But over time, you've seen him get better in his craft, and he learned how to speak somewhat better and still keep that same level of entertainment. When you look at Shannon Sharpe, we watched the man struggle mightily on FS1 when he first started with Shannon Sharpe. He struggled with his talk, a guy that also has somewhat of a speech impediment. He worked on his craft, found ways to be more entertaining, to garner viewership, and he blew up on FS1. Now he's blowing up on ESPN. Now he's also blowing up with his own podcast. Stephen A. Smith, a guy who started off as a journalist, writing, grew to become the top of ESPN. Isn't that what we would hope for? Right? When we hear so many people talking about, oh, y'all black kids need to stop following so many athletes. Well, y'all ain't really giving these black kids much else to follow when everybody else that makes it to the top, you say that they had to kiss some Baphomet just to get there. So now any kids listening, oh, we can't follow the same path as a Stephen A. Smith as a journalist because he had to kiss the Baphomet. So I'm just going to stay working in this factory. I can't, a high school football player don't know what to do after college, or a college football player don't know what to do when their college career ends because they didn't make the NFL. Oh, they can't go chase journalism. They can't go chase content creation because they have to kiss the Baphomet because that's how Shannon Sharpe got to the top. They got to stay lowly working at CVS somewhere. That's what he's saying. To me, that's what he's saying. He's saying, he's basically saying, idolize me because I've had actually literally no growth in my career. And every time I've been given an opportunity like at ESPN, I've been fired. Every time I've been given an opportunity like at FS1, I've been fired. He's basically saying, look, idolize me because I've been fired and because I've been tossed and discarded to the side. I've been fired because I didn't kiss the Baphomet when it's very clear in public why he's been fired. It's because you kind of trash at your job at the mainstream level. The work and aptitude it requires to work at that level, you didn't have it. And these things were verified by people like Jamel Hill and other analysts who also confirmed this is why he was fired. The man did not know what the hell he was doing. He was inept. But he wants to criticize the people that are visibly putting in the hard work. Do you guys see how many times Shannon Sharpe goes live? He does ESPN, he does his own show, and he does Nightcap. See, I don't think you guys, anyone that doesn't do content creation, I don't think you guys understand how much work that involves, how little sleep he probably gets trying to pump out that much content. Look at Yah TV. He says, bro, he mad because he going at your idols. See, Yah TV, I'm not mad. But see, when I drop the link, Yah TV, I would love for you to come up here and explain yourself. What I'm talking about, Yah TV, is the fact that the people that he only chooses to go at the people at the top. Remember, Deion Sanders just became viral when he went to Colorado, even though he had some virality at Jackson State. Then he goes at Deion Sanders for doing the same thing that literally every other college coach does. Not renewing scholarships. There's an influx of transfers and he brings in his own players. He goes to his channel as if Deion Sanders did something completely brand new. This is literally what every college basketball coach or college football coach does when they come in. They clean house and bring in their own people. But yet when Deion Sanders does it, he's doing something wrong to these kids. Right? There's been college coaches who's come in and literally cut the entire team. But yet people making what Deion Sanders do. And then not only did he get on that, every single thing that Deion Sanders did to attract more attention to that Colorado program, to help bring in new recruits, he criticized. Oh, you're not supposed to be doing that. You can't have these hip hop artists there. All he does is cry about the people at the top. He didn't care. He don't care about all these other schools and some of these shade and recruiting practices that they have. Because the last time I checked, Deion Sanders ain't got hit with no recruiting violations. He ain't got caught giving no improper benefits. We can't say that for some of these other coaches that he claims to be doing it the right way. See, if you're not doing it his way, then it's the wrong way. That's what it sounds like. Again, this is something that we're going to see, not just through this video, but when I get to the rest of the information in here, you're going to see that this is something that he's done and people have said about him for his entire career, right? There was even an audio recording of him talking to his staff at ESPN, basically telling them, if y'all don't write articles in support of my beliefs, then I'm going to get you a new job. You need to go get a new job somewhere else. That's essentially what he said. We're going to get to all that later. Let me continue playing this.
Salad tossing sounds like. Charles Barkley doing the exact same thing. Shannon Sharpe. This man, professional football player. Yeah, I've known Shannon for a long time. This man front and centered himself with his gay stylist. I can't remember the dude's name, but he had the Hollywood something. That's his nickname, Hollywood. This has to be a ritual. Who does this? What father, what parent, what grown man in his 50s says, you know what, I'm going to get brand new and I'm going to parade around at Lakers games and everywhere I can for a year solid with my gay stylist, Hollywood, who has already been sexually connected to Kerry Rhodes, an NFL safety, and some Dallas Cowboys wide receiver at some point. Everybody, this was Hollywood's reputation. He turned out and turned up with NFL players, and Shannon Sharpe makes it a point on his social media feed and everywhere he can. Lakers games, everywhere. We sitting courtside. We're not sitting up in a suite away from the cameras. We sitting courtside like Jay and Bay. Who does this? It's a ritual. There's more ways to put the dress on. And y'all get upset with me, or some of y'all get upset with me for pointing it out, that there are people caught up in this spiritual war and they're on the wrong side and team. And y'all keep trying to pick sides and teams based on skin color. And that's blinding you from the truth. Just because someone's black and they're doing a full-on salad tossing with the Baphomet, their black skin does not immunize them, does not legitimize them. It doesn't make them right. This is a ritual. We're in a good versus evil battle. And I'm sorry if I'm spending the time pointing out to you, like, these guys ain't on the right team. You can get mad at me all you want, but you're really just telling on yourself, saying, you know what? I want to be on the Baphomet team. How can I toss his salad and get some of them tight clothes that Shannon Sharpe wears, the jewelry that any of these?
See, wasn't Jason Whitlock trying to be a part of the Baphomet when Dan Liebetard said that Jason Whitlock picked up the phone and called him in tears because he got fired, and he was begging Dan Liebetard to call the bosses at ESPN to help him get his job back? Dan Liebetard came out and said Jason Whitlock called him crying, really real tears, begging for his job back. If there was anything like this Baphomet that he's talking about, it sounds like you were crying tears to get back to the Baphomet, if that's true. Jason Whitlock did not come out and confirm. Did Jason Whitlock ever come out and say Dan Liebetard was lying? Did he ever come out and say Jemele Hill was lying when he was begging for his job back? Dan Liebetard exposed the whole story. He said you came to two white men begging for a job at ESPN. And then when you got fired, you ran to white men crying for your job back. And because he didn't get his job back, that's when he went on his tantrum on other platforms about ESPN, about how bad ESPN was. When I didn't hear him so staunchly start attacking Dan Liebetard when Dan Liebetard said, man, you was on the phone in tears crying to me to try to get your job back. Where's the Dan Lebatard videos? Did anybody see one Dan Lebatard video? He keeps talking about these humiliation rituals, right? Right. What he's trying to do is Shannon Sharpe's stylist is gay. One, I don't know too many male stylists that ain't gay, but Shannon Sharpe understands that at his level, right? At his level, you can't just go on TV looking any type of way. If you look at Jason Whitlock on this screen right here, you guys, you really think in real life, Jason Whitlock's face is that smooth looking? Jason Whitlock has makeup on that a woman would put on right here, very in front of us. He's talking about other people's clothes. For one, Jason Whitlock could never wear the things that Shannon Sharpe wears because Jason Whitlock is close to 400 pounds and can't fit into no fitted jeans or nothing stylish whatsoever. So you would never be able to get any type of stylist, right? And who would want Jason Whitlock in their brand on TV? So a lot of times brands pay you to wear their clothes on air. Who in their right mind, what company, what brand, Louis Vuitton, anything, what brand or company is going to say, hey, Jason Whitlock, we're going to make this Gucci hoodie, this Louis Vuitton hoodie for you to wear on your podcast? Because he look crazy, he big, he out of shape, and he don't say nothing that's very interesting. So all he can do is try to criticize how other people are dressing, because I promise y'all one thing. When you get to the level of a Shannon Sharpe, he's probably getting all of his clothes for free. He's probably getting so much free clothes. He's probably got so many brand deals from just wearing certain things on camera. So that's just called getting to your bag. Right. Listen to the NBA players. When the NBA players are going to the draft, how many of those guys that are going up on stage for the draft you think actually paid for them suits? No, big companies gave them the suits and said, look, I want you to wear our brand up on stage. That's part of brand ambassadorship. And these people are probably getting paid to wear certain clothes. Yet he's just criticizing people for getting to their bag. And he's really just criticizing them because they have the due diligence to stay in the gym, to stay in shape. While he's let himself, well, I don't know if there was ever a time where he was in shape, but he's never taken the time and the due diligence to get himself in shape where a company would be able to approach him with a brand deal for clothes. So this is why he has to go on his own show with a Walmart hoodie on, with an H&M hoodie on. This is why when he goes on his own show, if you've seen sometimes, he might have to put a little patch over the brand because that brand don't want to be affiliated with you. That's why. And so his new strategy, y'all, is what? I'm just going to start calling people gay. That's what he's doing now. Now Shannon Sharpe is gay. Now Stephen A. Smith to get to the top. He wasn't saying all this stuff 10 years ago or whatnot. He'd been beefing with Stephen A. Smith for years. And so now all of a sudden, something that Cat Williams said on the Joe Rogan podcast, he's come to this new revelation that Stephen A. Smith, Shannon Sharpe, and Charles Barkley are all gay. He's also taken their politics and he's trying to use their politics against them, which he doesn't even know what they've went through in their lives to shape their worldview or their politics. Maybe they have a gay nephew or cousin that's getting bullied or something. I don't know. I don't know why people side with those types of politics. But what he's doing is he's just playing a dirty game. Oh, if you know someone gay, then you're actually gay. If you're sitting next to someone gay, you're actually gay. You know, that reminds me, you guys, because if that is true, right? If what he's saying is true, right, then we have to look into Jason Whitlock, man. Let's look into Jason Whitlock. Remember, I told y'all this before with Jason Whitlock. See, Jason Whitlock. See, all you can do is make allegations that these other people are gay. See, all Jason Whitlock can do is make allegations out of his sheer jealousy. The one thing that we can surmise with Jason Whitlock is that he probably is. Remember, I showed y'all this before. Jason Whitlock, right? Because he's always so thirsty to expose ESPN. He's super thirsty. Whenever he think he can expose ESPN or something. But what does Jason Whitlock do? Jason Whitlock exposes him. He said he's on ESPN.com. And he sees an ad on ESPN.com and it says, balls deep inside of me is a great way to spend your birthday. What the? Then he sees this ad and he says, I'm looking at the NFL standings on ESPN.com and this is the ads running above the standings. How is this possible? Appropriate? And then he got reminded by everybody. You see his post has 7.9K likes. And then he started blocking a lot of people and deleting their comments. But they said, hey, Jason, that's called Google targeted ads. Google targeted ads searches your cookies. Your cookies are something on your website that based on your browsing history. And it shows you ads based on the things that you search. So I did a little Googling myself. So when we go to this ad right here, you guys, I just went and found the product. This is the product right here on Etsy. It says, balls deep inside of me is a great way to spend your birthday. Funny birthday card, balls deep inside of me for boyfriend or for him. So I need to ask Jason Whitlock, y'all. Can somebody tweet Jason Whitlock or ask Jason Whitlock, why are you looking up for boyfriend or for him birthday cards that say balls deep inside of me is a great way to spend your birthday? Now, I want you guys to ask yourself, who do y'all think is really gay? Who do y'all think is really part of that community? The guy that's looking up birthday cards for a man or for a boyfriend, right? Because there's no joke. He can't joke his way out of this, right? Remember when he was on Ticket TV and Ticket TV called him out. He's like, you sitting here talking about these players and whatnot, but you over on FS1 talking about you done bought into strip clubs and you going to the strip clubs all the time, and Ticket aired him out about that. And then he told Ticket, I was just joking. How do you joke your way out of this? You exposed it on accident. You started blocking people on your own Twitter account that were calling you out. And then when we Google the product, it's a product for a man, to a man. You know, I really feel sorry for Jason Whitlock, y'all. Right? You know, even more than that, y'all, even more so than that, I feel sorry for his boyfriend, right? The boyfriend that got to wake up and see his face looking like this every morning, right? I want rebranding. Hey, look, anybody in the chat, man, imagine having to wake up and see this every morning. This is what Jason Whitlock's, the man that he sent that card to, the man that he sent that card to has to wake up and see this every morning. This is what you have to see. No, Minion, I'm dead serious, Minion. Look, I don't know who his boyfriend is, and I know he hasn't come public with his boyfriend because he has to put on a facade for the Blaze Network, because if they found out about this, he would definitely get fired from the Blaze in a heartbeat. But I need to know, man, who ran out of so many options in life that they had to decide to wake up to this every morning? What man, or I doubt it was a woman, but what man that he sent that card to? Or he might be paying them. I don't know. This is what you got to see every morning. And see Jason Whitlock. Right. And there's a reason why he won't never come on platforms like this. Ticket basically ruined it for us all. Ticket exposed him to a certain degree. He ain't never coming back to this sector of YouTube. He is never going to come back to a sector of YouTube where he don't know what the hell is going on before the show starts. Right. He went on Ticket's show thinking they was about to have a parade on Stephen A. Smith and then got exposed by Ticket. But this is his cookies right here. So while he's making all these allegations to everybody else, if we in a court of law, y'all, if we in a court of law, you know things in your cookies is called your digital footprint. There's people who have gotten jammed up for murder because of their cookies in their search history. This would be incriminating evidence. This is like a smoking gun. This is a smoking gun, y'all. He keep making these. See, I remember I told y'all the people who always type that funny stuff in the chat. You always have to look back on them. He now all of a sudden is making these odd allegations about Stephen A. Smith, Charles Barkley, and Shannon Sharpe. And I keep telling y'all, people that are so quick to make them allegations, they got some type of demon in their closet that they ain't telling nobody about. See, his demon got exposed on accident. I told y'all, I went to the website, y'all. I went to the website. I found it. I couldn't believe it. It says, funny birthday card, balls deep inside of me. Naughty birthday card, birthday cards for boyfriend for him. And then he's so cheap. The man only spent $4.75 on his boyfriend. Imagine that, man. So not only do you got to wake up next to Big Bertha every morning, you know. Hold on, y'all. Let me forget this. So not only do you got to wake up next to Big Bertha every morning, you got to wake up next to this. You got to wake up looking at Big Bertha, and Big Bertha only spent $4.75 on you. Imagine imagine having to wake up to that, and all you got was a $4.75 birthday card. And it ain't even no money in the birthday card. The birthday card only asking for more. The birthday card only asking for more, man. Look, balls deep inside of me is a great way. I feel sorry for the young man, man. Whatever young man he convinced, man. I feel bad for Jason. I feel bad for that young man. Jason Whitlock, man, you need to stop. You need to stop while you're ahead, man, because what's ultimately going to happen, y'all, and I suspect that this will happen within the next year. I want you guys to mark my words. I suspect that within the next year to 2 years, the man that he sent this card to is going to out him. See, because Jason Whitlock, you cannot do this. You can't be trying to put these allegations on other people. Drake, this getting exposed was just karma. The only thing that's coming next is this guy is going to out him publicly. We know you're not paying him enough to keep him silent. You gave him a $4.75 birthday card. He going to eventually out you, my guy. So you just got to calm down, man. Because you're going to be up next. You're going to be up facing that fire next. And see, but when that fire comes, it's just too much evidence for you to weasel your way up out of that one. All right. So it is what it is. But hold on, let's play a little bit more of this. I got some other things I want to get to about Jason Whitlock. We're going to drop the link and get some of you guys up here to cook.
Guys, you're willing to do anything. And so I just want to hat tip Cat Williams for creating the space to have this conversation. And I would love to see ministers following in behind Cat Williams and having these real conversations about these idols that have been set up for us to worship and follow. And then judge these idols, including Deion Sanders. Judge these idols based off of what they're truly representing. Radical materialism. Satan has a long list of rewards. And that's why they love to talk about, well, I'm a physical conservative, or a fiscal conservative, and a social liberal. Everybody thinks that's the new thing to say and to be. Yeah, I want my money, and I want them to stop illegal immigrants or whatever, but socially, I'm liberal. If I decide to toss some salad, I want to toss some salad. That's all Stephen A. is saying. That's all many of you are saying. Because you don't want to get in with both feet, because they have convinced you that being black means you're sexually fluid. Being black means I'm good with going to prison. And if I got to lay up with a bunch of men for 2 or 3 years because I can't limit my desire to acquire material things illegally, I'm good with going to boys camp for 3, 4, 5, 10, 15, 20 years. I'm good with that. And it's a rite of passage. That's why didn't we play it yet? No. There's a video of Meek Mill. Shmeek and I are going to talk about it on Saturday. This guy talking with another dude, another 2 dudes that have been up in prison, and they're sitting up talking about, man, losing a cellie is like losing a chick. And I'm sorry, y'all want to colorize all of this and say that oh, you talk about white people. And trust me, white people are making the exact same decision. Many white people are at the top of this entertainment industry that are laying out the funds. Here's the rewards for.
See, y'all see the difference, y'all? I want y'all to see the difference. He said white people are doing the same thing, right? No, and Andreas, what I'm saying is I'm not disagreeing with him on some of these points. I want y'all to see how he's handling certain points. Do you see how when it comes to white people, he don't say no names? But when it comes to black people, he didn't say Charles Barkley, Shannon Sharpe, Stephen A. Smith. Now he's saying Meek Mills. He's called him out by name, the Deion Sanders. But he ain't giving us no names for the white people to watch out for who might be propagating. He just leaving us all clueless. Yeah, they doing it too. But he ain't gave us no. If you know, then start name dropping. You done name dropped all the black people, you know. If it ain't about white or black, just let's get some equal names on both sides, right? Because when I saw Dan Liebetard come at you, you ain't have nothing to say, right? When I see the white people come at him, he don't have nothing to say. If Stephen A. Smith come at him, he got 35 videos lined up for Stephen A. Smith. Deion Sanders ain't said a word to this man. He got 35 videos on Deion Sanders. If you know, then go ahead and expose it all. Show me that it's not about white or black. Go ahead and start name dropping and outing everybody. I'm curious to see if he can do that. He not gonna do it. See, the reason why he's mentioning that part, the element right here, because this is the trick bag. Oh, it ain't about white or black. White people doing it too. He ain't dropped no names. He didn't say no names because he knows that he has one objective here. It's just to try to get to demonize. He's trying to demonize the people that passed him up in his career. Shannon Sharpe passed him up. Shannon Sharpe, a football player who didn't even go to school for journalism. Remember, Jason Whitlock went to school for journalism. Couldn't make the NFL, wasn't good enough to be football player at the next level. He went to school to do this. He watching Shannon Sharpe to pass him up. Charles Barkley talk about he didn't learn nothing at the University of Auburn. Passed him up. And then he had to watch Stephen A. Smith, a guy that he's been envious of his whole career. Slowly work himself up the rankings and then passed him up. Deion Sanders, another guy. Deion Sanders didn't have to spend 35 years coaching at some low-level D2 school to get a job. He went from high school a few years, Jackson State a couple years. Now he's up there with the big dogs and having success. He hates to see people do things that he struggled with. He can't do what Deion Sanders does. He don't know how to interact with those young kids and he can't fathom how Deion Sanders is getting all these kids to connect with them and commit to Colorado. He don't know how Deion Sanders was able to connect with them young kids and get them to commit to Jackson State. So because he can't connect with anybody, because he can't fathom it, the only thing he can say is, oh, it has to be some type of scheme behind the scenes where they getting their success from. Or maybe Jason Whitlock, maybe these people, the Deion Sanders and the Shannon Sharpes, the Charles Barkleys, maybe they didn't burn every single bridge or relationship on their way to success. Maybe instead of creating enemies, they said, I'm a network. I'm going to stay in this good graces. All right. I'm going to stay in this. That's ultimately with any job, not just media or even Hollywood. The way you level up with any job, from working in factories to grocery stores, anywhere, you level up with networking and relationships. We all know that one person that's been working in a factory for 35 years in the same position, but he ain't networked with none of the managers. He ain't tried to do anything to connect with the higher ups. So he ain't never getting moved up. You got 25-year-old kids coming straight out of college getting put as a manager while you've been here working in this factory for 25 years because they know how to network. And he says, what the preceded problem, KDX. I mean, salute to Shannon for getting a criminal justice degree, but that's called a liberal arts degree, KDX, and that's a football player degree. So, players that go into universities and their primary objective is to get to the NFL, they're going to major in something like that. A liberal arts degree, something very easy with very easy prerequisites so that they can maintain that GPA to stay eligible. You're not going to have too many college basketball, college football players majoring in electrical engineering while they're hooping. Just too tough. And you'll have some like the walk-ons. When you're talking about scholarship players or some of the high level players, you're not going to have too many of those guys that have the aptitude to do both. So there's certain majors, and at every school, there's a certain major where you see a ton of football players enrolled in that particular major. You know, they had them at Purdue. They have them everywhere. Even have them here at GCU. It is what it is. It's just part of the game. For some schools, it's a recruiting tactic. It's also another reason why certain schools have a struggle with getting players. Thank you, Charlie X. He said, thank you, Lamont. Networking isn't selling your soul. It's selling yourself. It's a skill that Jason doesn't have. You are right. Jamel Hill talked about this. Dan Liebertar talked about this. And the myriad of other people that came out to support. Stephen A. Smith talked about this. He has left a trail of destruction everywhere he's been. And he claims that and all he does, you guys, is he blames everyone else for his own failures. He failed at ESPN. It's not his fault. Has he ever done a constructive video, just being honest about this is why he got fired from ESPN and just taking accountability for the things that he could have did better? Or has he only blamed everybody else? He's not taking accountability for the failures in his career. He literally just said to everybody, "Oh, I've been in the same spot since I've known these guys." That is not nothing to be proud of, Jason Whitlock. You haven't elevated from your position with all the clout that you garnered from ESPN. You couldn't flip that into your own podcast. You had to go sign with the Blaze Network just to have a legitimate podcast. See, what I'm curious is, can Jason Whitlock podcast without a network behind him? Right? Can he do what Gilbert Arenas is doing? Can he do what Shannon Sharpe is doing? Can he do what Stephen A. Smith? Because what they've all proven, what those three have all proven, they don't need ESPN. When you look at Pat McAfee don't need ESPN. They need him. ESPN, Stephen A. Smith don't need ESPN. They need him. Stephen A. has proven this because he started his own platform. Same with Shannon Sharpe and Club Shay Shay. He don't need ESPN. They need him. When has Jason Whitlock proven to any of us that he don't need these networks? He keeps running to network after network after network, but then says that other people are doing these shady things behind the scenes to get to certain positions. But all he's doing is chasing network jobs, so much so that Dan Lebatard called him out for crying on the phone, begging for his ESPN job back, begging for help, begging for help to get his job back at ESPN. See, he keeps calling people out, but he keeps begging to be in those same jobs, in those same positions, in those same spaces. That's where he loses a ton of credibility talking about this stuff. You can't have gotten caught begging for these jobs. You can't also be working for network after network after network and then say you're not under that same umbrella. Because if they're under that umbrella, Jason Whitlock, if they're doing those things, then we can presume that you've been doing them to get to where you're at too. Because even though you're not at the level of a Stephen A. Smith or Shannon Sharpe, you still at a higher level in journalism than most people. So what did you do to get to your spot? And we can all take a guess as to what you probably did to get to your spot because we see what you already Googling. We see it right here on the screen. You Google this type of stuff. This is what you do behind closed doors. All of the talk. One of the reasons why he goes out. See, this is how we know that this is what he Googled is actually his lifestyle, is because he goes out of his way. When he's on FS1, he goes out of his way to tell these stories about, oh, I was in a strip club here or there, man. I was with this lady. He was telling Kristen Leahy a story, y'all. He was telling Kristen Leahy a story about, yeah, I took the stripper home in Vegas one time. Why you telling us all your endeavors when you not in front of the camera? Nobody care about Jason Whitlock taking a stripper home. But see, when he starts doing stuff like that, right? When he takes pictures like this and puts them out there in public, it's because he's trying to make us believe that this is what he into. I want to ask y'all something. Have we seen, we haven't seen too many pictures of any woman that Shannon Sharpe is dating. We haven't seen too many pictures of the woman that Stephen A. Smith is dating. And Stephen A. Smith has a daughter and everything. They don't put that, they don't put their life like that out to the public. They keep that private. Why Jason Whitlock all on the camera and all in front of the TV screen and the DVDs try to tell everybody about his strip club endeavors? So much so that he got caught lying about it to Ticket TV. Ticket TV said, you talking about you. He done told so many strip club stories on FS1 that he didn't forgot his strip club stories. He didn't went and start, yeah, man, I invested in a strip club, man. I did this, man. Oh, how you forget that story? And then when Ticket call you out on it, you talking about, oh, I was just joking. Oh, so you were just joking about all these women, huh? So that means if you was just joking, what we saw right here These cars that you was ordering, oh, that's the real you right here. This is the real Jason Whitlock. Thank you, KDX. Anybody that's been to Vegas know that. $40 to get you a picture like that. How much did he pay to get that picture taken? Look at crypto here, man. Look, y'all, man. This is crazy, man. Oh, man. Let me get this off the screen here so we can get to a little bit more information, man, about Jason Whitlock, man. Jason Whitlock out here, man, perpetuating a fraud on the people, man. Perpetuating a fraud. What's going on with Jason Whitlock? So we're going to talk about a few other things with Jason Whitlock, just how he's a complete hypocrite, man. Just a complete hypocrite. Right? So I'm just going to give you guys a rundown of some of the hypocrisies he's had, right? Right? And and he's actually even given us some additional stuff. You know, do y'all know that Jason Whitlock just did a video criticizing Martin Luther King Jr.? And he says that we should not highly invest in the things that Martin Luther King Jr. was teaching and giving to the people because of his life when he wasn't in front of the camera, because of the supposed affairs he was in. And again, I don't debate that. There's probably a lot of truth to that. But he's basically like, he did a whole video the other day. He brought some old weird pastor on that nobody knows. And he's basically telling everybody, don't follow Martin Luther King Jr., the pastor. He also talks a lot about Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton. He's saying, don't follow Jesse Jackson and them. He says, this is the type of pastor you need to be following, black people. When we all know most of the sexual corruption in the black community starts in black churches with pastors. He's just telling y'all, don't go to them pastors. Go to the pastor over here that I got. I want y'all need to all go watch that video that he just did. He got a pastor of his choosing saying, don't listen to Martin Luther King Jr. Listen to me. This is what he's saying. He basically said, he said the founding fathers, what they did and what they did behind the scenes, the allegations that, you know, because a lot of the founding fathers of this country had some very racy allegations of crazy stuff they was doing behind the scenes. He says that don't matter with the founding fathers because they created the Constitution. He said, this Constitution got me out of slavery. He says, but I can't take the I have a dream speech. He says that I have a dream speech. He said the I have a dream speech is overrated, overhyped, and should not be considered because Martin Luther King, because of his extramarital affairs. It's hypocritical because look, grain of salt. The reason why it's hypocritical is look, Jason Whitlock was just on the screen talking about this ain't godly and Jesus and this, that, and the other. But he over there Googling what? This is what he Googling. How you coming to us telling us what's right or wrong behind the scenes when this is what you Googling in your free time? This is what you're doing in your free time. These are the types of cards you ordering in your free time. But you try to tell us what's right or wrong. No, Tyson, look at this, Tyson. I'm going to show y'all the video. Y'all think I'm joking. The man did a whole video with some, here, I'm not even going to play the video because I don't have time. But look at this. I'm going to find it for you real quick. I couldn't believe it when I saw it. He also has a video. He has some of his videos, you guys, would just leave you. It's just crazy. Some of his videos. Check this out. So he did a video. Where is it at? Where's the Martin Luther King video? Trying to find it here. He got so many crazy videos. He even has a video right here. Ann Coulter This is one of his videos. He thinks this is credible. He says Ann Coulter gives Van Jones a lesson in black fatherhood. I want you guys to ask yourself, how can Ann Coulter, the whitest of white women, give Van Jones a lesson in black fatherhood? That title just don't even sound right. These would be the titles that he have. And I'm trying to find this Martin Luther King video for you guys to check out. I couldn't believe it. Oh, here it is right here. Here's the video is titled Martin Luther King Jr.'s True Legacy Led Black America Away from God into Democratic Dependency. See, he plays the race game because his ultimate goal is this. Because if Jason Whitlock was ever on this channel, the first thing I would ask him is, I would say, Jason Whitlock, you're doing all these crazy things just to get people to vote Republican. Because you just want people to vote Republican. That's your end all goal. If all black people do that, then what's next? What problems are solved? Because the same problems that we see in Democratic states are the same problems that we see in Republican states. It ain't changed nothing. I don't get his agenda, but he did a whole video just basically trying to kill Martin Luther King Jr. That's what he's trying to do. So by default, if Martin Luther King Jr. had stuff going on in his private life that nullifies what he says, what nullifies his primary message, does that in turn mean that the things that Jason Whitlock does in his private life, the balls deep inside of me is a great way to spend your birthday, sending these birthday cards to other men's or his boyfriend, should that nullify anything that he says about Stephen A. Smith, Charles Barkley, Deion Sanders, or Shannon Sharpe? By his own logic, it literally should nullify anything that he says about these guys, because he has some very, very racy things going on in his life. Not just that, but then we also have the facade that he's putting on, hanging out in strip clubs. So this is his lifestyle. So because of his lifestyle, that means Jason Whitlock is now not very credible by his own logic. Salute to One Cool P in the chat, man. I see you in the chat cooking. Salute to Charlie in there, man. We got Jamar. I saw Sammy in the chat as well. Crypto Tyson is back, man. Salute to Tyson, Nas, the original people. I appreciate everybody being in here, man. We got a little bit more information we got to drop on Jason Whitlock before we drop the link, man. I'm gonna try to wrap this show up within the next hour to 2 hours, but I definitely want to get you guys up here to cook on some of these topics before we can move on, man. Salute to C-Dog, man. C-Dog, you see his name is on the screen, one of the sponsors of the stream today, man. He's come through and supported the channel in the Cash App. Salute to C-Dog supporting the channel. And if anybody else, man, if you want to become a stream sponsor, right, if you want to be labeled as one of the top donors of the channel, man, to help keep us moving, then show some support by hitting the Cash App. Like I said, the channel monetization just hasn't been the same since the Deshaun Watson video, when we got suspended from going live for 90 days for telling the truth about the Deshaun Watson situation. Because unlike Jason Whitlock, when you actually tell the truth on YouTube, that's what they actually do. They actually shut your channel down to a certain degree when you tell the truth. There's a reason why Jason Whitlock, with all the crazy thing he said, he ain't never got shut down, because it's just all entertainment. Nothing is based out of fact. Nothing is based out of truth. Right. So they don't have to shut him down when they know he's just lying and making stuff up on the fly. So make sure you guys, man, support the channel, man. Salute to everybody again for pulling up here to FYF Sports today. But when we get back to Jason Whitlock, all right. Let me get it back. So when we get back to Jason Whitlock, a couple things I want to show you guys. So when we talk about Jason Whitlock and his hypocrisy, right? So we just saw how his Martin Luther King video, he's propagating one pastor, right? One pastor that he approves of. Remember, I told you guys, this is a strategy that he's used his whole career, right? If a person or a topic doesn't align with his values, then he's going to shun it, right? He's always going to have some. So again, I'm not a big fan of Jesse Jackson or Al Sharpton, but he's called them domestic terrorists, right? He called them both domestic terrorists. Another thing that he did, this is how he fell out of a lot of the good graces of people like Jamel Hill. He supported Don Imus, right? He supported Don Imus, you guys. When Don Imus came out and said, he called the Rutgers University women's basketball players nappy-headed hoes and rough girls. He supported it. He said that this isn't a bad guy. He said he deserved to keep his job, right? And he called anybody calling for his job black idiots, man, right? And so this was you guys got to be mindful of that. A week before this happened, he was on TV talking about black women need to speak up when they hear something wrong. He was on his show a week before. He said when black women hear something that they don't like, they need to be vocal and speak up about it. Well, when Don Imus called Vivian Stringer's players nappy-headed hoes and rough girls, when Vivian Stringer spoke up, right? Remember, he calls for black women to speak up and be heard. But when Rutgers coach Vivian Stringer spoke out for her players to stand against bigotry, and then what it says here, it was a shameless grab for headlines. He described her press conference where she called on people to take action against Don Imus, right? He called on her to lose her job. He said she was wrong for that. So a week before, he's saying black women need to speak up when they hear something that they don't agree with. And then when Vivian Stringer speaks up for her Rutgers University women's basketball team, he slams her and says she needs to shut the hell up. How does that make sense? This is where he's a hypocrite. He says one thing one day to cater to some people. He says another thing the next day to cater to people. He don't know which way he want to spin with some of these things that he says, right? He claims to be a crusader against sexism in the hip hop culture and prison culture, right? But then he revels in tales of strip clubs and lap dances, right? This is something that Tiki TV had did a great job of pointing out. So he gonna propagate to you guys that rap music is the worst thing in the world, prison culture, just like he was talking about Meek Mills, right? This is something that he's been doing his whole career. But then he's gonna sit there on FS1 gloating and glorifying all his strip club stories, even to the tune of him lying, talking about he bought into a strip club somewhere. He's even telling tales to Christian Leahy on how he took a Vegas stripper home and then got surprised when she asked him for money when they got to the hotel room. I mean, what type of hypocrisy is that? This is Jason Whitlock right here. This is the Jason Whitlock that we know, right? He is a hypocrite, right? And then on the rap side of it, right? Jason Whitlock was also criticized. He was also criticized because he came out when Jason Whitlock came out, he was slamming people. He was running around slamming people for hip hop music. Well, there was one point in time where the Kansas City Chiefs had asked him to produce a rap song for the Kansas City Chiefs. Do you know what Jason Whitlock then proceeded to do? He then went and proceeded to recruit the same rappers, the gangster rappers that he shunned. He didn't go get gospel rappers. He didn't go get Christian rappers. He didn't go get the clean side of rappers. He went and got some of the most craziest gangster rappers that he could find to help him create this song. So it says right here, some of the participants in the song include Rich the Factor, Bakari, Big Scoob, T Will, Tech Nine, and Zig. And it says all of these people have crazy lyrics that allude to gangster street violence and all those things. But see, when Jason Whitlock needed them to get something done for the Kansas City Chiefs, then he calls on them. See, when he don't need you and when he has no use for you, he ain't gonna be buddy with you. But see how he's pretending right here talking to Tech Nine? Yeah, he's on the screen sitting here pretending, smiling in his face because he was using them. Because in the moment, in this particular moment, the Kansas City Chiefs asked him, they said, look, Jason, we know you're a producer, right? We need a new game day song for the Kansas City Chiefs. He actually produced a song called It's Now On 07. And he went and recruited as many gangster rappers as he could find to help propagate and push the song. I want to know, if he is staunchly against gangster rap and gangster rappers, why is he running around Why is he running around recruiting them for this song? Why didn't he go recruit rappers that he so-called aligns himself with? He got called out by Nick Wright because of this. Nick Wright actually called him out on FS1. I was trying to find the clip, but I couldn't find it. But Nick Wright called him out and said, he says, basically, to summarize what he said, you all of a sudden now Dick Riding, Tech 9, he basically called him out on FS1. This is what Nick Wright did. Just because he helped you do a rap song, because I think they were having an episode where he was killing rap music or a song that was playing on ESPN. Nick Wright called him out about the hypocrisy. Because, man, this dude is just a complete hypocrite, man. He uses people and things when he needs them. And when he don't need you, or when they discard you, because a lot of these people discarded him. ESPN kicked him to the wayside. They said, we don't need you, Jason. That's when he chooses to attack you, right? Fox FS1 kicked him to the side. No, we don't need you no more, Jason. And you know what's going to happen next? When the Blaze kicks him to the side, because they're going to ultimately start to see, we don't need you, Jason Whitlock. He's going to probably find a way to attack them. And you know who he's going to try to use when he attacks the Blaze network? He's probably going to try to cater to certain black bases, black Democratic bases that aren't too privy of the Blaze network. He's going to try to bring them on. He's going to try to attack them. This is who he is. This is who he's proven himself to be, man. Jason Whitlock, man. This is who Jason Whitlock is, man. And the last thing I want to show you guys about is, I told you, this man will say or do anything, man. He will say or do anything for viewership. And when I saw that he said this, I said, there ain't really no helping Jason Whitlock. Right? Let me remove this comment. When Jason Whitlock posted this photo right here, when he created this photo and posted this photo of LeBron James in a KKK outfit, right? What he did was he wrote a column, and Whitlock accused the LeBron James of lying about the racist graffiti that was spray painted on his house, saying that he believed that LeBron's account of the 2000 incident was false. All right. And he says, I believe it even more today, analyzing his reaction to the murder of Ethan Lemming in the parking lot of James, created in Akron, Ohio at the I Promise School. He says there's no evidence, but there is no evidence that James lied about the graffiti. I don't know why he would lie about the graffiti. But then he basically, in this same article, he proceeded to say, this is what he said. He said, the new KKK today are black men. He said, the new KKK is young black men. That's what he said. He said, the new KKK is young black men. See what he does is, what he's going to try to do is, and this is what he tried to do to try to clean this up. Because this is one of the things, when he said that, this is one of the things that cost him one of his jobs at the Undefeated. He tried to clean it up. And when he tried to clean it up, he tried to make it sound as if we don't know who the KKK was. He was trying to make it sound as if he was talking about the black on black violence. And I said, Jason Whitlock. And he tried to also make it sound like he was talking to black people and not white people. When you say the new KKK is young black men, I want you to ask yourself, who do you think he's talking to? Who do you think he's talking to? Like, if he's trying to cater to any particular community or political base, I want you guys to ask yourself, when you make a statement like that, who do you think he's talking to? Because he couldn't have been on the south side of Chicago, right? He wasn't at the YMCA on Stony Island in Chicago doing a speech there saying it. I don't think he would have survived walking out, right? He wasn't on 38th and Post in Indianapolis, right? He's from Indianapolis. He wasn't on 38th and Post, doing this. making a speech in front of a whole bunch of black people, who do you think he was trying to cater to if he says something like that? Thank you, Mahari. Because he knows now that this is the last remnants of any support that he might have as a fan base. This is it. This is his last remnants of stardom. Look at iVirtuoso. You already know. All right, look, hey, we know he wasn't on third. He wasn't on, he wasn't on I'm trying to think. He wasn't on Michigan and Colorado and Indianapolis. There's a couple places. There's a couple places he wouldn't. So we know that when he says stuff like this, he's talking to a certain base of people. He's trying to, and it's not just white people, Quan Johnson. It's like what Mahari said. He's talking to white supremacists. So he's kind of like Jesse Lee Peterson in the sense that Jesse Lee Peterson has confined himself to one sector. Jesse Lee Peterson can no longer speak to the black community. There's a certain bulk of the white community that will no longer accept what he says. Jesse Lee Peterson's, the bulk of his message is now catered and driven to white supremacists. And the only reason why you would say something like this about LeBron James is you're trying to galvanize your support base, right? It's the same thing we do on this channel, right? If I want to stir up the LeBron James fans, or if I want to stir up the Jordan or Kobe fans, what do? Put out a video that stirs contention. And then you'll have a ton of Kobe supporters coming up if it's in the positive for Kobe, right? Same thing with Jordan and LeBron. All he's doing is he's giving his fan base exactly what they want. That's the only fan base that would look at this and say, oh, this makes sense. What other human being would look at this and say this makes sense? This isn't even funny to play with as a joke. He says he already made that known. He stays strapped. Who are you talking about, Jason? I don't think Jason is no strapped. No, Jay, what it is nobody cares about Jason Whitlock. Jason Whitlock can move around without security because no one cares. He has no fan or support base. No one cares about him. Secondly, he don't have the voice in the media that he used to have for people to even care. He's lost his power in the media. The voice that Shannon Sharpe now has, the voice that Stephen A. Smith and Charles Barkley now have, he don't have no more. Yeah, my other channel, I got the stream running on my other channel, Tyson. So that's the problem right there. He says shock jock to get headlines. No, but see, Tyson, this is not really headlines. That's the thing. See, he has to say stuff like this. So the reason why he has to go overboard because he's dealing with a white supremacist fan base. He's a black guy in a white supremacist sector. And so he knows he has very little wiggle room to stay boring to that sector. Right? As soon as he says something too boring, or as soon as he starts to say something that's too pro-black, they're going to jump all over his neck. He's going to lose viewership. He's going to lose money, potentially lose ad revenue. So he always has to remind them, I'm with you guys. So when you see the video, when you look at his videos, right? So when you see the video, Martin Luther King Jr.'s true legacy led Black America away from God and with the democratic dependency. He's just reminding his fan base, hey, y'all, look, I'm still with y'all. Don't forget about me. And then I didn't even like the thing that he did with Cheryl Swoops in the Caitlin Clark situation. Cheryl Swoops was wrong about some of the facts about Caitlin Clark. He tried to make it racist. oh, she's being a racist and this and that and the other. No, she was just wrong. No, all she did was she was just wrong about a few basketball stats. Don't make you a racist. She was just wrong. People come up here and be wrong. Imagine coming up here being wrong about a few stats and it makes you a racist. All right. So then he has to. So again, every week after every 2 episodes or so, he has to throw something in there that reminds the white supremacist fan base, hey, you guys, I'm still with you, man. Don't forget about me over here. Right. That's why he'll say Ann Coulter gives Van Jones a lesson in black fatherhood. How does that even make sense? Right. Because once he does a video like that, then he goes back to trying to talk about Stephen A. Smith and Club Shay Shay, which the white supremacists don't care about. And he does Stephen A. Smith again, and then Deion Sanders again. But then he gives the white supremacist fan base something that they want, talking about Ben Crump and Ben Crump's idea to end crime. How do you knock somebody's idea to potentially end crime? It may not be the perfect idea, but some people can at least give you a starting point where you can start conversating. Why when Ben Crumps and Al Sharpton came up with a plan to potentially help start to nullify some of the crime, how come he didn't invite him on the show and say, look, I disagree with this aspect of it. From my perspective, this is what I would change. This is how, but you know why he couldn't do that, you guys? Because the white supremacist fan base that he got, when they tune into that live, hold on, what you doing? What you doing? You trying to give the black community something positive? What the hell you doing? This ain't that over here on the Blaze. That's what they basically say to him. This ain't that. Don't forget who made you. So that's what happens. It's crazy, man. It's crazy right here, man. So I don't know what the hell he has going on, man. I want to get y'all thoughts on him, man. I think the man is a complete idiot, man. I think the one person that exposed him the worst on YouTube was Ticket TV, because Ticket TV essentially backdoored him. Well, he was so thirsty to come on the Ticket TV. Have you heard some of the first words that he was saying? Well, he was so thirsty to start talking down about Stephen A. Smith. Man, and when Ticket backdoored him with all the Kobe stuff, with the strip club stuff, it was too late by then. He had to stay. He had to stay. I agree, grain of salt. Ben Crump is an ambulance chaser. See, that's the thing, grain of salt. See, Jason Whitlock tries to speak to the majority of the black community like we stupid. See, Jason Whitlock, we not dumb. See, he's so stupid. Like, he's so out of touch that he thinks that the majority of black people support Black Lives Matter. That's how out of touch he is. That's how stupid he is. He doesn't realize that when you sit in barbershops and when you talk to black people, most black people don't align with the values of Black Lives Matter. But he's so out of touch, right? He lives in such a bubble that the only thing that he knows about black people in real life is what he sees on the internet with Black Lives Matter. Y'all really think he knows how to interact with black people on the south side of Chicago, black people in St. Louis, black people in the depths of Mississippi, and Rolling Fork, Mississippi, Hollandale, Mississippi, and all these places? You really think he knows how to interact? He pretends he does. He's really good at pretending he does. He don't. He's so out of touch that he think we don't know Ben Crump. Just like grain of salt. Grain of salt. We ain't never had a conversation about no Ben Crump. Me and you already agree he's an ambulance chaser. How does that happen? If we all so stupid, grain of salt somewhere, I don't even know where the hell grain of salt is. No. I think most people don't support Black Lives Matter, the organization, Tyson. The BLM organization, and that's what we don't support. The intent, I support the intent of the slogan. The intent of the slogan is separate from the organization. The organization is proven to be scandalous to a certain degree. See, he thinks we too stupid to figure that out on our own. See, But see, and see, we can, and see, he thinks we dumb. Like if you saw how the tables turned when actually, if some of you guys go back and listen, if anybody have seen it, his very first interaction with Ticket a few years ago, people that he feels are beneath him, I want you guys to look at his face and how he talks to him. So he has like a superiority complex when he talks to like smaller podcasters or people that he feels are beneath him. And you can see it in his face and the way he talks. So he has this odd superiority complex. So his excuse for not coming on panels like mine or even like LVZ is because he's always going to pretend it's because we're not worth his time. That's what he's going to do. He's always going to pretend. He's always going to pretend like we ain't worth his time. So that's the games that he plays. And all you have to do is just go watch and study. And remember, we labeled him a shock jock on this channel years ago. We labeled him a shock jock already. But see what he's doing with Stephen A. Smith and Shannon Sharpe, and I've always defended Stephen A. Smith to a certain degree. Look, we labeled Stephen A. Smith on this channel as shock jock. We labeled Ticket TV as shock jock. But that's all basketball talk. That's all basketball talk. See, what Jason Whitlock has showed you guys, he don't know how to separate basketball talk from real life. He don't know how to separate the things that Shannon Sharpe does for publicity for all of his content. He don't know how to separate that from real life. So because he has a stylist, he don't know how to separate that. He don't understand that Shannon Sharpe has potential brand deals with all of these clothing companies to wear certain clothes. And the unfortunate reality is that for a while, wearing the fitted jeans was more the style. But what's happening, you guys? Styles change. Now, now jeans are more loosely fitting are coming back into style. Some of y'all remember when bell bottoms was a style. Like things come and go. Styles come and go. That's just how it is. And Shannon Sharpe understands is if I'm going to lead the way in content creations, I'm going to stay up with the styles. And I'm also going to make money doing it with brand deals. There's nothing wrong with that. We got Lamar Green. He says, not to a certain degree, Lamar, Black Lives Matter used that money to buy mansions. I agree. That's why I say the organization I don't agree with. The ideology, when you say the term Black Lives Matter, I agree with that concept. But the organization, I think many of us have already understood. We ain't with that. But see, he think we stupid. He think that's what I said. He's out of touch. He don't talk to us. He don't know. He has no idea that we actually know these things. Right? Thank you, One Cool Piece. She says, I've been telling him about clothing deals. That's all it is. Right? I mean, a while ago, I had the same thing. Right? With the melanin brand. I still got some stuff that I still haven't worn on the podcast that I need to wear from the Melanin Company. I actually like that gear though. The hoodies they sent me. That's actually nice. I'm gonna have to make sure I drop it. I want to do it the right way though. So again, man, let me drop this link, man. I want to get y'all up here to cook on some of these topics, man. So let me give a shout out to he said, shout out. This is for Sports Fitness Rants, 10 times worse. Dreamer Pro. Hey, salute, man. Salute to a step in the Cash App. We're definitely gonna get you on the screen here. Definitely appreciate you, man. Appreciate you for supporting the channel, man. And supporting what we do here, man. Much appreciated right there. So let me get that in there. But definitely appreciate that. Again, let me get this link drop, man, so we can come cook on this, man. Everybody's thoughts on this. What are y'all thoughts on Jason Whitlock? Like, what is his ultimate agenda? Like when you do a video basically telling people that Martin Luther King Jr. was bad, which really really, if we're being honest, but because he's out of touch, he doesn't notice. To be honest, Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X are kind of what you would call relics in the Black community. And when I say relics in the Black community, we all understand that they did things to help progress us along. Maybe not perfect, might have been flaws along the way. Plans probably could have been better or more well executed, but we understood that they did things to help progress us along. And so we've put them up there as relics. There are certain things that they've done in their lives that we can reflect on and say, this helped progress us forward. We don't look at Martin Luther King Jr. and say he was a perfect human being. We don't look at Malcolm X and say he was a perfect human being. But what we do is we look back on their achievements and their accomplishments and say, these are some things that help progress us along, right? The Civil Rights Act that Martin Luther King helped push forward, we all understand that it wasn't perfect. It wasn't perfectly drafted because Martin, at that point in time, when the Civil Rights Act was getting drafted, I don't think a lot of people back then were envisioning, okay, the LGBT community is going to come in and dominate this, or white women are going to be the people that reap the most benefits from this. They weren't. The intent was there. Did it fall to the wayside because people knew how to manipulate politics to a certain degree? But do we blame Martin Luther King Jr. for that? He put us on the right path. See, that's where Jason Whitlock fails to see. Malcolm X helped steer us in the right direction. It wasn't perfect. He had a whole bunch of swerves on the way. Same with Martin, but it wasn't perfect. Same with Medgar Evers. Y'all think Medgar Evers had a perfect life? And the reason why we know they didn't have perfect lives, how do we know they didn't have perfect lives? Because ain't none of us done been perfect lives. See, Jason Whitlock be pretending like he the perfect guy. He pretends everything's all perfect with him, right? Everything's all smooth and player with him. But in real life, right? In Jason Whitlock's real life, you guys, this is Jason Whitlock's real life right here. Balls deep inside of me is a great way to spend your birthday. Them cookies right there, I told you guys, your cookies, people's cookies have gotten them locked up for murder. Because you know what? Your cookies store everything you Google. And when that prosecutor put you on that stand and that prosecutor say, well, why did you Google hacksaws and axes when Johnny over here got brutally murdered with a hacksaw and an axe? What you doing Googling this? Why did you Google how to kill somebody and get away with it? It was in your cookies. See, your cookies representative is what he does in his personal life. He will never be able to escape this. He will never be able to come onto a podcast and explain how this happened, how this got into his cookies. He will never be able to explain, right, why he sent his boyfriend a $4.75 card for being naughty on his boyfriend's birthday. Remember, it says for boyfriend, for him. Nah, grain of salt. See, grain of salt. Your cookies is your search history. Even if you own even if you're on a VPN or whatnot, it's still you can have ad blockers that block those ads and blotch them out. Because I got an ad blocker that I use called Malwarebytes. But see, Jason Whitlock too stupid. He don't know how to use cookies. He don't know what cookies are. He went public with it, not knowing that we all live in a real world. We're not idiots out here, Jason Whitlock. This is why he got flamed immediately for exposing he accidentally exposed and opened the world up to who the real Jason Whitlock is. He's a rainbow warrior. Look, we got chat warriors, right? Just like Big Tone said over there, you got secretaries. In this particular case, we just got Jason Whitlock. He's just a rainbow warrior, man. And I would respect it a lot more if he just came out with it. You know, I don't know why he's trying to hide it, man. All right, let me get this link, man. We got to come up here and cook on this topic, man. We got some good NBA games going on, man. I want to start watching some of them games, so I'm not going to keep y'all too long, man. We got to figure out, and I also need to know, why do y'all think he's hiding his rainbow warriorness? He's a rainbow warrior, man. Why do y'all think he's ashamed of it? I think he's ashamed of it because he's boxed himself in to only having a white supremacist fan base, and he knows that his fan base will be completely adamant against that lifestyle. So it's just a fact, man. This is who Jason Whitlock is. And look, I always open the panel up to people like Jason Whitlock to come on, and we always will give him the floor to explain himself. But if he ever came on this channel, you guys, the first thing he would have to explain is how that got into his cookies and who he sent that card to. He would have to explain that, because you can't be running around here calling Shannon Sharpe, Charles Barkley, and Stephen A. Smith gay when you got that in your cookies. That is hardcore smoking gun evidence. Salute to Mahari, man. Mahari, what's good, man?
Hey, Lamar, what's good, my brother? How you doing, man?
I'm chilling, man. How you been?
Man, we got Special Olympic basketball coming up in a few weeks, man. We got our first practice coming up, and we're going to be, this year, we're going to try to qualify for USA games. It's going to take place in Minneapolis in 2026. So our team is getting focused, getting ready to lock in, man. We're about ready to get ready for the grind of the season and start dominating, man. We're getting ready, bro.
Man, I feel you, man. I'm gonna look forward to it, man. I'm gonna try this year. I'm gonna try when y'all get going. I'm gonna try to catch some of y'all games and react to them. Because now I found a channel that allows me to see all the Olympic type events.
Nice. I'm gonna try to record some games, whatever I can. But onto the subject at hand here. You know, Lamont, he's never gonna debate. He's never gonna talk to you. He's never going to talk to LVZ. He's never going to talk to Torian Rain. He's never going to talk to any people that knows that that can dominate him in terms of his intelligence wise, because, and like you said before, he believes in his mind that he's superior to everybody, that nothing can faze him, nobody can out debate him in anything. But one particular thing that I always notice about Jason Whitlock is that, and here's a particular thing, and I think you've already noticed this. You notice how he uses a lot of illogical fallacies and red herrings to a lot of other things that he talks about. Because what he's trying to do is use those topics of, black athletes to divert, the attention from them, and then use it as a smear campaign to cater to the white supremacist audience. That's clearly what he does all the time. And literally, it's easy to argue by just listening to what he says and then just pretty much disputing that, no, you're trying to make up a lie. And this is what actually happened, and you're trying to use it as a smear campaign. Once you're able to figure out those things, you got them. Now, when you go back to what Ticket TV was doing when he had Whitlock on his podcast, I think about a few months ago, one thing Jason Whitlock did not prepare was he didn't expect Ticket TV to have his information in a bunch. But I think if Ticket would have pushed it a little bit more further with it, I think he would have roasted him so bad that he would have just left the podcast. But not to say that he didn't do a bad job, because he did a good job. I would have pushed it a little bit further. Like, no.
But remember,
Yeah.
It's similar to like how when I had Kwame Brown up here, or even Dreamers Pro. See, one thing you have to understand is I think Ticket understood was like, this is the one and only opportunity I'm probably ever gonna get to have this dude here. So you have to reel it back and dial it back. And for Ticket's standard, he dialed it back a little bit with Jason Whitlock. Now, to some people that might have just saw Ticket, they would have been like, yeah, Ticket destroyed him. I was like, no, Ticket dialed it back. Because if the real Ticket would have came out, he wouldn't have stayed up there that long. The real Ticket, he would have left in like 5 minutes. So
exactly,
Ticket dialed it back to a certain degree just to get the information we need out of it. That's why I said, and I think I said his Ticket strategy with Jason Whitlock was good, because Jason Whitlock is media trained. So if you try to come at him with that proper format style, you gotta have a backdoor conniving plan of your own when you're dealing with Jason Whitlock. You can't just have a plan where I'm just gonna come up and let him talk. You gotta have questions or something aligned ready to ether them and slam them, get them confused, because he is media trained. He's been a journalist for years. He knows how to operate under them stressful situations. He could say something. He could probably finesse information past you that's not factual, like he tried to do with Ticket and say, "Oh, I was just joking." And so what Ticket does, Ticket hit him with so much information all at one time. He didn't have time to lie fast enough, which you could tell he's trying to, okay, how do I get out of this? Like when he asked Ticket, "Well, get the video." Correct. Jason Whitlock remembered it. He's not an idiot, but him saying, "Get the video," "Oh, play the video," it's just him trying to buy time to explain, okay, how do I talk myself out of this? That's all he's doing. It's just an old trick he got, man. He's just trying to talk himself out of a whole bunch of problems, man. And I won't allow him to do that. Like, he's going to have to answer to those cookies, right? He can't say that was somebody else's laptop. He was in the privacy of his own home, right? He can't say that it was a VPN thing or anything like that. That has nothing to do with your own browsing history or your own cookies. He's going to, he could try to wiggle himself out of it, but I would only contend him in that particular manner is because he's out here alleging that other people are gay. You cannot do that when you got some crazy stuff in your own background history. And you just we, like I said, just look at the man. I mean, like I said, just look at him.
Yeah.
If we're being realistic, I don't see nobody wanting that in real life, man or woman. I just don't see it. I mean, y'all want y'all to be honest. This is no like we could say pause and all that stuff, but if we're being honest, if we're being realistic, I don't see nobody wanting that in real life. Not a real person. Without him anteing up and paying, just don't see it. That's Jason Whitlock though. So
here's the thing though, Lamont. The thing is that he's not honest with himself, and I think that there's a lot of insecurity within himself that comes out when he says these kind of things. I think that maybe from his life as a child or something like that, he may have grown a lot of resentment towards black people because he felt like he should have been where all those top athletes were, and he never succeeded in that kind of realm too. So I think there's a lot of little man syndrome complex problem that he has. You know what I mean? Because when you see him attack people like the Deion Sanders, the Kobe Bryants, the Serena Williams, and even to the people that he's been doing it recently more of, the Stephen A. Smiths and the Shannon Sharpes, he feels that in his mind he should be where those people are at. But the problem with Jason Whitlock is that he's not reliable, he's not honest, and he doesn't report the facts. What he does with the truth is he regurgitates towards certain areas of the truth and then spins it into the white supremacist narrative that makes a lot of us look at him as a sellout and makes him look like he's a servant to white supremacy. That's what it is. And the reason why people don't take him as seriously anymore is because look at his track record. He's been fired literally everywhere, from ESPN, from FS1. I mean, I remember even there was a segment when he was about to do about something incredibly offensive towards Colin Kaepernick. Even the producers of that show pretty much said, "No, you can't do that. You can't do that. That's way too far." So, I mean, if these kind of producers are telling them, "Hey, you're going too far with this," and even Skip Bayless of all people does not want anything to do with him, I mean, that's an alarming thing, because Skip Bayless, as controversial as he is, and we all know how controversial that he is. We all know this for a fact. For him not to want anything to do with Jason Whitlock, that's a telling sign.
Hold on, we got Tyson says y'all reading too much into it. He found a lane to try to stay relevant in a field where he's failing. That's it. That's all. No, I would only agree with that if he just started doing this.
Right.
The problem is when I look through his history, he was doing this at ESPN. There's a video recording that got leaked out of him talking to the people under him over at ESPN. And when that video got leaked, he was saying some of the same things. Basically, he didn't say do things a certain way. He said, "I want y'all to write content that I agree with. And if I don't agree with it, you're going to get fired." So he wasn't even giving his own writers freedom to say what they wanted and how they wanted to say it. They had to say it, and it had to be aligning with his beliefs and his politics. So he's trying to control narratives. And that's not what you're supposed to do when you at ESPN. Your writers are supposed to show some type of diversity. This writer might sound different from this guy. They're not all supposed to sound like you. And that's what he was wanting. So he has a track record everywhere he went of trying to do things like this. This is what Jamel Hill said. You cannot run around. What you can't do, to me, I think one of the biggest indictments he has is you can't run around saying that Stephen A. Smith and Shannon Sharpe did some Hollywood boule thing to get where they got when Dan Le Batard literally said you were crying tears on the phone with two white men trying to get your job back. You were begging to get back to ESPN, the very place where you said all of this stuff is going on, all these shadows. Jason Whitlock's the only one that can actually tell us about what's really either there's something going on that he knows about because he experienced it, because he was at the top, or he's just lying about it all. So you can't accuse them of doing certain things when you were literally begging to be in that same position, begging. And he did not deny that. He did not deny it. Dan Le Batard came out and said that. And you know what you will never see in his content? You will not see one video of him saying that Dan Le Batard is a liar. He did not do that.
Exactly. Yep, exactly, Lamont. And here's another thing, too, for the audience as well. Go back to the article written by Deadspin and look at all the things that Jason Whitlock was doing. Even I myself, because I read the thing that Stephen A. Smith, suggested too. And I just thought, okay, maybe I just want to take a look because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of egregious stuff. Bro, the thing that he was doing, bro, this is not normal journalism. What you're trying to do, you were trying to take the Undefeated and turn it into more of a black conservative type of network, which was not the real intent of the entire forum to begin with. The intention of the Undefeated was to show black diversity in journalism. And what did Jason Whitlock do? He tried to spin it into a black conservative type of a network where he literally was the one that controlled everything what the writers were writing about instead of promoting what the actual news was. This is one of the reasons why Jamel Hill has refrained from talking about Jason Whitlock, because she experienced it firsthand. And she experienced a lot of the harassment, the bullying that Jason Whitlock was doing. And then when the whole thing failed, you saw how he was begging for ESPN to take him back. And they pretty much said, no, we're done with listening to your shit. Literally. It's like you people, it's like this is a guy that thinks he's above everybody and thinks he's the smartest person in the room. And in actuality, he's not. He's way out of touch of everything. It's like listening to, a lot of these wrestling podcasters that try to, report the story behind the scenes stuff and then try to regurgitate shit from like 15 years ago. That's what Jason Whitlock is.
It says right here, it says Whitlock, and this is talking about ESPN. It says Whitlock's removal from ESPN came less than 2 months after he was the subject of an expose by Deadspin's Greg Howard in June 2014, who wrote about ESPN's questionable decision to build a black Grantland around Whitlock. It says Howard's April article titled "How Jason Whitlock is Poisoning ESPN" relied heavily on leaked documents, audio, and anecdotes from inside the Undefeated's editorial operation. It provided an insider's look at the dissension within the Undefeated and its difficulties its staff was experiencing in working closely with the untenable Whitlock. So they're saying right here, again, one of the main reasons, because I listened to the audio, they struggle with working with them because if what you wrote did not align with his personal values, he wouldn't let it come out. And so people found that they were writing in his voice and not their own voice. So they had no identity as actual writers. And that's one of the worst things you can lose as a writer, especially at that level, is your identity. Because people need to know who you are when you write. When I read this, I need to know this is such and such. This is such and such. It doesn't need to sound like, is this Jason Whitlock or is this somebody else? Like, who's really writing this, man? So,
yep. That's an undisputed fact. That's an undisputed fact. And the more important and the bigger thing about the whole situation is that as an editor, you have like a little bit more control of what comes out of the news, what comes out of paper print, what comes out on TV, which is one of the reasons why, the New York Times has been getting a lot of hell lately for over the favoritism that they've shown towards Israel, towards the whole Palestinian situation. But going back to what Whitlock was doing, pretty much what Whitlock was doing was that he was trying to control everything to his own beliefs, to his own narrative. And you can see why he's been fired in every network that he's been in, especially in ESPN and even Fox, which is more of a conservative type of network. But the fact is, he was just so overbearing and so controlling to the point where it was just out of control, and they had to get rid of him.
Man, it's sad, man, where these went, man. And let me give a shout out real quick. Salute to Hitman X and salute to Frank in the Cash App. Both came through to support the channel, man. Definitely appreciate you guys coming through to support. Hitman X is, again, he's always coming through to support, man. I wish he would get back to making content, man. Some of his streams on the Phoenix Suns would be epic, man. And some of his rants would be epic as well, man. We got to get Hitman X back making content again, man. He he's much needed, man. We need that Suns. We don't have that Suns aficionado to go to like we used to, man. So Hitman X, man, you got to get back to it. But salute to Hitman X, Frank, and again, Step Guy. Also Tyson as well. Tyson came through to support the channel as well, man. Appreciate you guys for coming through with support. But I wish I would have got more people up here to cook on this, man, because
Yeah.
Oh, he said he will soon. So Hitman X is gonna be back in the lab, man, making them Phoenix Suns videos, man. I'm curious, man. I'm curious because the Phoenix Suns they've been a tricky team this year because at some moments they look like they can lose in the first round, and other moments they looking like they can get to the Western Conference Finals without a problem. And when the game they won the other night, man, it's just one of them games. It's just like, damn, they probably can make a run at a chip this year. And then they have some of these letdowns. So we got to once Devin Booker comes back and they get healthy, I just want to see who is the real Phoenix Suns team. Like, I haven't seen them all together long enough to know who is the team that we are looking at, man. And can they win with that core? 3 offensive players, 2 of them being defensive liabilities. I mean, they definitely are offensive firepower with the shooting that they got, but can they defend in the playoffs, man? That's going to be the big question right there.
For sure. We'll see what happens too. And I'll tell you what, the Western Conference is literally like a roller coaster right now. I mean, there's no team right now that can hold on to that first spot in the West. I mean, the Timberwolves was holding it down, then OKC, and now it looks like Denver could probably sneak themselves back into the mix. I mean, this has been it's been crazy in the West. But yeah, man, in terms of this subject at hand here, I think in the future, if ever Whitlock decides to come on here, me and LBZ will have our popcorn ready and we'll have our questions loaded up, ready to go, just ready to just methodically drill him. Not like forcibly drill him. Exactly. I'm just telling you.
Because I know him. See, the thing is, Whitlock is smart. So the one thing with Whitlock is Whitlock's gonna do his research. He's gonna see my videos. He's gonna look at the videos.
Yep.
He's gonna know this is not. See, where Ticket tricked him is that when Whitlock came on, it was right around the time where Ticket was killing Stephen A. Smith. So, so when he came on, he thought, okay, this is the perfect opportunity to let's just pile on Stephen A. Smith because I know this guy Ticket has been killing him lately, and we're gonna team up against him. And it just backfired. He didn't know that Ticket had that back door coming his way, man. He set him up, robbed him. He set him up to get robbed, man. He got robbed, man.
Yep. Hey, I listen. I've not been the biggest fan of Ticket, but I give him his credit. He did a great job of backing Jason Whitlock to a corner, and you saw what he was. So, but at the end of the day,
that's all we need. That's all you need. Yeah. We just need it. Again, he did enough right there to expose it. I wish it would get more. I thought it would get covered more. I wish like somebody like Clutch Sports or Fadeaway World, one of them would have picked it up. And it's sad that nobody, none of the mainstream media outlets ran with it and picked it up. They'll take some of his other content and run with some of the other hot takes, but they don't, like his Kwame Brown video when Kwame was talking about Kobe. But it's just crazy how they don't take some of these things. And maybe it's because Whitlock's just not as relevant anymore. He's not very relevant. So you never know, but we'll see.
Definitely, we'll see about that. But at the end of the day, Whitlock is going to continue to do what he does best. And the best thing you can do at this point is just, blaze him with just the simple facts of the matter. And then once you're done with it, you can just pretty much ignore it and move on. Because all he's trying to do is just trying to guard their attention. And pretty much Stephen A. Smith pretty much roasted him and said that I'm pretty much done with this bull because I've already roasted him and exposed everything. So, but even, and you know me, I'm not the biggest fan of Stephen A. Smith either. He's got his own dirty laundry to deal with. But in terms of this subject right here, he was right. He's pretty much just right.
Yeah. Hold on, you got some audio issues real quick. I'm gonna mute you. Hold on one second. Let me mute you real quick. Yeah, there you go. But no, let me answer Labalco James. He says, why the same energy not kept with Bear? I don't know who Bear is, who disrespected players, had players threaten him, had players say he cost them money from his comments, spit on kids, and people Stephen A. backdoored AI. Okay. I don't know who Bear is. I don't understand your message a lot, Labalco James. For the players that say Stephen A. Smith disrespected him, players are entitled to their opinion, Labalco James. But Labalco James, you need to have balance, right? And so, like the same, we label Stephen A. Smith a shock jock for some of his takes. I'm not going to go as far as saying that he disrespected players. It's his job to talk about players, whether it's to the positive or good. And he's part of one of the main organizations that puts money in the players' pockets. So when these players get paid millions and millions of dollars, what comes with that is positive criticism and negative criticism. Because whether we like it or not, Stephen A's trash talk can elevate a team and have you highly invested in that team's success, right? When he talks about a certain team, like the way he talks about the Dallas Cowboys, people listen, whether it's to the good or to the bad. But I don't really hear this disrespect. I think when people say Stephen A. Smith disrespects players, that's just players being sensitive because he's talking about them, right? When the reality with Kwame Brown is that when Stephen A. Smith was killing him in the media, it's because Kwame Brown was playing hot garbage. He wasn't playing like to the standard of a number one pick, right? And so even though Mark Jackson said on a podcast, oh, he was a really good backup reserve big who set screens and played hard and was a good professional, the reality is that you were not drafted to set screens or be a good professional as a backup big. You were drafted to be an all-star caliber player, right? You were drafted to be the franchise player, right? All the excuses that he has for not living up to it, but you talk about the Wizards not trading him and all this, that, and the other. That's just you not taking accountability for your failures. Because again, you can, and I think this is where the jealousy comes in with a guy like Gilbert Arenas, because with a guy like Gilbert Arenas, you're looking at a guy who was 1 foot out the NBA when he got drafted. This is a second round pick. Usually second round picks don't stick, right? How did a guy who had little to no opportunity, had to make the most of a few minutes whenever he got them as a second round pick, how did this guy blossom into being an all-star while Kwame Brown, who walked in the door with every opportunity to get minutes and play, just let it flail away? Just let it flail away. So that's what comes with it. Did Kwame Brown end up being a pro for over 10 years? Yes. Salute to him for being a 10-year NBA pro. That's something that less than 1% of the population can do. But we're not judging him versus the 99% of the population. We're judging him with other NBA players. And based on the standard of a number one pick, he did not play like a number one pick. He never gave number one pick production. He never showcased number one pick mentality. He never showcased that anywhere in his career. So I don't know what they expect us to do as fans, because he never said anything about the fans that bought tickets, season tickets, because they thought they had the next best franchise player, right? He never said anything. Are you telling me that those fans that expected franchise player who bought season tickets, who helped put more money in his pockets, are you telling me that the fans who bought his jersey, right? Are you telling me they have no say-so in who you are? They do have a say-so. That's right. But you can't control if it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad. And if he didn't want people saying those things about him, then he probably should have just worked a little bit hard on the basketball court and made those people respect him, because that's ultimately what the fans wanted. Right. So, I mean, I don't know why he, and I mean, and the fact that he complains about being called a bus, but he put Kwame Brown Bus Life as his channel name is even more surprising to me. I just don't, that's what I also don't understand. If you're trying to get away from the bus narrative, then why do you name your channel Kwame? Because he understands that, albeit negative, Stephen A. Smith helped make him more popularized by continuously talking about him, making jokes about him. It happened to be to the bad, but he's known as one of the biggest busts in NBA history because of Stephen A. Smith. Outside of that, I mean, outside of having that label, I mean, and he understands it to a certain degree because he put it in his channel name. He plays off like Stephen A's this big demon. Stephen A even apologized to the man. Like, I don't know what more you want Stephen A to do when he also apologized as well. He apologized, right? You can accept it or not. It's crazy. But hold on, Mahart. Okay. Hold on, Mahart. I'm gonna drop you down real quick. I want you to hop out and come back in because it's like a noise coming from your mic.
Okay, I'm coming.
So I'm gonna drop you down and I want you to come right back. So yeah. Look, y'all, I don't know what's up with some of these guys, man. I mean, I put Kwame Brown and I put Jason Whitlock kind of in the same boat. Guys that are super afraid of accountability, right? Guys that like to throw their clout around, like Kwame Brown. The first thing he'll say is, "Oh, I need to be respected because I played in the NBA multiple years. I was a 10-year vet." But he is respected because of that. He is respected because of that. But he's always going to get disrespected, if you call it disrespect, for not living up to the hype. Right? For allowing Kobe to score 81 points and you was just a bystander. Right? For Kwame Brown, he's always going to be known for Kobe Bryant being extremely ecstatic that he was traded out of town. And when Kobe said, "Oh, we finally got somebody in here that can make a layup." Oh, I'm going to drop that link. My bad, Mahari. I mean, I don't know what he wants us to do. But that's just you playing victim. Like you're blaming Stephen A. Smith. He's talking about Stephen A. Smith cost him money. Please explain to me I want him to tell me what team came to him and said, "We're not giving you X amount of dollars because of Stephen A. Smith." Remember, when he was offered his big deal in Washington, Kwame Brown was the one that turned down his big deal. And said, I want to play. I want to play through it. I want to try to get my value. So he played that game. All he did was showcase his bumness. They offered him an extension, a sizable extension in Washington. He turned it down. And then he proceeded to get hurt the last year of that rookie contract. So that's what his money reflected. An injured player who didn't live up to expectation. His third year was his best year. If he was that's when you accept the money. Take the money while it's there. Thank you. I mean, but when we say stuff like that, Charlie X, he act like we don't notice. Yes, it's very public that Kobe wanted you traded. And as soon as Kobe traded you, they started winning championships with Paul Gasol. You think so what changed? What happened? So when they got better overnight, when Paul Gasol got there, I want you, if you're Kwame Brown, you need to ask yourself, what changed? How did that team look like night and day when I was there? Right? Did Kobe all of a sudden just start passing it more to Paul Gasol? Oh, hold on. My bad. I keep forgetting to drop that link. But yeah, you can put him and Jason Whitlock in the same boat. Why do you think when he went on his podcast, when they did an interview with each other, they were so agreeable with so much stuff. They both in super victim mode. One blamed Stephen A. Smith, or actually they both blamed Stephen A. Smith. They both have superiority complexes. One because he's been at the top of media, and one because he played in NBA. right? When you have Kwame Brown running around saying, what right do you have to talk about an NBA player? I was the number 1 draft pick. I mean, I don't know what you want us to do. We got Labalco James, man. What's good?
Yo, Lamont, what's up?
Is this Ralph?
Yeah.
Man, why did you change your name to Labalco James? That's funny.
Poke fun at these LeBron sexuals.
What you got on this, man?
No, what I was talking about was like I get what this man, what's his name, Whitlock did. He a snake, underhanded, and all that. But the guys he talked about, Seth and Shannon, did everything they did to stay on top. At no matter if it's TNT or ESPN, like they did the same thing. They do the same thing. Like when I was talking about when I wrote Bar, I was writing Barkley. Like in this career from NBA to TV, calling Kyrie an idiot, keep constantly coming at Kyrie, keep spitting on fans. Like he's been a weirdo too. Stephen A. When I was talking about AI, bro, this man literally used to trash AI when I was in middle school, bro, in the Philadelphia Inquirer, and smile in his face and be his friend and backdoored him and tell his
he did
business.
He did. You are right about that, but I mean, but the one thing I can say that AI has publicly come out and said him and Stephen A. were able to talk like men and make amends on a lot of those things. See, the one thing I haven't heard AI come out and say he's made amends with Jason Whitlock. Jason Whitlock was the one that got caught doing what? When Jason Whitlock was in his hotel during the NBA All-Star game and AI refused to do an interview with him. So when he heard AI talking in the hallway of the hotel, what did he do? He turned on a recorder. He had the recorder to the door, trying to record a private conversation that was going on outside of his door of his hotel. See, them are the things he's never gonna make amends for. See, I call that snake behavior. When a player tells you, "I'm not doing an interview with you," but then when you hear him talking to somebody else outside your door, first thing you do is you grab your phone, start trying to record a conversation that's not even meant for your ears. That's snake behavior.
But
See,
I was talking about AI. Even though he apologized and they kind of cool, bro. He used to tell his private business that was off the record, and only the people in the circle and certain people in that city who know AI, like knew. The whole world knew that the story I told you, bro. And you ain't.
No, but I get that happened. So, but what I'm saying, Ralph, is this: if it happened, it's one of the reasons why we labeled him a shock jock. But at the end of the day, if they made up and he made amends for it by apologizing, and Allen Iverson came out and publicly said it's cool, I can only harp on it for so long. If it did happen, he was early on in his journalistic career. He made a mistake. The main thing is let's not see that as this same track record, this same trend happen with other players.
But he's back to his old ways because what he just did to Whitlock, you fat bastard and all this. But as soon as
Whitlock, but he has no journalistic allegiance to Whitlock. He has no that's just a co-worker of his.
No, the reason why I'm saying this because soon as Monique went on Shannon Sharpe show, he had a lot to say about her. You shouldn't be doing this to her. Stephen A. You shouldn't be doing this to your brothers, man. You shouldn't be doing this. She said she loved them, but she just told her truth. But he calling this nigga a fat bastard, cussing him out. That's being hypocritical.
No, that's not. But see, the thing is,
it is.
No, but Stephen A. said before his rant, it was going to be hypocritical to a certain degree. He told everybody this is one time and one time only. We won't talk about this, and he said, "I apologize in advance, but I'm going to address this clown for one time." I mean, you can for whatever you and the best thing about it is, I want you to tell me who came out and said he was lying. All the things that he said, and there was name calling in there. Who cares? If you want to say that's disrespectful, okay, fine. But with the things that he said, tell me one person that said Stephen A. Smith was lying.
Nobody, but we know why he only did that to save his job. Telling us, telling us.
What do you
that
mean
he
to save
told,
his job? He's under contract with ESPN. He's not. He was.
He told us that he let his the people at ESPN know in advance and all that, so we won't be writing letters or emails and be like, get this man off air. Or whatever.
Okay, but even if you don't think people write letters in the ESPN all the time telling to get Stephen A. Smith off the air? You think because of Jason Whitlock, people are going to start writing letters? That's people been writing letters in on Stephen A. Smith for years. He's under contract. They're not. He's not going nowhere. Like all these people that pretend like Stephen A.'s going somewhere, he's not.
So why he went out his way to tell us that he told ESPN his past
Okay.
and all this?
Okay.
We
So
don't need to know that.
Okay, but it don't matter. So the Ralph, see all of this talk right here. This is your personal gripe with Stephen A. It has nothing to do with Jason Whitlock and the things that Jason Whitlock's doing. See, because the one thing Stephen A. has never done is Stephen A. has never went on ESPN or even his own podcast and called Jason Whitlock gay. And he's never came out and said, Jason Whitlock, you only got to your place in journalism because you went and sucked another man off. See, Jason Whitlock will come on his platform and say that Stephen A. Smith, Charles Barkley, and Shannon Sharpe only got to where they are because they did something shady, Hollywood boule type things with a transgender to get to where they are. Right? So
that's got to him, man.
But that's just jokes banter back and forth. When you start to go into your platform and you start going at somebody's career and credibility, because remember, he's the one that went at Stephen A. and said, you lied in your book.
Yeah,
so,
he started with him.
Okay, so if you say he lied in his book and he says, okay, I'm going to respond. Well, one reason why Stephen A. should respond is because all he's doing is giving him more promotion for his book. So he has a financial incentive to respond. Right. But secondly, he didn't lie. That's the beauty of when he responded, it was co-signed by probably over 10 to 15 different people in journalism. And the one thing Jason Whitlock didn't do, or nobody did, the one thing nobody did was come out to defend Jason Whitlock. Please give me one person that came out and said Stephen A. Smith was lying. They all said
nobody.
They all said, well, Stephen A. ain't lying. So again, he's now having a track record of just being a liar. And I don't appreciate how he now has run out of ways to attack Stephen A. Smith. So now he's just using the oldest strategy in the book. Just try to call him gay. Try to call him gay. If I can't beat him, I'm just going to try to call him gay. That's the sorriest strategy in the world.
Hey, Lamont, is my mic better now?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay. So here's the thing about this whole situation. I think what people need to understand here is I do not like Stephen A. Smith either. I think he said a lot of controversial things in the past that even I have not liked at all. But the difference between him and Jason Whitlock, I will say here is that at least with Stephen A. Smith, he keeps recording, he keeps track of the truth, and he at least tells what the actual truth is in his stories. When it comes to Jason Whitlock, what he does is he takes elements of the truth and spins it to his narrative. And I studied journalism when I was back in the University of Minnesota and read both Jason Whitlock and Stephen A. Smith's writing. Stephen A. Smith is the kind of person that is just going to record and know everything that's happened and just tell it like it is, even if you like it or not. With Jason Whitlock, he takes the elements of the truth and spins it to a disgusting narrative. There's a reason why he was fired many times on various platforms, because people just don't like working with him and they know that he's shady. I mean, it's not an accident at all. I mean, listen, I even myself, I said Stephen A. Smith said a lot of, coonish type of behaviors too, which is really what a lot of people do not like Stephen A. Smith for that reason too. And I'm not going to argue with that. But at the same time, it doesn't compare to what Jason Whitlock has done in the past, sabotaging people, trying to use his so-called superior intelligence to try to bully people, especially on the job.
You saying he don't have no elements of that?
I'm sorry?
You saying Stephen A. never did that before? None of that before?
I'm not saying Stephen. I'm not saying that Steve Mason hasn't done it before. He has.
Done what? Done what specifically?
That's what I'm going to ask. Well, what are you asking? Go ahead.
The things you said about Whitlock, the underhanding tactics, the backstabbing, and all that.
Okay, so give me. Hold on. So
I just told you, even though they made up, you're gonna use that.
Oh, okay. But here's the one thing. I saw a situation with Stephen A. Smith and Carmelo Anthony. And I think he disclosed some information or said some things about Carmelo Anthony where Carmelo Anthony said, look, you could have just called me, bro. We could have got to the real information about X, Y, and Z. The one thing I saw Stephen A. Smith do, and nobody will ever give him credit for this, is he came on national TV the next day and apologized to that man on national TV. See, the things that we're talking about, that's just Stephen A. showing that, again, he has an ego, but I don't think he has an inferiority complex.
And it all makes ratings.
Hold on. But what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, when have you ever heard Jason Whitlock, even though he's been wrong a lot, ever come out and admit publicly he was wrong?
But Lamar, you got to understand this from a business standpoint. That's making ratings.
Okay.
Fixing your wrongs in the public.
Okay, so listen to what I'm saying. What we're talking about is the character of somebody. And we know that people sometimes they say things for entertainment value or sensationalism. But one thing we've seen with Stephen A. Smith is when he's been dead wrong, I seen him come out and apologize. In Miles Ahead podcast, I don't know if he felt like he needed. I don't even know about the Kawhi Leonard situation, or if he even felt like he needed to apologize for that. If it was something, I just know the situation where he has come out and publicly apologized, like he did with AI, and like he did with Kwame Brown, and like he did with Carmelo Anthony. So what I'm saying right there is he's still open to enough criticism where he can come back and say, "My bad, y'all. I was wrong about this." So the one thing we've never seen Jason Whitlock do, even though he's left every place in destruction, where he's destroyed every network or relationship he's had in business, right? Because he's untrustworthy, he's conniving, he's manipulative. This is all the things that his former coworkers have said. And then not only is he all of those things, he now is saying that Stephen A. and Shannon have their place in ESPN because they're doing something along the lines of being homosexual. But this is the same man who was begging for that same job, crying tears. To me, that's the ultimate form of hypocrisy.
And no one's defending him. Idiots in the chat. I'm asking questions from a different point of view.
No, but all you're saying, Ralph, is you're trying to make it seem like the things that Jason Whitlock has done and Stephen A. is equatable. I don't think it's on the same level. I don't put, as the manipulator that Jason Whitlock is, I don't put him on the same level of a Stephen A. Smith. Jason Whitlock is on his own level of manipulation, which is why he has absolutely no friends left in the sports industry. And this was confirmed by Jamel Hill and Dan Liebetard and a host of other people. He's killed every resource that he's had, right? Because of his manipulative behavior and because he's a liar. And we see his strategy, right? When you go out there and we see his strategy now, his strategy is let me attack as many black people by name as possible that are at the top. And when they're no longer popular to talk about, I'm going to move on to the next black person at the top and try to tear them down. So right now it's Shannon Sharpe. And during the college football season, it was Deion Sanders. He was jealous of Deion Sanders and the fame that he was getting and the notoriety he was getting. He was jealous of Stephen A. Smith because he's at the top of ESPN because he was able to get Shannon Sharpe, and they're both growing together because of Shannon Sharpe's going viral so much. He wants to see Stephen A. fail, but see, because Stephen A. is so smart, because Stephen A. hasn't ruined all of his relationships, he was able to go get Shannon Sharpe over to ESPN. See, Stephen A. knows First Take is not going to survive with just him alone. So how do you keep the show afloat? You go use your networking power to get the people in to keep the show afloat. Look at Brandon says that's a dumb take. But Brandon, you are the white Jason Whitlock. I wouldn't expect you to say anything different. Brandon, you're always going to be on the side of of things that are nonsensical, right? Because you're probably a white super conservative, just like Jason Whitlock, and everything that you say or do is built around your political views. Just like your hateful LeBron. Your hateful LeBron stems from your political views. He says, that's exactly what I said, Brandon. He says, Stephen A was nothing before Skip. That's exactly what I said, Brandon.
Really,
Brandon,
hold on.
Hold on. So, Brandon, I just told you Stephen A. Smith knows First Take can't survive with just him. But this is why you don't destroy the people around you. This is why you build networks and keep good relationships with people, right? And now when you look at the situation that Skip is in now, right? He's struggling to get a co-host in there that can help keep the show afloat. And now people are saying that the show is potentially going to be canceled. Stephen A. Smith, when they got rid of Max Kellerman, there was a period in there where they were struggling for viewership because the show just wasn't right without that other name. Because of his relationship with Shannon Sharpe, he was able to get Shannon Sharpe over to help save the show. But that's just Stephen A. saying, throwing his ego to the side, saying, I know this show is bigger than just me, and I need somebody in here that can help garner the notoriety to keep this show afloat. See, Jason Whitlock couldn't work with others at ESPN or Fox. He can only work by himself at the Blaze. And one of the reasons why he never has guests on, especially the guests that he highly criticizes, because he's no longer trusted in the community. He will never have a guest on. Not anybody of any real relevance. So that's just all facts.
Yeah, pretty much.
And right, dude, Blaylock, he's now bigger than Skip Bayless.
And you know what? That's a great point too, because I give Stephen A. Smith one credit on this. He understood that in order for before First Take to continue to thrive and become more successful, he has to bring in different type of personalities that's going to generate ratings. That's something that Skip Bayless, he had it in the palm of his hand, and he let his ego get in the way and push Shannon Sharpe.
Oh, look at Brandon. Brandon says Jamel is one of the most nasty, hateful people in national media. See, hold on. This is so the reason why you see. So first of all, Brandon, you don't know Jamel Hill, right? And I know if I drop the link, which I've already dropped the link for you, the only thing you're going to come up here and tell us is the situation where she got criticized for saying all white people are racist. Which again, Brandon, even black people know that doesn't make sense. So you're white. You don't need to come up here and tell us what she said didn't make sense, because we all know she was wrong for saying that. You see how easy it was for me calling her out. But what I'm not going to do, Brandon, is I'm not going to over exaggerate and say she's hateful because she over exaggerated on her statement, right? And she already got her criticism for it. But see, that's the thing. People like Brandon and Jason Whitlock, they try to talk to us like we just don't. Y'all talk to us like we don't know how to just dole out criticism to somebody when they wrong, like especially when they black. He think that we just gonna side with Jamel Hill just because she black. No, what we can do, Brandon, is we can criticize and be like, Jamel Hill, that was stupid. But what we can do is we can also balance it and not go overboard with it and say ridiculous quotes like she's one of the most nasty, hateful people in national media. You ain't even seen her on national media in the last 4 years. So what are you talking about? She ain't been on nothing national. She only has a podcast on YouTube now, and she ain't even doing nothing national. No, but see, Brandon, I'm talking about race, Brandon. See, because Brandon, just based off your takes when you come up here and talk, and that's why you stop. Your rhetoric. You expose your feelings on race when you talk. When you come up here, Brandon, and you expose your superiority complex, Brandon, when you start talking, and when you don't take a breath in between, and you just expect everybody up here to listen to what you have to say, because what you say is all based out of fact, and you can say no wrong, even when we prove you wrong with facts. See, you showcase your superiority complex when you just come up here and yap. Like if I drop the link right now, I promise you guys what's going to happen is Brandon's just going to come up here. He's going to talk. I don't even know how he breathes in between all the talking, but he's just going to talk, and he's going to tell us why he's right and why we're all wrong. And he's never going to open the door. He's never going to open the door for any of his takes to be criticized, nor will he ever backtrack and say, damn, you know what? You might be right on that one. Damn, you know what? I didn't think about it like that. See, he's not going to do that. Yeah. So again, Brandon, we've heard that in your takes. But see, Brandon, the problem is I have to talk because I have to host the show, Brandon. Right?
Yeah, that's the show.
So I have to talk, Brandon. See, yeah, of course
Brandon,
I have to talk.
He's a freaking host. What the hell are you talking about?
I'm not but Brandon, I'm not projecting because I have no issue with opening the door. If I say something wrong, of course I'm gonna troll and joke about it, but I can concede when I'm not right about something. I'm gonna troll and joke about it, but I have no issue with being wrong about something, like some of my picks in basketball. When Brandon will be completely wrong about something. A game will completely go AWOL and he'll be wrong like a motherfucker. And he'll say, hey guys, yeah, I'm still right because man, this is just like and he'll explain why he's still right even when he's wrong. And he'll give us another 5-10 minute diatribe about why he's right, even though he's wrong, dead wrong. I mean, Brandon, if you don't believe me, Brandon, I can clip some of your segments and just put them up just for you to hear. Maybe you forgot what you sound like when you up here.
Hey, here's the other thing too that Brandon, you need to really understand. When you say I'm not talking about race, guess what? Your words and your rhetoric, what you're saying, you're talking about race. Because when you basically say that Jamel Hill is, hateful and basically mean and all that other stuff, that's implying a lot of racist rhetoric in your words. So
I'm not going to call him. I'm not going to call him racist, but I will say he has.
I'm not saying. I'm telling him that.
I know he has a superiority complex where he feels like he's right all the time, and he's and when he basically when he comes up here, it's our honor to hear him talk. So we all have to shut up while he's talking, and nobody can interject or give him any pushback on his talking points because he's just superior to everybody's. Right? I mean,
maybe he should go to Ticket TV then.
I mean, he can't go certain places, man. Brandon got kicked out of a few places, man. So Brandon will come and go, man. Brandon got kicked out of a few places, man.
I'm sure he did.
I mean, it's just telling the truth, man. Like you can't talk with somebody that's just talking that dull, plain voice, man. That dull Mr. Rogers style talk, man, and then he just right. I mean, come on, man. Come on. I mean, he comes up here and it's just hard. Like for me, to be honest, it's hard for me to consider you credible in basketball if the primary bulk of your basketball talk is revolved around telling us how bad LeBron James is. See, if the primary bulk of your basketball talk is revolved around telling us how bad LeBron is, you don't know basketball. You never played basketball. You don't have a real understanding of the game, and you're just talking in a ton of narratives, man. Salute to Flex Sweat in the chat, man. Flex Sweat, man, the homie, man. Man, killing it on TikTok. Make sure y'all look up Flex Sweat on TikTok, y'all, man. The man got all types of. He's a digital trainer. So look, if you want to get your body right, your diet right, I promise you one thing: Flex Sweat can get you right, man. Flex Sweat is on TikTok, man. He offers digital courses, right? Not very expensive, right? He's gonna give you the. He's going to give you the virtual calls, man, the virtual training, man. And look, if you're here in Arizona, man, he could pull up on you and get you right, man. I know, man. He had me out there in the hot sun in the summer, man. We was in the garage. The man had me out there killing me, man. We was doing some workouts, man. So make sure y'all check out Flex Sweat, man. Flex Sweat is a solid dude, man. Great content creator as well, man. I remember the craziest thing about it. I remember when Flex Sweat might have had 1,000 subs on TikTok, man. And we just be in the garage working out. He telling me about his plan I'm gonna keep grinding. This thing gonna blow up. Next thing I know, man, I go to his TikTok page and that thing done blew up, man. He so man, salute to Flex Sweat, man, killing the game, man. Make sure I go check him out on TikTok, man. I wish I had his channel in here. I think he's on YouTube as well, but I think his biggest platform is TikTok, man. Make sure I go check him out, man. But
I'll take a look at it afterwards. But
he the real deal.
I'm gonna go ahead and hit the showers, man, because I just got done, shooting some hoops still, bro. So, but this was a good conversation too, and I hope that in the near future that more people can engage with this. But So my conclusion to this is that Jason Whitlock is a sellout and serious Sambo, and ain't nothing good about him anyway. So, but that's my closing words. You have a good night, man.
All right, salute, man. That's Mahari Nation, man. He said his Flex Sweat on YouTube. Yeah, he's on YouTube as well, Adam John. But I think his main platform is TikTok, but he does have a YouTube channel. So all you got to do is type in Flex Sweat. Just look at his logo. If you see him in the chat right here, here's his logo right here. That's his logo right there. So that's what you want to look for right there. I don't think there's any other channels named Flex Sweat, man. So make sure I go check him out, man. I've been knowing him for a minute, man. Met him at a LA Fitness. I remember when he was working as a personal trainer at LA Fitness, man, but he was still grinding to do his own thing, man. And then next thing you know, he blossomed into his own business, man. Just killing the game. But yeah, he's definitely on YouTube as well. So, but yeah, man, look, man, we had to talk about it, y'all. Look, man, Jason Whitlock, man, it's just sad, man, the direction that he's going, man. Because, you know, I think even though he's destroyed his reputation in most sports circles, I think he had an opportunity as an organic content creator to kind of recoup some credibility. Credibility in sports too. He could have recouped some of it. And you know, it just seems like he's taking the last little opportunity he has left to just cater to one base, and he's catering to that base so much so that it's killing his reputation even more. Moses, what's good, man? I saw you pulled up at the last minute. What you got on this?
Oh shit, you closing out?
No. Go ahead and cook.
So, do you normally engage with debates on this, or do a lot of people think the same way that you do on your channel?
No, I'm open to either side of the coin. I mean, if you have what you got, I mean, it's called FYF Sports Debates, man. Just let us know, man.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, I think Jason Whitlock is a part of an era where we're getting more than just one narrative about stuff. So for the longest, ESPN had a monopoly on what we were able to take in the sports world. And little by little, people like yourself, everything started to trickle out where people were like, you know what? I don't need to just listen to one person about this sport that I've myself played for 20 years or 10 years or whatever. I'm passionate about with local media if you're kind of a fan of a team or what have you. So basically the world of sports is almost in 2020s, I would say, feeling that raft of what music felt when Napster and people started to realize they too could just make some music and put it out. And why not them? You don't need a label, right? So Whitlock is, I believe, he's obviously paving a lane that not many are. I want to move fast forward a little bit to say I'm appreciating what he's doing. Now. I didn't feel that way the whole time. So I think it's going to take time for people to be like, all right, you're really standing on your square. Whether I will agree with you is one thing, but there's a way to respect his form of journalism. And I don't know if that's what you would call it, but it is something that we're not getting from that mainstream piece of, you know, so that's the part where I'm saying, hey, we can do this you know, so I won't land there. I'm happy to have a conversation about it. But
no. That's what I'm going to say. You're right. That's what I'm saying. You're right. Because like you, and I've said this about Stephen A. Smith too, I don't dislike him. Right. When like I said, on this channel, we've made videos in the past calling Stephen A. Smith a shock jock and Jason Whitlock a shock jock. The reason where I felt in this particular instance where I feel like he's crossing the line, right? I understand that there's back and forth between content creators. If he's having his back and forth with Stephen A. And I get that. It's fun to watch. They take pot shot at each other, this, that, and the other. I just feel like this most recent thing, which I just feel like he crosses the line when you run out of pot shots, and so the only pot shot that you have left is to say, okay, he's gay. And then you try to craft and create a narrative that he's gay.
Who's
That's
gay?
We reacted to his video.
My bad.
In his most recent video about Stephen A. Smith, he alluded to Stephen A. and Shannon Sharpe both being a part of some type of Hollywood backstream organization where they had to suck off someone at the top who was a transgender to get to where they are.
Wow.
And it's just like, to me, it's just like, that's the lowest form to me, because you're basically telling people they didn't get there with hard work. They only got there. Remember, this is somewhere where he was before. He was at ESPN. He was at the top of ESPN. And now he's trying to tell people, even though I was there and I got there with hard work, they didn't get there with hard work. They got there because they did some shady stuff behind closed doors with some transgender person to get to where they're at. And that's where I felt like he crossed the line, because I really haven't went at Jason Whitlock like that until now, until I heard that video. And that's where I said that's where you cross the line with the back and forth.
So when you say you haven't gone at Jason Whitlock, what makes you want to defend Stephen A. and
No, I have went at Jason Whitlock, but I went at his basketball takes and his sports takes, and I was critical. So I never went at him. Nobody's went at him personally, right? And so and it wasn't until he started taking a ton of personal shots at people where people started exposing some of the personal things with him, like Stephen A. did in one of his most recent rant that became viral, where and it just so happened that a lot of people said, yeah, he did go a bit overboard in his rant, but he wasn't lying. And I don't know, man. I just feel like I feel like, man, in some of these back and forths, there got to be limits or some type of respect amongst journalists to where I don't have to like Stephen A. or Jason Whitlock. And I don't even have to like Jason Whitlock, but I respect him as a journalist. Just like even when I have back and forths with content creators, first thing I'll say, like when I do with Dreamers Pro, and when Dreamers Pro came on the show, I said, as a content creator, I respect you. High quality content. I love what you're doing. I don't have to agree with your opinions. We can always have a conversation there, but when you start attacking the work they put in to get to where they at, and this is somewhere where you've been and somewhere where you've aspired to be, it's just hard for me to accept that one right there, man. That's all.
So it's hard for me to nowadays, I don't know who to take the bullet for. And so I think a lot of people are really just listening to both sides and not picking a side and allowing them to hash out whatever they feel necessary to put out into the content world. So that's the part where at the beginning and throughout, like, I just thought Jason Whitlock was just going too far. But then I was like, I really feel like he feels committed to airing out some things that the world needs to hear. So I'll say this, something about Stephen A. for me, just hearing his content or following whatever from ESPN over the last decade or so, it didn't seem right. So this feels like, and I didn't hear the latest, so I don't know the part where you thought he crossed the line, but I just think Jason Whitlock has more information than I do about something that I know just never felt right. So I'm not just taking his word for everything by any means, because he could then exploit that or, manipulate that of, oh, I've been in here, I'm, behind the scenes, I know all these people you don't. But at the same time, if he says something that is not true or however Stephen A. wants to respond to it, I let Stephen A. respond to it. And if I don't go back and forth, but at the same, like, I just allow them to get everything off their chest, because like I said, there's this new world where all you got to do is plug in, press play, and now you do have an audience. What you do with that audience and what you think they want to hear and need to hear is one thing, but I don't think the antics and just that old ways of creating content with a programming narrative agenda and listening to your boss, we could just cut off. We don't have to click play. We can cut off the TV, which is already happening. So let time kind of work its course in terms of who's going to withstand the test of time. Did you follow that?
No, I get what you mean. Let me address Brandon's comment. Brandon says Jamel Hill, he going back to Jamel, has no national show because where her takes were, she said he didn't like her takes and she's a nasty, hateful person. No, Brandon, Jamel Hill as a sports analyst was horrible. I didn't like her as a sports analyst. So, but see, I can say that, but still respect her as a professional to get to where she's at. See, that's where I say I'm not the type to, I can, as a journalist, I think her sports takes were in the garbage can. I don't know where the politics are because I don't really dive into people's politics. Like, so whatever Stephen A's politics are, that's another conversation. That's probably something that's going to be on another channel.
But it is problematic to the ecosystem at large when you have a Jamel Hill, when so many people say she's not talented in this realm. Like, how did we get to this point? There's a bunch of people that are talented. How did she get there?
No, and this is where it comes to. And this is at the beginning of my stream. I've always said, so I'm a coach now, and I've seen this happen in coaching a ton since I've been coaching. You get look, so let's just stick with coaching jobs, and I compare it similar to the media world. Most coaching jobs are attained via networking, not via how talented you are as a coach, right? So I can sit here myself. So for the last 5 years, or not even 5 years. So myself as an example, I've been coaching at GCU, the club basketball coach. We've probably been one of the top club basketball teams in the country the last 3 to 4 years. Record impeccable, dominant. And so there was a point in time where I was sitting there mad because I'm like, dang, all these jobs, this job at Yavapai College, this job at this school became open and I didn't even get any consideration. I applied, I got, I reached out, I tried, and I didn't get the jobs. And I'm like, man, I'm looking at the people getting hired and I'm saying, damn, I'm definitely could, I'm definitely got a better resume and track record than I could. But then I started to ask myself, am I networking? Am I getting to know some of these coaches, these ADs? Am I building relationships? And I said, no, I'm just out here. So the main thing is when I look at Jamel Hill and I look at where she's gotten, and this is one of the things in business that goes underrated is networking. When you see something, there's a lot of times, and I alluded earlier to working in a factory. That guy who's been working in the factory for 20 years is probably far more qualified to be the manager than that new guy coming out of college that just got hired. But if that new guy coming out of college spent his college career networking, getting to know the right people and got that job, that's just how the world works. And it happens in every field. So when we look at Jamel Hill and we look and say, damn, Jamel Hill don't know what the hell she's talking about with sports. How the hell she get this job? Then I have to say she's doing something right because she's a master networker. And so for me, it's networking. And that's where people like, see, and Jason Whitlock, I know knows this. And for the fact that he preaches to the people that is not networking, but he'll preach to the people that is some secret organization and she had to get on somebody's casting couch to get the job. I think that's being disingenuous right there. Like people in business know networking is key, and networking in some cases is even more important than your actual talent. So
I fully agree with you. And I think that's a point that will land home to a lot of people, because if we start to move that way and think that way, like that message from what you're saying is taking care of your audience. It's like getting people to believe in themselves and do what they need to do in order for them to kind of get a new job or up in business. At the same time, what I'm saying is this is an era where the truth is coming out. So I do believe there's some truth to the way that casting couches do actually work.
I agree.
Now, I don't know how specific Jason has been, and I don't think he should play a guessing game. Like if you know something, you know something. if you feel as though that's your place to say it, I think that's an interesting thing. To like, why is it on you? Why does he feel the need to air out all of what's been going on behind the scenes? Why now? I don't know, but I definitely don't just say, okay, that couldn't possibly be the way Jemele Hill got a TV show when she's not talented. I can't rule that out, nor would Stephen A.
Well, you got to think too. And so so when I'm obviously thinking about it a little different than most people, because when I see somebody in media get a show, and we might say, okay, on air, you might look at them on air and say, this is not the most talented person on air. But when you're doing a show, the planning and the content creation and development for the show, 95% of the work happens when you're not on camera. So I don't know if she's not talented. There may be a ton of things that she does off air that makes that show valuable, which allows her to be an on-air personality. So it's hard for me to just say she got the job because of a casting couch, because I know her job encompasses more than just being in front of the camera.
That's fair.
So, and that's where I feel like Jason Whitlock's being disingenuous with this Stephen A thing, is because we've literally, with our own two eyes, whether you do agree or disagree with his takes, we've seen Stephen A come from the trenches of media to the top. And it hasn't been an overnight success thing. Like if he just woke up one day and he was a bum media personality, and the next day he's at the top of ESPN, okay, might be something there. But when we have watched him over years of working himself up from the trenches, I mean, it's like we literally see the growth from the bottom to the top. That is hard for me to take away and not give you credit for that growth. Same with Jason Whitlock. Jason Whitlock started at the bottom, rose to the top, then kind of dropped back down because of some things. But you still have to give him credit for the fact. I'm never going to take away from Jason Whitlock his ability to network and his skills as a journalist. That's what we can't take from him. We can talk about him, call him fat, talk about his trash takes, but we can't take away his qualifications, man.
So the thing that I think Jason often, and it's a clear thing, but I'm going to try to work it in here to get a feel, is the politics side. So when you say you don't get into it, are you able to see when he does air out the fact that they all fall in line to this agenda? Are you saying that there's no agenda? Are you saying that they're like, what part of that are you just you yourself don't get involved?
No, I know there's an agenda with the LGBTQ community. See, but the one thing I'm always receptive to is this. There are different people are going to have different reasons for wanting to support that community. So if Barkley says that he's in support of those types of politics, which I'm not with that, then the first thing I want to do is I want to have a conversation with them. It seems like Jason Whitlock is saying, oh, if you agree with those politics, then that's because you're in it. You are that. And he doesn't know that everybody has a different worldview. Like when you look at a guy like D Wade, I mean, he's getting criticized and backlash because of the way his son came up. But his worldview and his politics are going to be shaped around his son. And his son being a homosexual, same with Magic Johnson, his son being a homosexual, or just having relatives or close friends who might be in that community. You might watch them from afar get bullied or certain things are happening to them. And so your worldview around why you might want to support that community might be shaped around some experiences that we might not be privy to. It's not always because, oh, you have to be behind the scenes gay yourself if you're supporting those things. So before I kill somebody's stance on those types of politics, which again, I don't necessarily agree with a lot of those politics, I'm always gonna be open to, okay, how your worldview was shaped somehow. And something that you ran into, something that you saw shaped that worldview. And I'm not just gonna always pretend like my worldview on these topics is always right. My politics, and that's why I don't like doing politics, because Jason Whitlock is what he's doing is nobody really like from the sports side of it. We're not tuning in to hear Stephen A. talk politics or even Barkley. You literally have to go watch Charles Barkley or Stephen A. on CNN or one of those platforms
But isn't that crazy that he even had that even like that's where it's gotten to? The fact that Charles Barkley is now on CNN?
Well, I mean, but the thing is, if he's networked and he's created a lane for people on CNN to say, hey, Charles, can you come on? Because he is a bigger name and they want him to come on to speak about his side of politics for whatever it's worth, then that's where he's built himself up to. I mean, and that's something, if Jason Whitlock, if he feels like his politics are that meaningful, then you should be mindful of how you network and understanding that the more lanes you destroy, the more relationships you destroy, the less voice you're going to have, the less opportunities you're actually going to have to get out there in front of people to tell your side of the politics. And because politics is, there's some things I hear from Democrats that are right and wrong. Same with Republicans, right and wrong. I try not to play, but I think they both have some great things. I wish they would come together and just have more conversations. I think Jason Whitlock's starting to play that game where you have to side with me and everything that we believe on this side, as opposed to being open. Okay, they might be right about a few things and they might be right about a few things. How do we make it all work together? And I think more people are invested on picking sides as opposed to getting it right.
I think it's so the part that I'm trying to see the balance of is when it comes to this agenda, we're really only getting one side from the mainstream. And I want to trade the word politics for worldview, because politics of yesteryear or whatever, it was about real policies and, how much should we be taxed and things that I think it's the word politics today is a little different. It's about like this LGBT whatever that has nothing. That's not really politics. That is so when the way I want to just give my take on this is it's like a worldview. It seems like it's either one way and then the media will prop you up. And if you go the other way, you are this side, like the Whitlocks or the Outkicks or whatever that is. I mean, it's Republican side, but you're just going to have to go your own lane. You're not going to get a real platform.
I don't think that's true, because
so then what is that platform that either not even the voice of that right, quote unquote, but allows the debate to be had?
No, so I just did a video on the WNBA. And my video just released today, actually. I talked about how I feel that the LGBTQ movement is ruining the WNBA. I said they've dominated the WNBA. They're taking over the marketing style and strategy. And it's that product is only getting marketed to that community. And that's why it's a failing league, because they don't know how to market to straight men or straight women. They only are invested in. And so I talked about the shortcomings that, like, just because I said that in the video, I haven't had any negative pushback. I haven't heard anybody come at me and say, oh, you on that side of the coin? Oh, I can't mess with you. I actually find more times than not that people are much more willing to have a conversation. I think the media has tricked everybody into thinking that there's this big war between Democrats and Republicans and you have to choose one side. I don't believe that. That's not the experience I've had on YouTube. Right? It's the people like Brandon in the chat. That's very far and few. We don't run into those types of people too much.
Who is Brandon?
Brandon's just a guy who's super, super far right, right? And it spills out in his basketball takes and everything. You don't really run into those people, and they literally agree with everything far right. I run more
right outside of Brandon. Give me Whitlock is far right.
No, I would say Jesse Lee Peterson.
Okay.
That's completely so far right that he can't come back. And what the problem is I think what Jason Whitlock does this too, but I don't know all Jason Whitlock's politics, so I'm not going to speak on it. I just think that sometimes they get in bed with that side, and then they feel like they have to co-sign every talking point on that side, whether they truly believe it or not. And so I think once you start going down that road, some of the things that Jason Whitlock says, I don't truly think he believes. I believe that he's saying them to cater to his base. Don't necessarily know he's saying them because he truly believes it. And so if he can be more honest, but the thing is, I don't like to get into his politics because with sports, we're here to talk sports. And when he starts bringing up Stephen A. Smith and he starts conflating the sports with his politics, trying to say he's not credible in sports talk because of he's supporting the LGBT community, okay, that's completely separate conversation. He's trying to get people to not like Stephen A. because from the sports realm because of his politics. And to me, that's where you get super sloppy and messy with it, man.
I think that's my, like, Stephen A. is headed in a direction of politics.
What you mean?
So
Stephen A.'s a businessman. He'll just do what the company line is.
Can you let Moses talk, man? That's what I was talking about, Brandon. Moses, I'm gonna let you
settle down. I'm just giving a take.
Come on, I know, but you gotta let Moses go, man.
This is Brandon.
These are grown men. We can
come on, man. Can you let him get his take off, man?
He's a grown man. He can get his take off.
Okay, go ahead, Moses.
This is Brandon that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Got it. So Stephen A. recently had, I don't know how it came about, but he challenged Trump to some debate or said something like that. And he recently said that he would run for president or would run be in office or in politics if he felt the country needed it. So he is leaning towards that or headed in that direction. And then you think about what happened with Charles Barkley now having a show on CNN. It's kind of mind-boggling how they're moving towards this. You spot the agenda. Okay, you keep bringing up these talking points from TNT or from ESPN, and then you go. It's so I'm seeing a trend.
But I thought you said that on CNN. See, when Barkley's on, like, for example, when I'm watching Inside the NBA, as a sports fan, I'm just there for the comedy that they bring. Right. And when I watch Inside the NBA and I'm watching that show and I'm watching him and Shaq and Kenny and them racing to the board and whatnot, they talking basketball, they talking about not having championships. I don't hear the politics. So what happens is what people like Jason Whitlock have seemingly done is they'll take what he says on CNN and then they'll come over here to us as sports fans and say, hey, this is why you shouldn't like his sports takes. Because this is what he said about politics over here.
But I don't mind the politics. I don't
either. I don't mind it either. But I know how to separate the politics from the sports. And I know how to separate your politics from the person. It's like, so I'm not going to judge you because of your politics. We can debate your politics and certain things that we agree or disagree on. But I'm not going to judge you as a person because these are your politics. He's indicted Stephen A. and Charles Barkley because of their politics, and he's basically telling us, because a lot of his takes he tries to cater to sports fans, and he's trying to tell us this is why. Because remember, he said in his video, this is why they shouldn't be on ESPN, not why they shouldn't be on CNN or Fox News or some of the political channels. He's telling us this is why they shouldn't be on sports channels, and it's just like, bro, why are you trying to mix the two? Like they're on ESPN because of the sports talks and the comedic value. Not because of their politics, but I feel like he's trying to trick people into believing that this is why they're here. When I don't think that's why they were ever on ESPN. I don't think ESPN even cares.
No, I think Lamont, I think you're missing Whitlock's point about Stephen A. and Barkley. I think what Whitlock's saying, first, I have 100 times more respect for Whitlock than Stephen A. because it is so hard to be a conservative if you're in sports media. Because when you talk about the national media, when you talk about ESPN, ABC, NBC, ESPN, they all hate conservatives. They hate them. They will not allow anyone to have a prominent role on their stations. That includes TNT and CNN if they aren't to the left or liberal. So anybody like Sage Steele or Whitlock who has a conservative view is not welcome on the national media, especially after 2016 when Trump got elected and the media went to the left. But my point is what Whitlock's criticizing with Barkley and Stephen A. is that he thinks they're towing the left-wing line that the national media wants them to tow. He doesn't agree with their takes. Like Barkley has actually been a Republican for a lot of years. Barkley's been on the right. Now he shifted to the left. That's why he's on CNN, and that's why CNN is giving Barkley his own show. So what Whitlock is criticizing is that people are changing their views to toe the company line simply to make money, and they're giving takes that don't make any sense. And so I think, look, Whitlock plays the same game that Stephen A. and everyone else does. He says controversial things to generate ratings. Whitlock doesn't hate on anybody, including black men, more than anyone else. He just gives conservative takes to be a contrarian, to get ratings and make money like everybody else. That's the game. There's more money to be made in trashing people and players than saying positive things, because that's what generates views.
Okay, can I ask you one question, Brandon?
Yeah.
Whether it's athlete or just regular person or politician, give me the white athlete or white person he's actually ever criticized on his show.
Who for who?
Well, see, because what you said was
saying for Whitlock.
Yeah, for Whitlock. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I don't watch Whitlock that much, but he's criticized many people who are white. He criticizes people all the time.
No. I didn't ask you many people. I just said because when I was watching his channel and I saw he did a video trying to tear down Martin Luther King Jr., which again, I'm not saying it was all not factual.
Right.
Or or even when the timing of his video when he tried to criticize Kobe, which he took real facts, but it was the timing in which he chose to criticize Kobe. What I'm saying is, if it's balanced and he does this to everybody, is there one white person he's ever criticized to this degree?
Right, but I think you're missing the point, which is that Whitlock's audience is mostly black, just as Stephen A's audience is mostly black. So the reason why Stephen A and Whitlock are both mostly talking about black basketball players, black athletes, and black men is that's what their core audience is. I guarantee Whitlock has far more black than white ballers.
I have the Fearless podcast demographics right here in front of me.
Yeah,
but it's just a ratings game. It's just a money game, right? If Whitlock could make money criticizing white people, he'd do that. He's saying a lot of his takes are just for money. They're just for ratings.
Okay, so hold on,
I'm interested in that.
So here's the demographics right here. So from the Blaze, this was published by the Blaze Network. This is not by FYF or some third party site. So Jason Whitlock. 79% white Americans.
That's no way.
Base. 79% white Americans. 12% Hispanic. And then it just says the other represents the rest. The majority
but they have no way of knowing that. I mean, there's no way you can know the race of the people who are listening or watching these people. They don't know the race of these people. There's no way to know that.
Yeah, well, you know what it's called? I mean, there's a lot of things that they utilize to track race and things like that, tracking cookies and things of that nature. Yeah, there's ways to.
Yeah, there's definitely you can't know someone's. You can't know someone's race just by putting a cookie.
So this is the reason why you can. So one, surveys, apps, when they sign up for special deals, there's a million ways where you can get that data. I mean, they can even get the data sometimes just by scraping your address and just saying, okay, just this. And you live in a neighborhood that's primarily white demographic, so we can presume that you are white just based on your address. But there's a myriad of ways they can get that information and generally are pretty accurate on it. But remember, Brandon, that wasn't released by me. That was released by the Blaze.
So I don't think that's true, but I hear what you're saying. But my point is this: it's right. Whitlock's whole brand is being a contrarian. It's being a conservative. So Whitlock does things to promote his brand, to make money and get ratings. There's more money in trash. There's more money. There's much more money in ratings in trashing people than building them up. If you put a video out there saying LeBron opened a new school, great news, it gets no views. If somebody puts a video out saying LeBron is a fraud, he says things that exposed himself, you're going to get 100 times the views as a video about LeBron opening a new school. So that's the game. That's the game with social media today. It's trash players, knock people down, get ratings, get views. And so I don't understand why you're singling out Whitlock. He's playing the same game as everybody else.
I think what the problem with Whitlock and even that take, and I don't have well, I will share my problem with Whitlock, is he believes that he is cleaning up the streets. He believes he's cleaning up the world of sports journalism. He believes that he's cleaning up a lot of lies and sharing the truth. And that's what he's standing on. So to say that, if I talk...
So what's wrong with that?
The belief that you are actually cleaning it up?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
So what's wrong with that is you can't clean it up if you're only tearing people down and bringing people down.
But that's not what he does. Like, okay, I'll give you a great example, like Caitlin Clark, okay? So there are a lot of WNBA players who do not like Caitlin Clark because she is white, Christian, and conservative. So a great example is Cheryl Swoops. Cheryl Swoops went on Gilbert Arenas'... Wait, let me finish. Let me get my take off, okay? So Cheryl Swoops went on Gilbert Arenas' podcast, and she just blatantly lied about Caitlin Clark. She said she played 5 years. She was taking more shots than everyone. She hates her. And a lot of these people, has nothing to do with race. A lot of people on the left hate Caitlin Clark because she is conservative and Christian. And so they just blatantly say these things that are complete lies about her. So Whitlock went out and he said, look at Caitlin Clark. She's doing these phenomenal things. She has the potential to put the WNBA, a league that loses money every year, that only makes money, that only exists because the NBA subsidizes it through their TV deals. So Whitlock said, look, they hate Caitlin Clark because she's conservative, she's Christian, and to some extent because she's white. And so he went on and he said that, and he was right. And so I don't, like, Whitlock has good takes and bad like everybody else. But I don't have any issue with what he does. He's just promoting his brand. He's in the ratings game for money like everybody else. I don't know why you're singling him out. Stephen A. hates on people like Kwame Brown, who are black athletes, for money and ratings, the same as everybody else. They're all playing the same game. They just play it differently depending on what their brand is.
So I think that you just saying that shows that you didn't hear what I was saying. Because you said he's playing the ratings game. You said he's playing the ratings game and he's there to make money just like everybody else. And I'm saying Whitlock is trying to clean house. He's trying to stand on the truth. He's not playing the ratings game.
Come on. Do you actually believe that? You don't think that Whitlock's promoting conservative contrarian views for ratings and money? You think he's like Mother Teresa just trying to clean things up? They're all playing the game, man. It's a game.
So yeah, I don't believe. I think he has his conservative views because he's a conservative. So I don't believe it's just for ratings.
Right, but that's his brand. My point is that's Whitlock's brand. Whitlock's brand is he's a contrarian, he's a conservative. Like what you said before contradicts what you're saying now. Because Whitlock's whole view about how he's cleaning things up is because he thinks that Whitlock believes correctly that 90% of the national media is on the left. So he thinks he's bringing a contrarian conservative view to kind of, correct some of these false narratives about certain players and certain things. But that's his brand. So it's one and the same. Whitlock is conservative, but he also gets ratings and views by promoting conservative views because that's his brand.
I think you've convinced yourself that you've figured it out, and so while we can be on the same side.
Well, I think it's obvious. I mean, I think what I'm saying is very obvious. I don't think it's a unique take.
But on both sides, you're saying that he is going for ratings and for money, correct?
Yeah, he's a businessman. He doesn't work for a non-for-profit.
And then he is pointing out that Stephen A. Smith is doing things for money. And
yeah, he's playing the game.
But my point, the reason I actually listen to Whitlock and appreciate his takes is because he's not playing that game. And he's actually...
I mean, no offense, but if you actually think Whitlock's not playing the game, then I mean, you have your head up your ass. They're all playing the game. Like if Whitlock was not playing the game, then name one take that Whitlock has given that isn't conservative.
I wouldn't even say that.
Right, you can't give any because Whitlock promotes views that promote his brand, that promotes ratings. I mean, Whitlock is a businessman. He doesn't work for a non-for-profit, and that's my whole point. Is
Whitlock
they're all
is not a
playing
businessman.
the same game. They play the game differently depending on what their brand is and what they're trying to do, but they're all playing the same game.
Yeah, that's just not true. That's not true at all.
So why does it? So if Whitlock's not playing the game, why doesn't he give all his money away to non-for-profits? I mean, come on, dude.
That doesn't make any sense. You're talking about playing
they're
the
all
game.
Businessman. They're all promoting their brand and trying to make money.
Wait, Whitlock is what he claims to be as a journalist. He's
right.
Covering.
There are no journalists, dude. Journalism died 20 years ago. There's no journalists. Everybody's promoting their brand. They're covering stories. They're promoting what they want to promote. Everybody has an agenda. Whitlock has an agenda. Stephen A. has an agenda. Everybody has an agenda. There are no independent journalists. There's no fucking Seymour Hersh. There's no Walter Cronkite. Journalism's been dead for 20 fucking years, dude.
Again, you've had it figured out, right?
Okay, so name a journalist. Name one journalist who's independent that doesn't have an agenda today. Name one.
It's not that, listen, it's not that it's you don't have an agenda. It's you can come from this mainstream where they're telling you what to do, and you can go and do your own thing, speak your own truth, and then grow an audience based off of that. So that's what I'm saying. I believe,
right, but that's business. But you're describing that's business. That's not journalism.
It's not business. Stephen A. is saying is a yes man to the people at ESPN because and that's business. When he's just saying, okay, I'll just do whatever you say to do so that we can blah, blah, blah.
And Whitlock, and I like Whitlock, but Whitlock promotes views that he thinks his audience wants to hear because that's how he gets ratings, views, and he makes money. So Stephen A. caters to the bosses at ESPN, and Whitlock caters to his viewers. Guess what? That's my point. They both are playing the same game. They're both playing the ratings, views, and money game.
Yeah, I believe that Whitlock is what he claims to be is standing on truth and calling out and exploiting the people that are only doing things for money. And so to say that Whitlock is
Whitlock's
only doing that
it
for money,
no, I like Whitlock, but Whitlock is doing it for money too, though.
I believe
Jason Whitlock does not work for a non-for-profit, dude. He's got over 2 million Twitter followers. He's got his own show. He makes money.
To say, oh, he's not doing it for a non-for-profit, that doesn't matter. Like it's not okay. He has to pay his bills, sure, but his mission brings the money in.
Okay. His mission is to make money. Like what you talk about with journalism, okay? When you talk about journalists don't make millions of dollars. Journalism is about finding the truth. It's about having independent sources and cross-referencing information and corroborating and finding ways to get the truth out. Whitlock's not interested in the truth. I like Whitlock, but he has his own agenda. He has followers, he has views, he wants ratings.
Whitlock's not interested in the truth?
Whitlock is primarily interested in his brand, which is contrarian conservative views to get ratings, views, and money. Like, I'll ask you a simple question. Give me one take that Whitlock has given, which has been a progressive or liberal take. There aren't any because it doesn't promote his brand, views, or money.
The fact that you said Whitlock doesn't like he's you don't think that he's connected to the truth. The fact that he's
that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is Whitlock is a businessman before anything else.
Yeah, look, you're committed to this take on Whitlock. I like Whitlock, but I like the fact that he's exploiting some things that we've kind of all known. So I'm more interested in Whitlock's mission being tied to the truth, but you're saying Whitlock's just playing the game and he's playing it from another side, which that you appreciate. And I'm saying that's why I'm able to call out Whitlock and appreciate him on his good and his bad. The same way with Stephen A.
Like when you talk about Whitlock's, what you say is his quote mission is, right? Like Whitlock doesn't call out conservatives. He only calls out progressives and liberals because that's his brand. And there's nothing wrong with that, but that's his brand, his agenda, right? Whitlock is interested in his brand and his agenda, and that's fine, right? I like Whitlock, but he has a brand and agenda. He's a businessman. He's not like some fucking truth teller.
Well,
right?
why do you?
I mean, he's a good guy who has a brand.
You want him to? You like want him to have a liberal take? Maybe
No, I don't. You're missing my point. I don't want Whitlock to do anything. Whitlock's his own man. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. Right. What I'm saying is that Whitlock only promotes, and the left does the same thing. Like when you talk, the ESPN only promotes the left wing. Wait, let me finish. Okay.
Don't use right left.
What I'm saying is that ESPN promotes their view, that left-wing view. So ESPN doesn't want people at their station who are conservative like Sage Steele or Whitlock. They don't want those people. So, and that's why Jemele Hill got a job there, is because they wanted to promote that far left view. And that's why she got that show at 5 o'clock. It ultimately failed because her takes were horrible. But Whitlock is promoting his view, which is the right-wing conservative, that view. And so Whitlock's not Whitlock. I like Whitlock. He says good things. He says true things. But Whitlock is promoting his brand. He's not primarily interested in the truth. He's interested in his brand.
If that's what you believe, more power to you. I don't believe that. When you say going to ESPN or I don't think Disney can have a large population connect with a conservative person like Sage Steele. So that's
why do you say that?
Because that's the beginning of them losing control over people and people being in power.
But Disney's a business. They're not a government. Disney is a public corporation. They should be answering. They should be accountable to their shareholders. They're not. Their job's not to control people. I mean, if that's the view, then they need to replace the board and the executives. I mean, I grew up in the 90s, so I remember when ESPN was not political, and ESPN had many faces who were white and black. They had Robin Roberts, who was incredible. They had, they had people like Keith Olbermann. They had Craig Kilborn, and ESPN was not political in the 90s. And people on the left and right, conservative and liberal, all enjoyed ESPN. Now ESPN promotes left-wing trash. They basically excluded half of the United States population because they do nothing but hate on conservatives and the right. With most of their agenda. And that's why people like Sage Steele and Whitlock are not welcome at ESPN anymore.
And what's your take on Pat McAfee?
Well, McAfee's independent, but I think when you're talking about his show at ESPN?
Yeah, and the move to bring him in. And I think it's the beginning of more. So that's why I just say start there.
Okay, so yeah, here's my take on that. So ESPN was late to the game when you talk about podcasts and YouTube. So what ESPN is trying to do is they're trying to buy their competitors. So there are certain podcasts which have gotten huge, like Joe Rogan's and Pat McAfee's. And so what ESPN is trying to do is that ESPN realized they can't compete with people like Pat McAfee because they just don't have shows that operate the way that Pat McAfee's do. So they're essentially trying to buy podcasts and shows that are competing with them, but it's not going to work because there's a million podcasts. There's Draymond Green, there's JJ Redick, there's Pat McAfee. And so if you look at what's really happening with ESPN is they're losing viewers and subscribers every year. ESPN is old media, and old media is dying, and new media are shows like Pat McAfee. So sure, ESPN can give Pat McAfee a huge contract, but and Pat McAfee, like he does when he's on ESPN, he doesn't talk politics anyways. But my point is that ESPN is trying to buy competitors. They're trying to buy the most popular new media shows, and it's not going to work because new media can't be controlled. It's podcasts, as I said, like Green and Reddick's. It's all splintered and decentralized. And so ESPN is a dying brand. It's a dying network. It's just a question of when and how slowly it dies.
But when you say ESPN, like the people can't be controlled, you said that ESPN is not a government. So what do they care about control?
Right. I'm saying they shouldn't. And that's it. First of all, I mean, ESPN's controlled by Disney. And so Disney's very far to the left. And what I'm saying is part of the reason ESPN is failing and they're losing viewers is ESPN is promoting a political agenda. And that's very different than ESPN, as I said, in the 90s. When in the 90s, ESPN wasn't political at all, and it was far more popular. Now it's taken a decision, especially since 2016, to go far to the left. And most people, almost half the country, doesn't watch ESPN anymore, in part because of the views and the agenda they promote.
I mean, look, I feel like I work with these names that we're talking about, and so there's no way to. I'm not going to talk negatively about certain things. At the same time, I understand fully what's going on. I don't really have. I don't want to see a world where ESPN dies off. I don't think it's going to happen because of live sports, and that's not going anywhere. It's just, how do they keep up with what's happening in 2024 and beyond? The move to get Pat McAfee is a step in the right direction, and there's going to be a lot more of it. I think once they realize that our population and the next generation does not lean as far left as they think, they'll realize that a right conservative leaning show is just as creative, if not better, for TV than what they've had. And there's still a way where their viewership does not have to just die down.
Right. But so I don't think you're right. And here's why. So ESPN has very clearly made a decision. Well, I'll clarify my take, okay? So ESPN has clearly made a decision since Trump was elected in 2016 that ESPN has made clear that they as a network think Republicans, conservatives, anyone on the right is a white supremacist and they're racist. So ESPN will not put prominent conservatives on their network because the view of the left, the view of ESPN, is that they're all racist, which is ridiculous and wrong. But ESPN is not going to promote anything conservative as long as Trump is the face of the Republican Party. So I disagree with your take there.
I never said that, though. What do you mean? You disagree with what take?
No, but you said, okay, so what I heard you say is that ESPN is going to be willing to put a conservative and give them their own show. And I'm saying right now that would never happen. Maybe the show died here. I don't know. Okay.
No, if the new joiner wants to add something, I would allow them to add to it.
I'm just saying, like,
I did not say that ESPN.
I think you're being delusional when you say that ESPN would give a conservative a prominent show at the network. Like, ESPN has made a very clear decision that conservatives are not welcome at their network. Like, a great example is Sage Steele talked about how when she was, wait, hold on, let me finish. So Sage Steele talked about her time at ESPN, and Sage Steele is not like some raving Trump supporter conservative. Sage Steele is a very down-to-earth, smart person, and she talked about how she was tweeting in the corner of bathroom stalls and getting emails at night telling her not to promote the fact that transgender people shouldn't be able to destroy women's sports. I mean, Sage Steele talked about the broken and toxic culture at ESPN, and that's not a culture that's going to give a conservative a prominent show.
Hey, hold on, Brandon. Go on mute real quick. A man is here, and a man is speaking.
Your mic is all fucked up.
Right,
it's very low.
All right, can y'all OS niggas hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right, go on mute real quick. A man is speaking. You too, the other guy that was speaking. So
I'm definitely not going on mute.
Wait, hold on. You got a problem or something, bro?
Do I have a problem? No, I'm just not going on mute.
Bro, come at me. Come at me, bro. Come at me. You want to fucking go? We can go, bro. Like, for real. Like, go the fuck on mute. I just want to
Who is he talking to?
You said what? No, but go ahead, though.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I'm gonna let y'all get back to the white on white violence. Like, but Brandon, I actually think you were making a valid point. But I do think that viewership is going down just because people are viewing things like differently. We don't view things how we did in the 90s and the early 2000s. Niggas coming on YouTube, they don't want to sit through a full show, a first take, and we can just go look at the highlights. We get to skip the commercials and all the other bullshit. We go directly to what we want to listen to and what we want to view. But go ahead, man. Back to y'all niggas and arguing about white on white violence.
Yeah, no, just quickly though, like if you look at ESPN shows, like First Take is their only successful show. I mean, none of their other shows are doing very well. First Take is the only show on ESPN that consistently does well with ratings. And that's my whole point about how ESPN's a dying breed. And it's not just social media and YouTube, that's part of it. But the other thing is ESPN has decided to promote a political agenda. And most people don't want politics mixed with sports. And so outside of First Take, you look at ESPN shows, that they're all at the bottom for ratings.
People do not care about politics being mixed with sports. A lot of people don't care about specific politics, like, you know, the whole Black Lives Matter bullshit. A lot of people are petty. A lot of people are spoiled. And I'm specifically your people, Brandon. A lot of your people
who are my people?
Spoiled bitches that can't
wait, can you define what you mean by my people?
White people, Brandon.
Okay, so you're saying all white people?
No, your kind of white people.
Well, I don't know what my kind. I don't know what my kind is.
The ones that cry like little bitches when they don't get their
well, you're the one crying like a bitch.
Well, bro, you want to come at me, bro?
Yeah. Wait, you're trying to play. You're the one coming at me. Now you're trying to play the victim.
Bro, you want to come at me or not, bro? Like, let me fucking talk.
I'm just giving my take.
Dude, you're fucking like, bro. I'm trying to talk, and you're fucking talking. We both can't talk. We can sing at the same time. We both can't talk at the same time.
You've talked plenty. Go ahead.
All right, bro. Go the fuck on mute. So what I'm saying is that I want to say this with being respectful. A lot of your people cry like bitches. We need white men to be manly again, because white men have turned into the new white woman, where everything is something for them to cry about. They pout when they can't get their way. They pout when there's a different political view. Like you have to stop crying like bitches. Like, you're crying like bitches. That is what your people are starting to be made of, and I don't like it. Where's the old racist white people? We miss the old school white people where they weren't afraid to go out there. Hold on, go the fuck on mute. They weren't afraid to go out there and be racist. They were racist with their
I'm not
chest.
crying about anything.
Right, but hold on. You're interrupting me, though. Be a man and compose yourself like the old school white men used to do. So what I'm saying is, it's pretty much this, right? You guys are bitching and moaning because America is not how it used to be. Now we got illegal immigrants over here taking our jobs, and you guys are just fucking having your menstrual cycles all over the web. Like, let's stop acting like politics hasn't always been a part of sports. Y'all
not to this extent. Not to this extent. No.
It's not politics. It's your worldview. It's not.
It's
politics.
both. It's both. It's politics and worldview.
Wait, y'all want to come at me, bro?
Bro, what are you talking about when you say that?
This guy is a chip on his shoulder. Nobody's coming at you.
Fucking come at me, bro.
What are you looking for?
Fucking come at me, bro. Like, bro, I'll fucking kill you, bro.
Wait.
Why do I come back and this is what I hear, man? Come on, man. Y'all got to be better than that, man. Chill out.
Don't care. Wait,
I know y'all joking. I know y'all joking.
Wait, I have a simple question for you on illegal immigration, though. Okay, so do you think illegal
immigration?
Do you think illegal immigration hurts?
We were not there.
Okay,
we just went there.
Do you think illegal immigration hurts the black or white community more?
Black.
I think it hurts the black because they're pushing.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I think it hurts anyone who's actually American because
and I agree with that too. I think there's two answers. You can't be wrong. I think it affects both. I think it's something that needs to get addressed. And I think there's a certain sector of the media that's trying to create narratives as if it's doing some type of harm to the Latino community when actually the U.S.-based Latino community, the Latino Americans, are also getting negatively impacted by it as well, and they are for it as well. So, but there are Democrats that are trying, for whatever reason. I think the Democrats are doing it. They have an agenda. There's a agenda to sneakily get more votes somehow, and that's one of their ways.
100%.
Lamont, do you think
right.
they recognize
that? But they're putting these illegal immigrants in mostly poor communities, and they're putting a lot of these, like in Chicago where I'm from, they're putting a lot of these illegal immigrants in the black community. They're not putting them in rich communities in the suburbs.
Yeah, well, you know how we know? Because we're in the communities they're putting them in.
Yeah, no, I see the stories and I hear them
Lamar,
too. Yeah.
He's breaking news that
Yeah, as I said,
No, I'm not breaking anything. I'm stating facts.
No, hold on. So Lamar, let me ask you a question though. Do you think that the Democrats are understanding that black people are actually waking up now and saying,
Yeah.
you know what? Y'all have bamboozled us for so long. Y'all have come into our communities. You've done the newest black dance. You've tried the Popeyes chicken sandwiches. You've kissed babies. And then once you got our votes, you left and there was nothing.
Well, the worst thing that ever happened to the Democrats was Biden coming in and Trump getting put out. And then that's when I think a lot of them started seeing the staunch difference, because they were thinking, okay, Biden should be the solution after having Trump. And then when Trump leaves, it's just like, damn, it is a big difference. But I think the biggest difference is with the local politics. I think a lot of people struggle. I think where the black community needs to do better is with local politics. I think black community focuses too much on that, on the national stuff, and where it's less impactful. When I think you got to focus on local. Who's your judges? Who's your councilmen? And who's your prosecutors? That's where I'll say. Remember we was talking earlier about networking. You know how many people I know have gotten off because their families have networks and relationships with certain judges. Judges are more prone to be more lenient on certain families because there's a network there. And you can say that's right or wrong, but that's just how the world works. It's built on networking. And I've seen it happen time and time again. And blacks are never going to get that extra little bit of leniency in some of these courtrooms if these judges don't feel like your community is directly responsible for him being in the office. Yeah, if that judge knows he has a little bit of allegiance to that community, because they look at these demographics, they look at where the votes come from, and they look at that address that you put down on that paper. Because remember, a lot of judges will ask, when you get charged and that magistrate judge is trying to determine what your bond is, they ask, okay, what's your address, where you live? When they ask that question, they're really trying to figure out, okay, what community are you in? And if you write down on that, black or white, if you live in that community, okay, and things are going to look a little different from you, and that's just how the world works. And I think some people call it racism, some people call it favoritism, but networking is king, man. Networking is king.
Lamont, do you think that a lot of, and I guess I'll say like even younger black people, get dick riding and networking confused, kissing ass and networking confused?
Yeah, they do. They try to make it seem like a bad thing. And I remember one time I didn't have my license and stuff together when I was back in Indiana, and I would drive to another county to go hoop on Sundays called Benton County, all white community. But one of those people that used to be in that gym hooping was the judge. They had one judge in that town. The town was so little. That cop pulled me over, gave me a driving while suspended. When I went into that courtroom, me and that judge looked at each other. Let me go ahead and dismiss this, man. Make sure you don't do that again. Hey, and he found a reason to dismiss it.
Yeah.
He was asking the cop, like he literally went out of his way to ask the cop how he pulled me over. This ain't right. Oh, that wasn't right. Threw it out. But just that slight bit of networking, that tells you right there, networking is king over race, over all that BS that people try to complain. You just got to get out there and do a little bit of networking, man. It's who you know. So
Lamont, they asking for the link.
Sam. Oh, they are? My bad. Let me drop this link out here.
Brandon, what you think about that though? I guess.
Wait, I didn't hear your question.
No, I'm just saying, like, what do you think about what Lamont just said?
I don't think the left has any respect for the black community. Like when I look at the way that the people on the left, like Biden, try and court the black vote. And like a great example was in 2020 when Biden, who supported segregation for 30 years, he wrote the 94 crime bill, which put millions of mostly young black men in jail for nonviolent drug offenses. And Biden said, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. And so, for somebody to say that, it shows you they have no respect for the black community. Like every time the left tries to get the black vote, they say America's racist, the police are murdering black people, and they don't talk about fixing the school system. They don't talk about any of the issues that the black community cares about. And so I don't think the left cares or respects the black vote because they get 90% of the vote every election.
Here's the problem, though, Brandon. Here's the problem. Both sides, the right and the left, play that game because this is why I say I don't blame the left for using manipulative tactics to get the vote, and I don't blame the right for using manipulative tactics to get the vote. I blame the Ice Cube is the only one that really had it right. And when he said this is all a game. And so what you have to do is you have to go to this side and say, here's our demands. I don't care what this game is you want to play, but if you want our vote, this is what we putting on the table. We need these demands. And if you can't do it, all right, we're going to go to the other side. I don't care what games y'all got going on with this, that, X, Y, and Z. I don't care what your beliefs are on X, Y, and Z over here.
Yeah.
Here's our list of
Ice
demands.
Cube came out in favor of Trump.
But what you have to do is you have to put your money, you have to basically, to be honest with politics, you basically have to put your money where your mouth is. If you want certain bills enacted in your favor, you have to get people that are willing to put up millions of dollars, and you have to get politicians, and you have to put it behind certain politicians who, you know, when you financially back them, they are in bed with you. They have to put in and enact policies that are in favor for your beliefs and what you need for your community, because you I think what blacks is we run around asking people for, hey, I need this policy, but you ain't put a dime into their pocket. Unfortunately, the way politics has gotten so ugly on both sides, you damn near got to start buying stuff the way you need it right. If you want stuff done, you got to just start putting money in the right places to get stuff done. We keep running around saying, can y'all please do this, man? We really need it, man. And everybody's like, yeah, we get to it when we get to it. Like, you know, I guarantee you right now, if you put enough money on the right person's side, on the Republican side, if you really wanted reparations, if you could really fund it, you Oprah and them guys, if they put their money in, I'm telling you, we can make reparations happen tomorrow if you put the right money in the right places. But the thing is, they have no desire to get to that because there ain't no monetary incentive for them to get to it.
So, but I think the Democratic Party itself can't handle the world that we're moving into. Like, that's why they're holding on. That's why they're bringing in these illegal immigrants. Like, they can't fathom a world beyond that plantation still having full control over the minds of more than half of the population.
But see, y'all say left and y'all say right. Yeah. I see both of them acting a damn fool. I see both of them.
But I think
so. The right never had that capability to. I'm with you. I think. I mean, I like Trump in 2016. But I don't like him anymore because of what the vaccine and stuff. So I think for myself, I don't really go back on left and right. I could just, all I'm saying is
Trump helped develop the vaccine.
That's the problem.
No, I don't think so.
The vaccines are successful.
Not in my mind, not what they did to my family, not what they did to my people.
They started developing a vaccine for COVID.
Every vaccine has a side effect.
I'm a bio major.
Hold on one second, Tay.
I'll let you.
Hold on one second, Tay. Just to be actually correct, because you know how YouTube gets. They started working on a vaccine for COVID under the Obama administration.
SARS.
That's when they started. They've been like this strand of the coronavirus is not foreign. They've always known about it. They haven't always had a vaccine for it because it was in. So they had a program that they were spending millions on trying to develop a vaccine. And then that program got shut down. I don't know if it was by the Obama organization or by the Trump.
Yeah, wasn't it like since
but ultimately that program got nixed to create funding for something else. And so they had a lot of so a lot of people think that they just created this vaccine overnight, which isn't true. A lot of the research required for the vaccine they already had in place, which is why they were able to create that vaccine as fast as they did, because a lot of the heavy lifting on the research had already been done. And so whoever was in place was going to get credit for it. And it is what it is. So it's something like these scientists aren't stupid, man. They're not. Yeah. But I don't know how to feel about the vaccine and the actual media
Hey, Lamont,
pushed around it.
they
Yo, yo.
saying.
Can I
Oh, go
say
ahead,
something?
bro.
I'm a
Yo,
bio
can I say
major, and
something real
I'm
quick?
literally okay. I'll let you go.
Who was that? Hold on, Tay was there though. Hold on, who was that?
All right, go ahead.
I was gonna. I'm a bio major, and I have worked with people who make these vaccines. A lot of what y'all talking, like SARS, which is COVID. I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
don't know if I can say that word on here.
Yeah, you
SARS
can
is not a new virus, just like the influenza virus, which is flu.
Thank you.
None of these viruses are new. There's just different strands that come out. So like, I don't want to get too sciencey because it's gonna like, it's like it's hard to understand the super science stuff, right? So like there's certain different like grams of bacteria. There's some different viruses. First of all, virus is not the same as gram, not the same as bacteria. So like there are things in place that we've done in the past with studying these viruses and how they convert RNA, how they attach onto our DNA and create RNA, stuff like that, blah, blah, blah. But like to say that like this just happened overnight is a little ridiculous. Like SARS is not new. Influenza is not new. There's just different strands that come out that are under different sectors. So like this, like it's just a bunch of especially with like the whole mRNA being transferred. mRNA is already completed. You can't. It's like it's already being sent out. You can't like your mRNA cannot be touched. It's already packaged. It's already sent out. It's already has its code. It can't go back into the cell. It's impossible. So like I just feel like a bunch of people aren't in my field and are just being misinformed about what vaccines and what vaccines and what viruses do, what they actually are, and that's all I wanted to say. It's just a little bit like would you?
Yeah, I think when you look at politics, a lot of people have agendas. So I think it's good to use numbers and facts. And so if you look at the right's talking about school choice. That would benefit the black community significantly. The right's talking about controlling the border and stopping illegal immigration.
Yeah, but
that
we've
would
been
help
had
the black
school choice.
community significantly. The
Yeah,
left is not talking about anything that would benefit the black community.
Brandon, hold on. This is the thing. This is the problem. When I specifically remember when I was little, right? People act like school choice doesn't exist. And remember, school choice, you guys, is more of a state to state thing. If you want select schools in your state, you need to be looking at your government and your local politicians, because when I was little, we had a program called Select Schools, where if a particular school had a program that you were interested in, you could get bussed out to that particular school as long as you were in that program. And so I remember selecting Crispus Attucks. I remember selecting my high school and my middle school with the Select School program because I wanted to get into the mass communications program at Tech. And I wasn't even supposed to be going to Tech. And even in middle school, when I went to Crispus Attucks, far away from me. So that's a state thing. And when we try to make it a national thing,
but the federal government can play a big role too.
No, the federal government, I'm telling you guys right now, they've been doing select schools in certain states if you voted in your local state policy. So that was there for me, and it's still there right now in Indiana. So that's a state thing. That's what I tell people.
Right, but that's because Indiana's a conservative state. A great example is Washington D.C. had a voucher program that Obama ended when he came.
Brandon. So this is what I'm saying. If we're gonna inform the people, don't trick them into believing that voting a Republican in as the president is going to get them select schools.
No, but it will help. It will help because
it will not help.
School choice.
It won't. Yes, it will help. It will.
Voting
you know how,
at the local levels.
I know. I don't think people realize how much power these governors have. Sometimes these governors can override the president with certain things in their state. Sometimes these governors the governor in your state, I promise you, has more power than any president will have over your state. We've seen certain governors reject the presidents from sending the National Guard into certain states. These governors got more power. So that's why I say if you
I'm not Lamont, I'm not arguing that. Obviously the 10th Amendment gives governors more power than the president. But what I'm saying is you're wrong to say the president doesn't have a huge role in promoting things like school choice, because the federal government can condition funding with the Department of Education to schools and districts that favor school choice. The government can give money to states that want to promote school choice.
Hey, the number one way to waste money is to start creating school funding bills with the federal government. That money ends up
Right.
going to
But
the
school
Twilight
choice
Zone.
is not a school funding bill.
Okay, so hold on. Select schools is a program that every state can implement if you really put it on that next governor. So when the next government election comes up in your state, if you and your community started pushing that and said, if you want our vote, we need you to start working on a program that implements select schools. Then you'll start getting it. But if you start saying, hey, Trump, I'm in Maine, can you help us get select schools? You know what he's gonna say? Yeah, I would love for you to get select schools. We're really gonna push for it, and I need you to vote for me. And you know what's gonna happen when you get elected? You ain't getting no goddamn select schools. That's exactly
let me explain to you why that's wrong. So school choice is very
You can't
easy.
explain. That's his
Hold
opinion.
on, let me finish. School choice is very easy in urban areas where there's a lot of schools. But school choice is let me finish. The federal government can give money to states that are doing school choice programs because there are a lot of states that don't do school choice because they don't want schools to close down. And so the federal government has enormous, unlimited resources to help states with their school choice programs. But the Democrats and the left will never do school choice because they're totally beholden to the teacher union.
Why are so many schools in Chicago getting shut down?
Why? Because Chicago's horribly run. It's one of the worst run cities in America.
Brandon, why do mothers...
If I could just
Chicago's
throw in
losing
one
business.
Hold on.
Chicago's losing business because of crime too.
Can I get let me get Jonathan in here, and I got to get to Nar, and let me get to Jonathan. Jonathan pulled up. Jonathan, what's good, man?
I just want to clear. You hear me good?
Yeah, we hear you. What's good, man?
Yeah, we hear you.
So I just want to clear something up, Lamar. Like I respect you, your coach, and the way you break down everything. Like I think you're great at what you do, but politics is not one of them. Like you,
I don't profess to be a politician.
No, I know, but you have a lot of people like me that watch your show, like listen to you, and you said something earlier about how they're both playing the same thing, like how they're both doing the same thing, and you know, and that's the reason you don't know you make that statement is because you're not really into politics, and what I am into politics, and what I'm telling you is that Democrats tend to kind of to a fault. They tend to always trying to fix problems to a fault. And Republicans keep blocking everything. For example, during the Obama years,
Hold on, let him talk.
during the Obama years, we came out of recession. He was handled a fucked up government, broken government, right? We came out of it, gave it to Trump. He benefited from having a good working economy after we dug out of the recession, right? COVID hit. The only job Trump had to do was deal with COVID.
Oh my God.
That's all he had to do.
More people have died from COVID under Biden than Trump.
We gave you all that time, and that's where you were going with it.
Let me finish.
Trump got the vaccine too.
The vaccine came out in November.
No, the vaccine came out under Operation Warp Speed with Trump and Moderna.
In his last year.
Right, but Moderna developed their vaccine with the Trump administration under Operation Warp Speed.
And let him finish. Let him finish, please.
Exactly that. The vaccine was developed during Trump years. The last 2 months, remember, Trump was still in office to January 20th. There was nothing done. Nothing done, even though it came out before he left office. He washed his hands.
What do you mean nothing done? They were delivering the vaccine.
What do you want to do?
Hold on.
He's just lying.
Let him finish. Hold on. Jonathan, can I ask you one question though?
Sure.
So just on, because I don't want to get too deep into it, because I kind of get the gist of what you're saying. I think what I'm saying is, from it seems like with politicians, both sides, it seems like both sides have focused so much so on warring with each other that neither side really gets things done.
Yes.
And so what I'm saying is, if we're just talking about the black vote, right, which is kind of stupid to say. I don't even like saying the black vote, but let's just say the black vote. What I'm saying is we need more representation that is willing to go to either side. Doesn't matter who's in office. I don't care. He could be Republican. He could be an alien. He could be. You got to be willing to go to any side and say, look, you are in power. I'm willing to work with you. But this is what we need. And if you need funding in these particular areas, we're willing to, if you need funding for your campaign, but see you can't be scared to be looked at as, oh, you backing a Republican? Oh, you backing a Democrat? You got to say, no, I'm just backing somebody that's willing to take on my concerns and issues.
So and what I'm telling you is that it's being done. The problem is it's being done. You have
the big Ramaswamy.
Well, why don't they close the border then if they care so much about the black community?
Let me finish. You have Republican governors, right? Like Massachusetts, right? Traditionally, it's a Republican governor. Maryland traditionally had a Republican governor. You work with those governors; they get elected, whether they're Republicans and Democrat, and they find a way to work on things, right? The problem is at a federal level. Anytime you propose legislation to help out to help out specifically the black community, stuff gets voted down. And that's what it is. It comes down. Remember, it's not a king. It's not Biden comes in, he does what he wants to do. No, it still takes Congress to pass those.
It's true.
So how do we send $200 billion to Ukraine?
Hold on, y'all.
Obama had the House and Senate his first term.
3 months, my nigga. For 3 months.
Yeah, and he did nothing. And it wasn't 3 months. It was 3 years. For 3 years, not 3 months. It was for 3 years.
Okay, hold on. I want to hear Jonathan.
It's easy to look it up. It's easy to look it up. You look it up.
Right, you're wrong.
Special election.
Brandon, even if he's wrong, Brandon, I'll let you explain that in a minute. I just want to hear him out still.
Okay, that's fine.
So he had it for the first 3 months, then they had a special election for the Massachusetts senator, and he came in. It was a 50-50. And if you know how the Senate works, they need 60 votes to pass anything. And that's why nothing gets done in the Senate, because you need 60 votes, which you never have.
And would you agree, Jonathan, that those votes can't get agreed upon because you have people arguing or towing party lines?
Yes,
that's why.
100%.
That's exactly 100%. What I'm saying.
I'm gonna completely cook this guy.
Lamont, but it's not because of lack of trying from the Democratic side. It's the lack of doing anything.
No. I'm not saying
this guy has an agenda.
Hold on, but what I'm saying, Jonathan, is I'm not saying, Jonathan, that there aren't Democrats or even Republicans that don't try. What I'm saying is, at some level, whether I don't care what level is at some level, it gets to a point where when we're trying to get to the resolution of something, we get to a stopping point because somebody at some level is literally bickering and because they want to play party lines and we can't get nothing done. This is why we have the government shutdowns and things of that nature.
Lamont, that more often than not, it's the Republican side.
Okay, we get it. You have an agenda. You don't think for yourself.
And hold on. To Jonathan's point, the Republicans have been known for that.
Wait. So Jonathan, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so Jonathan, when Trump was in power, the black community had historically high home ownership, except for the home bubble, historically low unemployment. Trump reformed the judicial system, and he gave historically high funding to HBCUs. He also secured the border. Name one thing in 8 years, Obama.
So
Name one. You went on for 10 minutes. Here's a question. Name one thing in 8 years Obama did for the black community. Name one.
Yo, Lamont, can I speak? I got a Laker game to watch.
Are you serious? Are you serious with this question?
Yeah, name one. Name one.
Obamacare by itself. Obamacare by itself.
Obamacare.
Yes.
Healthcare costs have never been higher for people. Obamacare is a total failure. Most states don't even have choices. Obamacare. You just cooked yourself.
Let me answer your question. Let me answer your question.
Obamacare.
You say no. Historic numbers. Right now, you could Google it. Biden's numbers are way better on those stats that you just listed.
Wait. For income? For income, they're not. The black community's been crushed by inflation.
Look it up.
Okay, but incomes are going down adjusted for inflation. You have to adjust income for inflation. The black community has been crushed by high prices and lower wages. When Trump was in office, prices were lower and wages were higher. You're looking at nominal wages, not real wages. You don't understand economics.
If you don't understand economics, it's supply and demand.
Okay, so did the black okay, Jonathan, did the black community have more purchasing power when Trump was in power or now with gas at $4, with milk at $20? Was the black community doing better under Trump or Obama? Trump under Biden? Come on.
That's dumb.
Where do you live? The gas is at $4.
Yo,
Gas is $6 in California, Jonathan. You got to get out, buddy.
Hold on. Hey, hold on, y'all.
Well, a lot of people.
Hold on, y'all. You're just yelling, y'all. We can't hear nothing, y'all. Y'all both just yelling. I've been trying to keep it just like, it's like when me and Moses was going back and forth.
I'm citing facts. He's citing opinions.
I got you. But just like when me and Moses was talking, that's why I didn't have a whole bunch of people on. We just talking, man. We ain't got to. This ain't no. What I'm saying is, look, just look. Gas. I ain't gonna lie. California, y'all crazy. California gas always been high. I don't care who the president.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second, Jonathan. Jonathan, hold on 1 second. I got you muted right here, Jonathan. So what I'm saying, it don't matter because I drive from Arizona. Because and another reason. Hold on. Also, you guys, this is something that a lot of people don't know, but there's like some type of beef with the Arizona government and the California government, and so schools in California, they won't pay for their teams to travel to Arizona. They won't pay for the game. Like it's so much petty stuff going on from a state to state basis that the federal government has nothing to do. So when you look at some of these prices and some of these things, especially going across the Arizona border into California, some of these things are just pettiness and beefs between one state and the other, and it has no particular. It has nothing to do with. It has nothing to do with the federal government. So sometimes these gas station prices are hiked just because they're slightly closer to the Arizona border. I mean, I know this because the school tells me, okay, these are the gas stations you want to strategically go to because
but prices across the board are high, not just gas.
No, but gas prices in California have always been high. Gas stations,
right? But they've been a lot higher under Biden than they were under Trump. It does matter. It matters a lot to middle and low income people. It does matter.
No, but it's been like California has been hard to live in, no matter if it's Democrat or Republican. Man, it's been extremely expensive to live in, man.
People still live there.
Lamont, let me
right, but the other thing is these taxes that the left proposes. What people on the left, like this guy, doesn't understand is that corporations don't pay taxes; consumers do. So when California raises taxes on gas stations, consumers pay those taxes, not companies.
We know that you're saying all this stuff.
Well, that's what the left supports: high taxes on corporations that the consumers will pay.
I'm going to tell you.
Hold on, who's the guy that's been trying to talk?
I haven't talked yet.
Jamar, go ahead. I'm gonna go to Jamar, then I got to go to VA Money Group because he just pulled up as well. Go ahead, and then I got to get to who hasn't
Obamacare.
Go ahead. My bad, Jonathan. I'm gonna come right back to you, Jonathan. Let me get to
because I'm gonna explain to you why the gas is
Arizona
is higher.
Yeah, because Biden won't drill. That's why gas prices are high.
Oh my God, man! Read the room.
Brandon, it's easy to look it up, dude.
Yeah, that's whatever.
Gas prices have been much higher under Biden than Trump.
Hey, hold on, y'all. I got to get to Jamar. AP the Great. Look, Brandon's talking to Jamar, not me, Brandon. See, AP the Great is just one of them people. He's like the common traditional Democrat Republican. They just come in on one side already, had their mind made up. They don't know what the hell going on. They just say, "I'm already taking a side." We see this, see this in the basketball. Let me go to Jamar though. Go ahead, Jamar.
Yo, Lamont, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, what's good?
Yo, no, I was gonna say, so with that illegal immigration thing, which is pretty much hyped up by the media. So the funny part about it, right, is almost any legit politician, bill-wise, not verbally.
You have record crossings at the border. That's a fact.
Let him finish, Brandon.
Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about.
I do. Those are facts.
He does know what you're talking about. He just can't listen.
You just can't listen. Just
shut up.
It's just a blatant lie.
Okay, but let him get to. I didn't even know he hadn't got a sentence out.
I didn't even make a point.
All right, that's fine.
So what I was gonna say, and to go to Lamont's point, where they're both pretty much the same. So recently, right?
Not the same.
recently CNN all of a sudden just flipped into like, oh my God, there is this illegal immigration thing, right? They just flipped. So there was a bill that was passed, a bipartisan bill a few weeks ago, where it was probably the harshest bill against illegal immigration. Like it was literally crafted by Republicans and right wingers, right? And Joe Biden has been pushing that, by the way. It's the most extreme immigration bill in years.
Right. It's an election year. It's just a game.
Shut up.
By
so I
a
can
Republican.
finish.
By a
It's
Republican.
actually supported by the Border Patrol, by the way.
Yes.
But
the union.
then it was tanked by the Republicans a few days later after supporting it. Why? And then, by the way, when they asked, including Fox News, asked them, why are you not supporting this bill? And they just can't come up with a reason. And then
No, they did say
Biden.
it. They did say it.
So why didn't Biden introduce this bill for 3 years until an election year? Oh, because he doesn't give a shit about the border.
So Lamont, if they did, Lamont, does it matter when they introduce it? They just introduced it.
Yes,
but was
it does, because it shows he doesn't care about the black community or the border, that he waited until an election year to introduce the bill. You're getting played.
Brandon, hold on. Yeah, look. This is Brandon. This is the one thing. This is why I said what I said. See, as with the black vote, we gotta stop going into these potential elections thinking that these people actually care about us.
Come on, let me cook.
Right, it's just a game.
No, but thank you, Brandon. And that's what I was telling Jamar, and I know he disagrees with me to a certain degree. That's fine. But I said if we as a community approach these politics like it's a big game, then we just got to start playing the game to get what we want.
It's about leverage. It's a game.
Lamont, let me just.
And sometimes playing the game means funding a politician.
Jonathan's married to the Democratic Party.
Yes.
No, he doesn't sound like that. Hold on. Let me let Jamar finish out. My bad.
What I was going to say, because someone kept screaming, wouldn't let me finish my sentence, was basically the report is this. Basically, these Republicans started coming out against the bill that they even helped craft it, that the Border Patrol started.
Because they know it's an election year game.
Because, yes, that's
let him finish, man, Brandon.
And that's my point. It's a game, you idiot. So what I was trying to prove is Trump even told them a bill that Republicans have always won, that Biden supports. Trump was like, don't give them the win. So who really supports illegal immigration?
Exactly.
You can have it right now to close the border.
Oh my God. You guys, you're a checkers player if that's the way you think.
Bro, I got a Laker game.
It's a game. If you really cared about the policies, you wouldn't be caring about
because Biden's just going to open the border up if he gets reelected because he doesn't give a shit about the border.
That's your fan fiction, bro. That's all I was going to say.
Listen.
That's your fan fiction.
Hold on. Go ahead, Nar.
Listen. I'm not going to say nothing. Stay too long. Brandon and Jonathan, y'all both the same people. Listen.
Yep.
Yes.
Listen.
No.
Do not speak, Brandon. Do not speak.
I am not married to any political party.
I agree. Do not speak.
What?
You and Jonathan came on here. Y'all literally are a microcosm of what is actually going on.
I agree.
It's the same coin, just a different side.
I agree.
No party cares about the Negro. So why the fuck?
Thank you.
Are we listen? No party cares about the Negro, and this is what this is about. You keep saying the far left and don't care about the black, like the far right cares about the black people. Nobody cares. And to Lamont's point, it's all a game. They call us the black vote because
it is the black vote.
Yeah,
because they want to be able to get our.
They want to be able to win. Whoever can win the black vote can probably win an election.
Neither side cares about the American people at this point. That's the problem.
Exactly.
I agree there too. That's where it's starting to go.
It's not even black. It's America.
Right. But Jamar, the views of the Republican Party on immigration and education align with the black community. The Democrats' views don't.
I got to watch the GOAT. I got to watch
who cares
the
about
GOAT.
your
Let me
views?
cook.
So
listen.
Go ahead.
And this American, this illegal immigrant, bro. If you're not a Negro, you are not a true American. I don't know the definition of American is the copper-colored races found here. You niggas not copper-colored. So when you hear us talking about, you come on here, this Jason Whitlock, we could speak about Jason Whitlock speaking about our people because he doesn't do it to any other people.
Right.
We understand they're all a part of the system. They're all coons. We know they're all coons. We know they all go to these Hollywood parties. We know what they all do. But we could speak on Jason Whitlock only targeting our people. I don't know why that's so hard for you to understand, bro.
So,
and
I can
lastly,
speak.
if voting change anything, it will be illegal. If it changed anything,
Oh
it would be
shit.
illegal.
Talk your
Literally.
shit.
If if we could actually do anything with our vote, it would be illegal. We're just this orphan child the Republicans run to, the Democrats run to sell us dreams to get us hyped, get us on this train for nothing.
So
we shouldn't participate in politics at all. We should just tribe up.
Wait,
because
what?
Nah,
you
I don't
you
agree
heard,
with
you
that,
heard
man.
no
You
let
have
me
to-
agree
That's
with that.
you
That's
could.
nihilism politics.
Now you went to left field with it.
Yeah,
No,
that's nihilism right there.
y'all can say
You said all that to say not even participate.
Let me say something.
You wasted that whole 10 minutes.
All right,
I don't co-sign that over here on FYF
Hey, Lamont,
Sports.
we gotta put
Listen,
this shit
Yeah,
on
that's
GPS.
nihilism.
Let me finish so I can get back to work.
Listen, we
Oh, my-
had we had a black president. What did he do?
Nothing.
Yeah, but y'all put
Well,
too much
somebody
stock
thinks
on it, bro.
Obamacare was a big win for the
But
black
listen,
community on here.
saying
Hold on.
Horrible.
The fact that we had, and this is to answer Jamar's question, and I'm gonna go to Jonathan because I know he has to get out of here. The fact that we had a black president, and the black president, a lot of us can agree, didn't really do much for the black community, tells you that this is a big game.
Exactly.
Because he really got in bed with the people that funded his campaign. If you helped be a part of funding his campaign, if you helped advance him to get into that presidential spot, then you were going to be one of the groups that he assisted policy wise. So again, we went to Obama thinking that our black skin was going to get us. Oh, hey, you black, let's go ahead and help us out, man. No, that you got to start putting your money where your mouth is, and you got to start funding the campaigns of the people that are going to get the things that you've done. I mean, you got to literally bring to just like Ice Cube did with the black agenda. This is my plan. This is what we need done. Can you help us with this or not? Because if you can't, then we're taking our money and our vote elsewhere. And so if you can't help us, here's the money. We're going to help your campaign. You better get this shit done. And if not, well, then we go to the other side. So you really got to treat it like it's a game.
But Lamont,
you got to start buying into one side or the other. Go ahead,
Right,
Jonathan.
but that quickly, I look at politics as a game. Like, I don't give a fuck about the Republican Party or the Democratic Party most years. I define myself as a conservative, and I'll go where I find conservatives. I don't care if it's Democrat, Republican, or Pluto Party. And I think the mistake that some people make in white and black communities is they get married to a political party. Because my point is not that Republicans care deeply about the black community. It's that the Republican agenda, which is school choice, strong borders, low taxes, that's an agenda that does more for the black community than what the left is promoting. And the best evidence of that is that because look at the numbers. Look at the numbers. Okay, let me respond. Let me respond. Right, let me respond.
Respond to who?
No. My point is, if you look at the numbers in the black community, when Trump was president, you had record high home ownership, record low unemployment, and to John's point, real wages in middle and low income families, including in the black community, were far higher when Trump was president because prices were lower because they weren't spending $2 trillion. And Obama had a super majority when he was in power. Your take on the 50-50
Can I give you
wrong.
some breaking news real quick, Brandon? Let me tell you something, Brandon. Hold on. And I'm going to go to John. I'm going to tell Brandon one thing. Hey, Brandon. Being honest, the only reason black people care about Trump because he sent them checks. Them checks are extra money that we wasn't expecting. Hold on. Being real, all this stuff about higher spending power, we didn't care about that shit. We did not. Milk, you think black people was going into the grocery store saying, damn, milk is 35 cents cheaper. Hell no, we didn't give a damn about no goddamn milk being 35 cents cheaper. It was
they were buying it. But it's not 35 cents, it's $3.
Hold on. First of all, right here. For the last 10 years, I don't remember the last time I checked the price of milk when I went to buy it. People, I'll go to the store and I buy what I need, and whatever the total is the total. Ain't nobody going in saying, damn, milk went up $2. I can't get milk this week. I'm gonna buy milk because I need goddamn milk.
You're wrong. The polls show you're wrong.
No, Brandon. See what happens is you're using this political lingo and jargon,
It's not. It's just facts.
But hold on 1 second,
Right.
Brandon. It might be facts, but it only sounds good when you're debating on a political stage. Real people in real life, in real world, don't give a damn about all that milk cost shit. Oh, you make them black. Like I'm telling you,
if you think people don't care,
Brandon, hold on. What I'm saying is, when you sit here and say, "Yeah, black home ownership went up 33%, man, when we was in office," we don't give a damn, man. It don't, because and the reason why we don't give a damn is because it's so hard to tell from one administration to the next which of policies affected the climate the most. Some people are saying that some of the policies that Obama left going into the Trump administration helped more, and so I'm probably gonna hear people say that some of the things that Trump left over are affecting Biden and making Biden's job easier, and he's getting the benefit of those numbers. Man, we don't give a damn or care what policies or what. We only care that somebody putting the policies in place, and it's getting to the point now where I don't give a damn who does it. We just need to start seeing some of this stuff get done.
You start seeing it.
This Biden era is trash, though. So what?
But Lamont, if you look at Trump's policies and compare them to Biden, so and you talked about California before. So in areas like Biden, the left supports high taxes and massive government spending. That creates inflation. And you're wrong to say that middle and low income families don't care about the price of goods, food, gas, and other. They do. The polls show that. And so when you have tax cuts, it lowers the price of goods. When you have massive government spending and high taxes,
hold on.
This
is how you know Brandon. Because I just gave Brandon a poll that the Blaze did on Jason Whitlock's viewership, and he said that
I'm saying they don't know the race the viewers.
Now all of a sudden the polls matter, man. Hold on, go ahead.
No, the different polls have different quality.
Go ahead and finish it off, Jonathan, so you can get out of here. Go ahead, Jonathan. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Remember, fellas, we don't have a king. Obama needs the Congress to introduce bills so they could sign them into laws, right? Obama couldn't do that because Mitch McConnell.
Obama had a super majority in the Senate.
You let him finish.
Stop, man.
He's just lying.
Hold on.
Come
on, Brandon.
Let him lie. Let him tell his lie.
Let him tell his lie. We come right back to you, Brandon.
Checks and balances. Obama can't just, say this is going to happen. He had a lot of obstruction in Congress. That's what I have to say about that. Second of all, this whole thing that I heard, that this is why I really wanted to get in, Lamont, when you said some way, somehow the illegals are going to help with the vote. Remember, illegals can't vote. They have to become legal citizens. There is no path right now to
what do you think they're trying to do, Jonathan?
Huh?
What do you think they're trying?
They are trying to make it so illegals can vote.
Right. Jonathan, where are you from? Where are you from?
They might in the future. Let's say in the future.
My bad for cutting you off. Let them finish.
And if they have kids, their kids are U.S. citizens if they're born on U.S. soil.
Listen, so I'm not disputing this later on. Some years from now, they're gonna make it, where they can make them vote. But remember, we got dreamers that have been here for fucking 20, 25 years. They still can't vote. So, and then the argument against that is, right? The reason the border was closed during Trump, it was because of Title 42. Title 42, because of COVID. It was a pandemic.
No, the border was closed before COVID.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Look it up. So that's what Title 42 was. Now,
it's true.
So what Title 42 did was, right? So when you came in across the border, they just send you back. And you came across again and they send you back. So they kept counting people. They were seeing the same people over and over and over. So last, I think it was in the summer when they ended Title 42, all of a sudden you stop hearing, the border's open. Oh, no, because now what happens is, if you get caught coming across the border, you turn back and that's it. You can't get in no more. Either they could jail you or they could send you back. Now the numbers are not as crazy as they were saying it earlier during the 2023, because the laws change. That's just what it is. And another thing, the mortality rate, we're dying faster than we're reproducing. We are going to need a lot of these immigrants to come in to fill those jobs that we don't want to do. It's just how it is. That's the reason why America's America.
I agree.
Can I speak after him, Lamont?
No, that is true.
And I'm gonna end with this. When Obama was president, I went back to college. I was working a part-time job, going to school full-time, and because
Obama
of that,
did that.
And because of that, I was getting food stamps, which helped out a lot. As soon as Trump got into office, my shit got cut.
Bro,
Hey, now hold on, y'all. Now, one thing is,
That's what needed to
now
happen.
here, now,
I say this.
now, college.
Most of those programs are at the state level.
Wait, not here in Florida. There's
He's right about
remember,
that.
there's no state tax here in Florida. That means you're not taking
Right, but most food stamps are at the
He's
state
right.
level.
Dude, there's
No,
no
he's
federal
right.
dollars,
I know what
right?
he's
But they
talking
get
about. He's right.
subsidized by the government, by the
Yeah, I know
federal
what he's talking
government. Now, and here's the thing. I say that to say is, I don't believe when I get money from the government, I don't see it as a handout because I've been working my whole life and I've been paying taxes. When I get money from the government, that's my money that I put in. That's how I see it. And as soon as Trump came in, that got cut. And if the Republican policies are so great, why are the poorest states in the country are all Republicans? And then that's the same thing. Go to Alabama, go to
Come on.
Arkansas, go to Mississippi.
Hey, he got a point there.
That is true.
Now,
All right, okay.
let me
That's
say
a very
this.
easy falsehood to respond to.
And I say
Brandon on the
to
ropes.
and I say to say this.
It's not.
And I
No,
say to
because
say
the
this.
the wealth
Hold on,
of
let
a
him finish,
state
Brandon. You on the
corresponds with the
ropes.
education
I
level of
say
the
to
people who
say
live
this.
there.
Hold on, let him
The
finish.
highest tax states are all blue, but shit get done. They run and they subsidize those poor states. So if it wasn't no California, there'll be no subsidies to Alabama, to Mississippi, to Arkansas.
He got you on that one.
Okay,
He's
so
on the ropes.
it's a give and
That was
take.
true.
It's a give and take. But Republicans' policies do not work. It's only Texas because it's got oil's rich in wind, which is my industry. It's renewables, and Florida,
He's
which you get
cooking,
tourism and solar energy. After that,
He's just
everybody
lying
else sucks.
blatantly.
Brandon, you
After
on
that-
the 8 count right now, bro. Let him finish.
That's an awkward laughter, bro.
You know what I'm saying? All I'm saying,
It's
all I'm
not.
saying is,
He's
Brandon,
also lying about Title
Hold
40.
on, Brandon. I gotta hear this, man.
I just looked it up.
fellas.
Hey, put him on the big
nothing
screen,
I
Lamar.
said, everything I said, it's easy to
we
Google.
got to put a shot clock on.
Dude, it's easy to Google. Compare Trump years to the first 3 years. Forget COVID. Compare Trump's first 3 years to Biden 3 years. There's numbers to back that up. Data, not numbers. Let's call it data to back it up. And everything right now is better. You know what Trump's signature policy is? A tax cut for the rich. Nothing else. He didn't
That is
pass
true.
nothing else. We
No,
didn't
the
benefit
Trump
from
tax
that.
cut
We
was
didn't
not for
benefit
the
from
rich.
that.
It was.
We didn't benefit from
It was
that.
not.
Stay
I can
permanent.
ask ChatGPT.
Yeah, no, do it. Ask
Hey, bring
ChatGPT. Do it.
The Trump tax cut eliminated the SALT deduction.
No. Do it.
Dude, we can't even fucking we can't even claim our house interest anymore because he cut that. Trump
Because
did that.
no. Right, that was a tax cut. That was a tax break for the rich.
What do you mean? More
The more, whoa, the more. Let me explain to you. The 90% of the people who benefit from the deduction on mortgage interest are people making over $200K a year, which Trump got rid of. Trump got rid of the SALT deduction too. The Trump tax cut was not for the rich.
Hold on, Lamar. Are you about to come with a knockout? Is Jonathan?
Hold on. I'm letting it finish. It's still giving me the answer. This is a pretty long answer.
Brandon, you on
Hey, salute, Jonathan.
This guy's just cooking himself.
Actually, I just Googled it. No, he was right. This is like the Bush tax cuts.
He's not right.
Okay, so here it is right here. Hold on, right here. Here's the answer right here. So there's a lot of stuff ahead because it gives me some bullet points. So it talks about the TCJA. It says, so the bullet points are broad tax reductions, benefits to high income individuals and corporations, temporary and permanent changes, economic growth and wages, and then distributional effects. And it says, in summary, it says, while the TCJA provided tax cuts across a broad spectrum of income levels, the structure of the tax cuts, including significant benefits for corporations and wealthier individuals, the permanence of corporate tax cuts, and the larger relative benefits for higher income groups. It says supports the view that the tax cut was primarily advantageous for the rich.
Right, that's not true. I'll explain why that's false.
This is ChatGPT, man.
Right. ChatGPT is just a bit.
I just Googled it.
Right. No, I have a law degree. I can go through every part of the Trump tax cut.
Man, bro, I'm just telling you what ChatGPT said.
Right. So
man.
I can, as a lawyer, explain why the Trump tax cut did not benefit rich people. Okay.
Bro, Google it. What is Trump?
No, wait. So let me. There are three main reasons why the Trump tax cut did
So
not
we
benefit
believe Brandon
rich
and
people.
ChatGPT, y'all.
Right. No. So first is the point Jonathan brought up, that Trump got rid of the deduction for mortgage interest, which was a huge benefit to rich people, especially in states with more expensive real estate like New York and California. But the big thing in the Trump tax cut, which hurt rich people, was he got rid of the SALT deduction, which is the ability to write off state taxes against federal taxes. And so the elimination of the SALT deduction and the mortgage deduction, those hurt rich people enormously. While rich people saw lower tax bracket, they lost a lot of deductions overall. Trump's tax cut was for business, not individuals.
Okay, hold on. No, I'm gonna read it one more time, y'all. This is what it says right here.
Right.
I'm gonna read it one more time, y'all.
It
Look,
was not a tax cut that benefited rich.
hold on. Right here, it says right here in summary, the TCJA. It basically says provided tax cuts across a broad spectrum of income levels. The structure of the tax cuts, including significant benefits for corporations and wealthier individuals, which is what Brandon just alluded to, the permanence of corporate tax cuts, and the larger relative benefits for higher income groups. It says, in closing, supports the view that the tax cut was primarily advantageous for the rich.
Right. So let me that's just giving one view. But let me wait. So let me explain. Let me explain why that's incorrect. Okay. So if you look at rich people, and I will define rich as people who make over $1 million a year. Okay. So before the Trump tax cut, they could deduct interest on their mortgage. They cannot anymore. They could write off state taxes against federal taxes under the SALT deduction. They cannot anymore. So while the rich are paying a lower tax rate under Trump, he got rid of a lot of the deductions that rich people were using. So on net, rich people are paying more to the government under the Trump tax cut than they were before in most cases.
What?
Anyway, that makes sense. I got you, Brandon. That makes sense.
Hey, Lamont, can you chat GPT one more thing?
Yeah, what you want me to type in?
Do Democrats support? Does Biden support illegal immigration?
Okay, so does
Well, he has for 3 years. Why do you need to put that in ChatGPT?
Yeah, why do you have to put that?
No. I don't want to hear what you guys say. Let's.
Okay, hold on. Let me tell.
We have the fact.
Hold on. Let me
use your mind. Use your brain.
Hold on, y'all. Let me. It's typing it. It's giving me the answer right now.
Is the sky blue?
Hold on. Let me wait. Okay, so it's finishing. Hold on. It's still going.
Oh my god.
All right, hold on. Y'all be asking this stuff. It has to give in-depth answers. So it says right here. It says, as of April 2023. I don't know why it stopped at April 2023, but it says as of April 2023. It says Joe Biden has not expressed support for illegal immigration. Instead, his administration has emphasized creating a more humane and orderly immigration system while maintaining. Brandon, hold on, because I'm not done.
Right. Well, big tech is very far to the left.
Let me finish something. Dude. All right, come on. It says instead, his administration has emphasized creating a more humane and orderly immigration system while maintaining the integrity of U.S. borders. It says here are the key aspects of Biden's stance on immigration. And it says number one, it says Biden has advocated for comprehensive immigration reform to modernize the U.S. immigration system. And it says he proposed reforms aimed to provide a pathway to citizenship for millions of undocumented immigrants. It talks about improving the asylum system, ending harsh policies, border security, and addressing the root concerns. And it says, in summary, Joe Biden's approach to immigration focuses on reforming the system to be more humane and efficient, providing legal pathways to citizenship for undocumented immigrants already in the U.S., and improving border security through means other than a border wall. It says he has not expressed support for illegal immigration. Rather, his policies aim to address the complexities of the issue while respecting human dignity and the rule of law. Which I get that. That makes sense.
Biden must have told him to say that.
Yeah, but the facts are there's been record crossing since Biden's been in office, and comprehensive immigration reform is just code for amnesty. It's just the term the left used for giving amnesty to people who have come illegally.
Brandon,
Hold on. Do you know anybody in your life that's ever been granted amnesty?
He doesn't know anyone.
I
don't know.
I live in Arizona. I haven't met anybody.
Anyone like that. I live in Miami, by the way.
No. Right, Lamont.
Bro, it's made up, man.
Wait, no,
Lamont. It don't be real life.
Lamont, you didn't hear what I said. What I said is that Democrats want amnesty for people who have come here illegally. I'm not saying it exists. I'm not saying it exists now. I'm saying that's what the left wants.
Brandon, real quick. Then why are they supporting this bill now? Why are they supporting it?
Because it's an election year, you checkers playing dummy. They're just trying to get fools like you to think that they're not supportive of illegal immigration. Come on, man. A 4-year-old could figure that out.
Okay, that's dumb as hell. You don't support. Wait, no. Let's go with Brandon's logic. You don't support something, so you push a bill to do a thing. Does that make sense?
Because no. So the Democrats see the polls. They see that the polls, particularly in the black community, they're fed up with illegal immigration. They're fed up with the cuts. They're fed up with the fact that 40% of the people in hospitals in cities like New York are illegal immigrants. So Biden's saying, "Oh shit, I have a problem. So I'll put a bill on the floor in an election year, and then after I win the election, guess what? I'll open the border up just like I did the first 3 years of my administration." You are getting played for a fool.
Wait,
well, Biden's not saying that because he's
hold on. At the end of the day, but Brandon, at the end of the day, we know, from a lot of us feel like both sides are playing games.
It's a game.
Does it matter if he's playing a game if he's actually doing it?
He's doing the thing
because he's not doing it. Biden, if Biden cared about securing the border, he would have done it in his first 3 years.
Okay, but it does matter because Brandon, we've been talking this entire time about the fact that nobody truly cares about these things.
I think Republicans do care about the black community too.
They're lying to you. They don't care, man.
They did.
You think these people are going home and they in the gyms and the locker rooms and they on vacation talk about, man, I'm so glad, man, that border's closed. Man, they don't give a damn, man.
Right, but what? Okay, but Lamont, what I'm saying is, so even if this bill passes, if Biden wins the election, he's just going to open up the border again, like he did the first 3 years, because Biden wants to bring people in, give them amnesty, and make them voters.
And Brandon, that's what we've been saying the whole time. If he's able to play that game, if he's able to play the game of tricking you to buy your vote temporarily. And then when he gets what he wants, he goes back to supporting the other people that's funding his campaign. It's all because it's a humongous game. And it's about who can fund them to hit their game the longest. That's all it's about. We've been saying this the whole time. So if he can play games like that, it's because this whole system is about both sides playing games. Nobody
right,
really
but the guy to my right doesn't get the game. He thinks that Biden actually wants to close the border because he put an election year bill on the floor. I mean, it's such a clown take. I don't agree with you, but even if you think it's a game, you're falling for the game if you think Biden cares about securing the border. And the facts show there's record numbers of crossings across the border. The facts are clear.
Hold on. What I'm saying is this, Brandon. What I'm saying is this.
I'm not supporting a Democrat.
No matter how he got to what he's doing, if he's actually doing it because he's playing the game, he's doing it.
Right, but I'm saying he's not going to. Lamont, I'm saying he's not going to. He's not going to do it. All Biden's going to do is close the border in an election year, and if he wins the election, he's just going to open the border back up.
And if he loses the election, he's going to cheat.
All right, hold on.
If he loses the election, he's done.
Go ahead, Bees.
I have never agreed.
What the fuck?
I have never agreed with this dude until now. He's 100% right.
Bees needs to get a new mic here.
No, he's
Bees get some of that Biden money.
Oh my God, he's agreeing with you, idiot.
He's agreeing with you, not me.
God damn.
Yeah, he's right about this one, Lamont.
Right.
No. What I'm saying, all I'm saying, Bees, is he might be right about the fact that he's only doing it temporarily to play the game, and I agree that. Because I even see that game get played in local politics. Hold on 1 second, Brandon, because the game is like in local politics. What we see is when a judge is about to be up for election, you know what happens? Well, you know what lawyers say? we ain't doing no plea bargain right now while this election's going on. We're gonna wait till after the election, because during this election, he ain't about to let nobody out of jail because he's trying to put on a front for the elections for certain numbers. So I understand the game that Biden's playing.
No, I do.
Yeah, I mean, one of the best quotes is one of the best quotes is Maya Angelou.
Hey,
When someone shows you who they are, believe them. Biden has showed he doesn't care about illegal immigration. Yeah.
Hey,
God.
Here's where that's different this time, Lamont.
Mm-hmm.
They always play politics. Both sides. Let's just. I ain't saying one side's better than the other,
Mm-hmm.
but they both play politics. But this is being done. This is being done to undercut black men, because black men started 4 years ago going to the Republican Party. You check the numbers, and this year they're going to get more black vote than they've ever gotten before. The Democrats are trying to cut this off at the pass. All these people that they brought into this country, these millions of people, what community did they put them in?
The black community.
And what kids are being sent home and not able to go to school, and them putting them guys into school?
Yeah, and they cut the police budget in the black community too.
So
I gotta kick him. I didn't want to kick him, but he just keeps. He won't stop, man.
No, that's not media hype, George. If you listen to some of the black people in Chicago right now, in New York, they are furious.
Yep.
They so mad, bro. Not to mention, let's just ask ourselves this question. We got a serious homeless problem in this country, but we're giving people bank cards and cell phones and washing their clothes and giving them a place to live. We got millions of people living in the street right now. We don't even care. But what he did is he's going to give all those people asylum, and he's going to try to get them in the election as voters before November. That way, you're not going to not vote for the man that's giving you a check. That's all he's doing. And what black people need to wake up and realize is that in 2 generations, you finished. You done. You cooked.
So
2 generations, you done. You done in 2 generations, fella.
So Bees, my only question is, and this is the only thing I propose to Brandon. Brandon, don't answer. This is for Bees. If you support something, and then if you support a thing, right? Let's say he does support illegal immigration. I don't really care either way. But then,
he does.
Because of the polls, you see that, people don't like that I support this. So I changed my stance. I'm going to go all the way in. This is one of the most radical border, like strict, like hard on border policy, like close to shutting it down type of stuff, right? And then, Republicans support it, and now they just don't. So my question is, how is that a bad thing?
No.
He's just playing you. He's trying to play the black community.
I'm not voting for him.
It's not that, bro. Look, the Republicans actually agreed to this.
They did, yes.
It was Trump that told them not to vote for it.
Thank you.
Because for 3 years, you have opened the border and allowed this to happen. You struck down Trump's executive orders and allowed these guys to come across. Now
they got rid of the Remain in Mexico policy.
Let Beast finish,
bro. You got to get him out of here. He can't be quiet. He can't control himself.
Settle down.
So all I'm saying is,
did you say settle down?
This legislation, it only came forth because Democratic mayors are complaining in the public. Democratic mayors are complaining, and their budgets are being crashed in these cities. They are publicly against it. That's the only reason why he's doing it now, and it's election year. So he doesn't want this immigration to be the topic the whole year.
But Trump said,
no, you're going to lay in this bed.
But I don't think you.
But that's.
I don't think you guys understand.
Right. And the other thing is, Biden put the FBI on Abrams, the mayor of New York, because the mayor of New York spoke out against illegal immigration. So Biden stuck the FBI on him.
I don't think people understand why the Democrats want illegal immigration coming in here, because those are
they want the votes
because those are voters for them. So it's
right.
But that's so when you talk about flip flopping, they're already here. So now you could say, oh, I don't want this, but they're already here.
No.
Well, they can be repelled.
It's not only are they voters, you have to understand what the agenda of the Democratic Party is.
Program the minds of the people walking on the streets.
It's Marxism. They want a socialist country. They don't want you to have independent thought. I'm just telling you, everything they say and do, they talk out of one side and do the opposite. For example, there's a book that a lot of these guys read about how to control what people think are free thinkers. You know how you do that?
You can't.
No, yes, you can.
You can't. I'm a free thinker. You can't control my mind.
Oh, yeah, you can. Yeah, you can, because everybody has a price.
Everybody.
Stop. You have kids. You get a wife. You have.
You cannot control.
I agree with Bees right there.
You are out of your mind.
I'm telling you, I'm a free thinker. You cannot control my mind. I'm speaking for myself. Now you can try to, and this
right. Well, they want to get kids when they're young. That's the point.
Let me get to my point.
I never got to address Biz.
For example, this minimum wage crap, they are undercutting every working class American by raising the minimum wage.
I agree.
Raising the minimum wage does not do anything but create inflation and more higher prices.
Yep.
Yeah, it leads to higher unemployment too.
Bro, stop. Until you get to the point
it does
where nobody can afford to live, then everyone has to be on the system. Only the elite will get to do what they do now, because you will be having your hand out and they will tell you and dictate how much money you get. You think climate control is a real thing? I don't believe it. This electric car is about cutting your mobility. You can't go but a certain amount of distance. You don't have the freedom to roam. When they get these cars in here, they're going to shut down free travel in this country.
What's you guys' thoughts?
No, BBs, you're missing the electric car agenda. What electric cars is about, it's about getting rid of the oil and gas industry, because getting rid of the oil and let me finish. Getting rid of the oil and gas industry gets rid of much of the middle class. The oil and gas industry employs tens of millions of people, and those are middle and low income families in many cases. The electric and renewable energy does not employ anywhere near as much. The whole climate change agenda is about getting rid of the middle class. It's about getting rid of the oil and gas industry, which literally supports tens of millions of oil and gas jobs. A great example is the Keystone Pipeline.
Bro, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's just dumb.
I do. The electric cars have the same mobility as gas cars. Your take is dumb on that. No, you're wrong.
But Brandon, you have to understand that. Like, okay, we heard what you said on the electric cars thing, but if I'm being honest, what B said just made more sense. You're coming with this.
It doesn't. Electric cars don't have less mobility.
Two things can be true.
Hold on. But Brandon, I just think a lot of your answers or your thought process on these is really hyped up and more so scare tactics than actually real logic. So I feel like when you say that you're trying to eliminate the middle,
you're not giving anything specific there.
No, hold on. But what I'm saying is when you say they're trying to eliminate the middle class. To me, that's a scare tactic. That's not a real look. What Bree said about the electric car thing makes more sense as far as controlling your mobility, because it's probably going to get implemented in California first, because California has already started the process of saying that they're eliminating gas-powered cars in the next so many years.
Right, but the Democrats just spent $2 trillion on infrastructure, so that infrastructure bill is going to build out the power grid.
Hold on, it's on Bees. I'm gonna come right back to you, Brandon. I'm gonna come right back. Go ahead.
It's not correct.
I'm gonna tell you why. See, I work for an oil company. I know what's going on. You're just talking conjecture.
Yeah.
I know much more about the oil and gas industry than you do.
He's been working for an oil company ever since I've had this show.
Right. I've invested many millions of dollars in oil companies. I know much more about this industry.
Man, can I get a cash app then, man? Can I get a cash app, Brandon? Can I get a cash app? You got millions to invest, man.
No, I didn't say I do. I say I've managed money and I've invested. But what I'm saying is that
hold on. I'm coming right back to you, B. I'm coming right back to you, Brandon. It's on B's though.
Okay. That's fine.
98% of everything you see around you has petroleum in it. We are not. The oil industry is not going anywhere.
Yeah, I
agree. It's not going anywhere. Nowhere. And anybody that tells you that oil and gas is going away is a complete idiot. We are investing money in more oil every year. We're not tapering it down like the media is telling you. It is not what we're doing. This past year, Lamont, we made the most money that we've ever made.
I know, because you ain't been on the panels. You've been busy at work all the goddamn time.
So my point is, check this out. There are, especially here on the West Coast, we don't have enough power right now just to heat our homes in bad winters.
Yeah.
We're having blackouts and all
Biden
this
hates
stuff.
the energy industry.
I gotta go, man. I'll holler at you. I can't do this,
that's not.
bro.
Oh God.
I'll holler at y'all, man.
Brandon, I thought you said you were non-biased, man.
Damn, Brandon.
Wait, Lamont, let me respond to the scare tactic. My point is, if you look at the left's overall agenda, right, which is high taxes, climate change, get rid of the oil and gas industry, illegal immigration. If you put the left's whole agenda together, it's a war on the middle class. Illegal immigration is diluting wages. It's cutting resources for middle and low-income communities.
What's the rights agenda? If the right's agenda, what's the rights agenda? Can't be any much better.
No, here. So I'll define. Okay, so if you look, a great example is if you look at the agenda. If you look at America First, America First is not a conservative agenda really at all. It's just populism. America First is bring manufacturing back to the United States, lower taxes primarily for large corporations, small businesses, and LLCs, secure the border, and things like school choice. Then you have social proposals like that as well. But the Trump administration's proposals are lower taxes, economic reforms, school choice, secure the border. It's a simple populist agenda that puts the middle and low-income families first. And that's why most union workers are supporting Trump. They're not supporting Biden. Electric cars have crushed unions, including the UAW. The big three all took billion-dollar losses promoting these dipshit, stupid EV vehicles that nobody wants, that they're forced to push because of the administration's policy.
That's not true.
Yeah.
The average EV is $34,000. Most Americans can't afford them.
The average EV is what?
I don't think it's that much. Man, I don't know.
They are. The average price of an electric vehicle is right around $34,000.
Check this out, y'all. When my team, we went, our team we were in Kansas one time for our national tournament. And so the car that they rented out for us, it wasn't a fully electric, but it was a hybrid. I'm going to tell you what, I drove that thing the entire time when we was in Kansas, and that one time made me want to get one because we were down there for 5 days, and I didn't even use a quarter of the gas, man.
That's pretty.
I didn't use a quarter of the gas. We were driving all over the place. I said, "This is crazy how much gas you save with a hybrid," because obviously it uses gas and it uses electric. But I'm telling you right now, if you ain't ever drove a hybrid, I suggest you try to drive one because it operates off both. But man, I'm talking about you might not purchase gas for a month and a half.
See, I'm scared. I don't want to go that route.
But that's why Beeze's take that electric vehicles hurt mobility was so dumb, because most electric vehicles are hybrids, and they're spending $2 trillion to build the grid out anyways, so that won't be an issue even in rural communities either. Electric vehicles don't limit mobility at all.
No, I'm not saying they limit mobility. I'm not.
Well, that was Beeze's take.
What I'm saying is, but no, he's talking about fully electric cars, which I've seen horror stories with fully electric cars.
Right.
I've seen some horror stories.
Right, but you can get a hybrid if you want.
Because you can't get a hybrid. But I'm talking about the fully electric cars. When you hear those stories, you hear horror stories about the problems that people have with charging them, finding charging stations. When you get to certain charging stations, the availability of them. Sometimes you get there and the charging station is completely shut down. So I've seen horror stories with fully electric, and fully electric is where California is trying to go right now. They're trying to convert
but that's why the Democrats passed a $2 trillion spending bill. A lot of that money is for infrastructure to build the grid out, so there's more charging stations nationwide,
Brandon,
even in rural communities.
Well, this is what I got to ask you.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with their agenda.
You've been killing the left. Okay, what makes the right so much better?
Right, because what I'm saying is, if you look at the right's agenda, is very simple. It's about putting middle and working class families first. Like, if you look at the real divide between the right and left, it's not based on race, it's based on education. So if you look at like a great example is climate change, okay? So if you look at who's hurt by climate change, it's union workers like the UAW, because the big three are all taking huge losses because of electric vehicles.
Brandon, but just like you were able to tell us very quickly what was the agenda of the left, what's the agendas of the right? Why is the right so much better?
Because again, right, if I go back to if you look at the right's agenda is about putting the middle class first by cutting taxes for business, securing the border, and promoting unions. Like, if you look at what Trump did with his tariffs on China, Trump protected the steel industry. He's not pushing electric cars, which is hurting the UAW enormously. As I said, union workers benefit. Unions represent the middle class, and union workers in, whether you're talking steel, the auto industry, or the oil and gas industry, all benefit from the right's policies. America First agenda is a very simple. It's not even a conservative agenda. It's putting the middle class first.
So how does that correlate to what Jonathan said when Jonathan said the poorest states in the United States are all red states? They're all
red.
Right. So there's John's comment was totally it's totally misleading. Because if you look at the poorest states in America, like Mississippi, okay, Mississippi is poor because the people living in the states tend to have a lower level of education. The best way to predict per capita income in the United States is to look at education levels. So if you look at the education levels in states that have a very large rural community, like Mississippi, Alabama, or Louisiana, they have lower per capita income. But again, if you look at when the middle class does best,
hold on, but that
has nothing to do with Republican policy.
Hold on. Let's go to the next one. Hold on, because you said the poorest states, which generally trend to be Republican states, they have the least education. So again, what's going on with the education system in those states?
Well, it's not look. America's a free country. People get to make their own choices. The government doesn't decide how educated the citizens are. But again, right. If you look at when the middle class has done best in America, in the 80s, in the 90s, when Bill Clinton was president, he pursued conservative Republican ideas like balanced budget, lower taxes, cutting government spending. When Trump was president, you had record high ownership in the black community, if you take out 2006 with the housing bubble, and record low unemployment, high wages too. The middle and low income families, black and white, have always done better with Republican and conservative economic policy.
This is what it says right here. I asked ChatGPT. This is the number one reason. This is the number one reason for the Republican states being some of the poorest.
It has nothing to do with Republican policy.
No, I know it doesn't. It says right here. It says the economies of many Republican-leaning states are often heavily dependent on agriculture, mining, and manufacturing sectors, which have faced significant challenges and transformations in recent decades. It says these transformations can impact income levels and job opportunities. So
especially if the people aren't well educated.
Hold on 1 second, Brandon. So what I'm getting out of this is, in certain states, and this used to be common, and like I can even correlate this to Gary, Indiana, where Gary, Indiana used to be one of the biggest industrial cities.
It was a steel town
in Indiana. And so what happens is when you lose some of that agriculture, or when that business starts to decline, a lot of the kids that go straight from high school right into that business, it doesn't necessarily mean they have lower education, because you can go into a vocation right out of high school as long as that vocation is in high demand.
I mean, that's part of it. It's not all of it.
1 second, Brandon. So all I'm saying is, I know it's not all of it. There's more to it. But so when we look at it says the number one factor as to why these states are red is because they are heavily dependent on agriculture, and these sectors have faced significant challenges and transformations in recent decades. So that's the number one thing, and that's what's affecting the income. They haven't even talked about education yet.
Right, but Lamont, the point you're making includes education.
Hold on. But see, what happens is what you're saying is you're trying to tell me that people that go into agriculture aren't educated.
No, that's not what I said.
Certain vocations. No, hold on, Brandon. There's certain vocations like at my high school, there was an auto mechanic program. Okay, if you went straight into that field after high school and you didn't go to college, it doesn't mean you're less educated. It just means you went into your job field much sooner. And so what's happening with cars, and this is happening, this is why they removed the auto mechanic vocation from my school, because cars are changing. So the way that they were, the technology that they had in the high school to teach you how to fix regular cars that weren't as digital, they didn't have the capability to show you how to fix some of the newer cars that are coming out that are more digital. So they had to get rid of the vocational program at my high school because they just lost the capabilities to teach kids to how to be effective in that vocation because cars are changing. And so now the school is probably going to be more focused on something else, right? How do we teach these kids that primarily want to go into that vocation something else? So I think when you look at, if this is the number one reason and they give me 5 different reasons, then I think,
but it's one and the same.
I think some of these red states, it's not lack of education. It's just now they're facing a transition in education. But when you say lack of education, it almost sounds like you're saying they're all dumb.
Right. No. So let me clarify what I mean. Let me respond. So I'm not saying education equates with intelligence. That's not what I'm saying. Let me finish. Let me respond. What I'm saying is I'm defining education as formal education, university, graduate school. So obviously, if you look at most Republican states like Louisiana, Alabama, and Mississippi, right, the issue is not really Republican states. It's just urban versus rural communities. Rural communities have been hit hard by a decline in manufacturing jobs, including in the agricultural sector. I know,
but you didn't say that.
Let me finish. I know. Let
tag on to it now.
No, let me finish. What I'm saying is that what's happened in rural communities in America is that, and I'm not talking about intelligence, but because a lot of people in rural communities cannot make a lot of money in manufacturing jobs anymore, and they lack formal education, they have had a hard time making the transition to some of the newer jobs that are available. Like another example, if you look at why California is such a wealthy state, the main reason is agriculture in the tech industry. It has nothing to do with Democrat
This is
policy.
what it says. So, granted, because if you let me finish, it actually does list. It does list.
You did finish.
No, I didn't finish because I said there were 5 elements to this, and one of the elements is education. But before education, because it states that this element is what's most directly impacting education. And so it says, what's impacting education the most? It says government assistance. It says, interestingly, it says many analyses have shown that states that lean Republican have lower economic indicators and receive more in federal aid than they contribute in federal taxes. This federal aid is crucial for providing.
That has nothing to do with Republicans.
Oh my God! This federal aid is crucial for providing services and assistance and education to low-income populations. So again, it's like a trickle-down effect, you guys. When you lose the agriculture, you lower the income levels. When you lower the income levels, it increases the need for government assistance. When you increase the need for government assistance, that money is now not available to go into education. And so therefore it says there's a correlation, and the correlation now is that there are lower average educational attainment opportunities and lower educational performance. And so it says this is why some Republican-leaning states have lower levels of education attainment. So it actually does a good job of showing the trickle-down effect of how the lack of the change or shift in job dynamics has affected the poverty levels. The poverty levels increases government assistance, and the government assistance increase has affected the money that can be pumped into education in that state. And so it all has a humongous trickle down effect. So it seems like if you fix the problem at the top, it'll naturally have a trickle down effect as with regards to fixing all of the other problems that fall below it. That's what it's starting to look like.
For the record,
right? But Lamont, what you're missing is that the reason Republican states are poor. They don't have the money for education that states like New York and California do. That has nothing to do with Republican policies. It just has to do with the industries and the population level in the states. There's no correlation between Republican policies.
Actually, it does mention. Hold on. Actually, it does mention policies.
Oh my God.
So it says right here.
The states are poor.
Hold on. It says right here. It says right here. Republican-leaning states prioritize lower taxes, less regulation, and smaller government.
But lower taxes.
Hold on, man. Let me finish.
It's because of the agriculture in and of itself is farming.
I can't
talking about living.
Finish with them in here. So it says these states prioritize lower taxes, less regulation, smaller government, which has had an influence on the availability and type of social services, healthcare, and educational opportunities that they can offer. It says these policy choices can have a direct and indirect effect on economic well-being. So it talks about, somebody in here was saying it before. There is a repercussion for prioritizing lower taxes.
Jonathan said that.
That repercussion generally trends when you lower taxes. He was making the point that it can detrimentally impact the poor because it takes a lot of the things. Because once you cut taxes, other cuts have to be made somewhere, and it seems like those cuts are being made in the economic and educational sector in a lot of these poor states, which again, I see that happen in Chicago. So I believe it's true to a certain degree.
Can you leave him out while I get this
lower taxes lead to more government revenue, not less. That was true with Reagan, Bush, and Trump. It is true. That's what the numbers say.
No, it does not.
Just look at the numbers, Lamont. Look at the numbers.
Look up Lamont.
Okay, so look at the amount of revenue the government took in after Trump's tax cut.
I haven't let Moses go in a minute, man. Go ahead, Moses.
All right, so here's what I want to say. One, first and foremost, I do have to say that Brandon doesn't speak for all Republicans and conservatives, because I myself vote and think conservatively and Republican. I think it's a no-brainer for me. I just don't consider myself a right-leaning and all of this stuff. That's just how I think. So from a lot of these things, he's saying the right thing, but he's got to be able to read the room. When we're talking about money, and you're saying that agriculture is one of the biggest changes in the economic system, that is living off of the land. So those southern states, those people and the lifestyle and the culture there is built on living off of the land. If you own your own house and you can feed yourself off of your land, you don't need to go to a city or have a job where you're spending hours on end in a matrix and making a bunch of money. You're good with having a family, feeding your food or feeding your family off of the land, and the culture there is very different. And that's the difference between the North and the South. And that's why almost the Civil War took place, because the South is very different in terms of how their money moves and how they live off of the land.
I agree there.
And so and the way that over the last 200 years, how this country has moved away from that, people don't know how to grow their own food. They don't know how to hunt. We feel as though we have to go to the grocery store, but our grandparents and our great-grandparents, that was so foreign to them. They didn't need that. So like this, I'm not saying that, everybody should live the way that they lived 100, 200 years ago, but I'm just saying the reason that statistically, Alabama and some of these southern states don't chart up well with some of the other states as far as
because they need less to live.
because their culture is very different, and they're not even worried about these statistics because they're doing perfectly fine. They got families.
Those are also very small population states.
If you've been to Mississippi, which the majority of my family, I was even born in Mississippi myself. If you go through some of those towns, you will be surprised how basic some of these towns are, but the people seem to be doing fine.
They good.
I'm not gonna lie. Like my great grandmother,
yeah.
my great grandmother. I'm talking about. This is in the 2020s. This happened in the 2020s. You guys, she died because she was carrying a lantern to an outhouse.
That's wild.
Right? And you got to think like this is how basic they're living. And the thing is, I never heard her complain about it. I didn't even know about it until somebody told me this is how she died. So if they are living in that particular manner, obviously that means you're definitely living probably below the poverty limit. But I still remember vividly every time I went over her house, she mastered making German chocolate cake. That was my favorite goddamn food. She always had it. I mean, it seemed like she had everything we goddamn needed. Like when you little and you basic, everything's basic for you when you're little. TV was there, DVD, VCR, everything we need. Watching TV, got the cable. The food was good. So it just seems like I think you are right in that sense. Like, and now when I got older and I would go to Mississippi and it looks poverty riddled, because I'm comparing it to what I saw in Indianapolis or Chicago or anywhere else as I've lived. Well, it is going to look and feel a little different because, like he said, we are now more dependent on a certain lifestyle. So I think he is kind of right there. Moses actually made a good point that I even didn't consider.
If you just also include what COVID happened, so like they could also shut that down and say, oh, you can't go to the grocery store, or if you are going to go out in public, you have to do this. So you're truly dependent on a system that can be slipped away from you at any second. Grandma never had that, so their whole thing was they were self-sufficient. And I mean, I don't want to just reiterate everything I just said, but understand how they could look at you for making, $150,000 and be like, why? What are you doing that for? Like, not even, you think you're looking down on them or saying, oh, you need to be more educated or blah, blah, blah. They could be looking down on you and saying, baby, life it doesn't need to be that complicated. Simplify it.
My thing is,
I'm with you.
Just speaking on both of these guys, Biden and Trump, I don't understand though. Like, you guys think Trump has brought back jobs or something like that? Like he's brought back manufacturing.
Yeah, Trump brought back an enormous amount of manufacturing jobs.
Who do you think brought back more? Trump
Oh my God! Why?
No, right. Well, again, the Trump numbers are skewed because of COVID, but a great example is the steel industry. And this actually goes back to Gary, which Lamont brought up. My family owned a business in Gary. That's how we got started. And Gary was a very successful steel town. And then what happened to the steel industry was the steel industry went under right around the late 70s, early 80s, but it also came back in the early 2000s. And then it went under again because China was dumping cheap steel. And Trump's tariffs on Chinese steel was part of the reason in places like Pennsylvania and other parts of the country, the steel industry union workers in the middle class came back. And that's another big difference. That's another big difference between the right and left is the way they deal with China.
Are you saying the steel industry in Gary came back?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the steel industry is not remotely close to what it was in the 60s or 70s, but the steel industry became far stronger under Trump than it was under Obama, in part because of the tariffs. Trump stopped China from dumping all their cheap steel, which was grossly undermining that industry. But just one point, Lamont, is lower taxes lead to more government revenue, not less. So the policies of these southern states have nothing to do with why they're spending less on education. They're just poor states. Bush, Reagan, and Trump all passed massive tax cuts, and the government received record revenue after each tax cut.
Okay. I got you. No, I got you right there. Hold on. Hey, yeah, look. I want to finish this conversation out with everybody getting their last say so in because I got to shut it down. I'm gonna get to Jamar and then I'm gonna let Moses close it out. Appreciate Brandon coming up, man. I know, like I said, I knew Brandon was gonna come with something different. I appreciate the perspective. I'm not gonna hate on it at all. I'm not gonna profess like I'm almost positive that Brandon knows a lot more about politics than I do. So, I mean, I'm not going to act like everything he said didn't make sense. We'll take it with some of it. You got to take with a grain of salt, and you might have to do some research to see how accurate it is. But you know what? I bet some of us could have a more effective government. Some of this bullshit Congress, because at least we having the conversations. Them motherfuckers be wasting so much time because they don't like each other and then policies and all that stuff. So, I appreciate everybody for coming up here, just having a conversation, man. So let me get to Jamar, and I'm gonna let Moses close it out.
Okay, well, I guess I'll close what I was gonna say out. I was like, hey, they didn't want me to bring up that trick back, Lamont, because I was setting them up for murder. Because if you're trying to compare, I think they're both terrible, by the way. But if you're trying to compare who brought back more jobs objectively, like from the manufacturing wise, and done better for unions, it actually would be Biden. You guys are not gonna like that answer, but I was gonna have you chat GPT that, but don't worry about it.
Nah, I gotta shut it down. I would want to keep it going, but I gotta shut it down. I'm already going live a little bit longer.
That's wrong because it includes the COVID job losses.
It's okay.
Let me go to Moses to close it out, man. And Moses, I haven't seen you here before, Moses, but I hope we can get you here on some sports.
I'm well up on it.
Well.
Yeah, no.
I mean that number is wrong because the Trump numbers are skewed because of the job losses under COVID. But Trump brought back far more manufacturing jobs.
All right, go ahead, Moses.
Brandon, you ready?
Go for it.
All right. My one thing you said was it's both sides, like the left, the right. But everybody talks about the left's trick plays or whatever. But what's the right's agenda? The way that I would have answered that is the one slogan that we all hate, but also love, making America great again. And if we can really see ourselves in what America is, whether or not what you think of that, just see yourself in America and try to write the narrative going forward. Don't think about history because chances are you actually don't know the truth. It'll be more confusing, or all you got to do is really go home and really find, do your genealogy. But all I'm going to say is,
can I say one thing, Moses? The funniest thing about the "Make America Great Again" statement is that I feel like a lot of white people, and I could be wrong, but I feel like a lot of white people have confused what Black Lives Matter means, and I think a lot of Black people have confused what "Make America Great Again" means. So a lot of Black people, generally speaking, correlate "Make America MAGA." They conflate it with racist or Republicans, and then there's some whites that think that Black Lives Matter is everybody representing this organization that's ran by women that seems seemingly always representing the wrong thing at the wrong time, and it's just confusion, and it's just confusion to me all over the place, man. But I think all this stems from too many people taking sides and not enough people willing to talk and hear each other out. And I think that's where it stems from.
And that's a perfect alley for how I'm gonna land this.
Yeah. Where
we are in 2024, and I'm gonna bring the Whitlock and Stephen A. and Shannon, the way we started this conversation this is a whole new era where you can truly write your narrative. So you can be the listener, you can hop on the panel, you can be a part of Make America Great Again, or you can point the finger and say that person's racist. If all you have to truly do is speak the truth and live into that reality of the future that you truly believe in, so that you're not a victim and you're not complaining unless you want to. So a lot of the way that I'm seeing a lot of victimhood going forward is that's a choice. And I don't want to go at that far.
You're right. I mean, I'll be the first one to admit to you.
And sometimes that is a fun card to play.
You're right.
Hey,
you're right. See, that's the thing you got to say. And I know Jason Whitlock says this a lot, and this is one of the things where he's right in. But I think, generally speaking, there's too many Black people that's running around here playing victim, and I think that's and he's right about that. I mean, you are, and then once you start playing victim, you now become a part of the problem than an active participant in fixing the problem.
100%. And
I agree, but you got, like I said, I'm not in complete disagreement with Jason Whitlock. I know he says some things that are true.
Yep.
It just feels like what he does is when he starts to play to one side so much, and it looks like he's on a team, as opposed to calling it down the line both ways, no matter what's right or what's wrong. I just think that's when you get people disinterested in politics. That's why you had the one guy come up here and say, look, we shouldn't even involve ourselves in politics because it's becoming too much of a game. And sometimes I get that feeling because I was there before. I know that feeling. Like, it's just like when you look over here, they bickering amongst each other about this, and you look over here, they bickering, and there ain't no solution. It seems like there's no solution. And then for the poorest people who they don't see nothing they don't see money coming into their schools. And, you know, like when I was in Indianapolis, the only thing I saw was the schools in the rich neighborhood got better. The schools in the poor neighborhood got worse. We didn't see no improvements. So it's just like, you ain't really giving the poor people much to hope for with the government, because it's just people don't understand that the schools are generally getting better off of property taxes and things of that nature. And so people don't have an understanding of that. So, I mean, if Brandon wanted to, I think a real solution, if Brandon wanted to talk about one, because he talked about better home ownership, I think promoting or giving incentives for home ownership in urban neighborhoods would be the key. And home ownership where you don't rent the place out, but you actually have to live there. And then once you get all of these homeowners and you start creating HOAs in some of these urban neighborhoods, then you're going to be able to start controlling. Okay, well, especially with an HOA, you can start killing some of the nonsense. And then with people paying property taxes, what is that going to do? That's going to directly impact the local police station and how much you can start paying police officers and things of that nature. So, but people want to play this federal government game. That's why I say you got to start at the roots, man.
And so that's why. So like when everything is connected, and the tough part that I think we both can see and understand how this is a real problem is people are playing that victim card, and it's in their hand. So what some of people like Jason Whitlock and some of us are trying to do is take that card out of their hand, where their card, they're not ready to give that card up because they don't have a good hand without that card. So we have to I don't want to use the word educate, but we got to help them understand how that card is like a joker. It's not even a real card in today's world, but the media and everybody wants them to think less of themselves.
You know,
they want them to feel.
Just a slight pushback, because I think that sometimes I think the people that play victim, like when I was in Chicago and I would be in some of these neighborhoods hooping with some of these dudes, the ones that you could potentially say are playing victim mode, I think is there's a lot that they don't know or understand, right? So when I'm like, I would go to some of these parks and I'm hooping with some of these dudes. I'm like, man, how is you not hooping for some college team? Why is you not in college? The first thing they would tell me was, I can't afford to go to school. They was led to believe that to go to school, you have to pay it all up front. They didn't know nothing about Stafford loans and you know, all the loans, you know, the Pell Grants, the things that you can get to help pay for school, just to get in the door. And what I'm saying is, we got to start. If Jason Whitlock needs to find a way to connect to those people.
Who taught you?
He shits on them so bad.
No, I'm saying, who taught you? Did you play college sports?
Yeah.
Who taught you?
As far as what?
There was a point when you did not know what you know now.
Well, what I did was, so for me, the ultimate connector between me, no matter where I'm at in life, with someone else, and I've always used this to connect with people, is basketball. When you step onto the basketball court, because remember I told you I'm hooping with these guys. When you step on the basketball court, they don't care if you white,
what color
you black,
exactly.
If you rich neighborhood, poor neighborhood, because if you can hoop and y'all gain respect with each other from just being good at basketball and y'all playing together or y'all going against each other, that opens the door right there for you to have them conversations. But
and if you got chemistry.
So what I'm saying is, what Jason Whitlock, as a former athlete, the fact that he ain't using that bond, that understanding of being an athlete, he ain't using it at all to connect with anybody. All he spends his time doing as a former athlete is killing athletes, and killing black athletes is that. He ain't trying to connect back with them. You've never seen him go back to the neighbor. You've never seen any community things with him. It's just like it's all
That's
just
fair.
negative. It's just like it gotta get like, at least with Stephen A. We've seen him go back to HBCUs, the HBCUs that are struggling for money. We just watched him donate $8 million to a school that was struggling, his own money, right? We can see that, but it's just like with Jason Whitlock, it's just like how much complaining are you going to do before you actually pitch in and help a little bit or do something? We ain't even asked for the money. Just go somewhere and give some information or advice and help some people climb up out the mud with some information. And I just think he's lost his ability to connect with them. I think he's so far gone that nobody from those communities is willing to even listen to him because he spent so much time just killing them. And he ain't letting up, man. That's the problem to me.
Yeah, that's fair. No, that's a fair criticism. Where I was going with mine, and I think you already hit it. Like, I mean, I played college football.
Okay.
In the same way, sports is that equalizer where it doesn't matter what color you are. If you're on that field and you have it in you, you're going to find a way. And you're going to find a way to play in college. You're going to find a way to make the workout. You're going to find a way to make sure you can get to practice. So I could have not gone the route that I did and just say, oh, there was nobody to bring me or no one taught me. But I found a way. So that's the part where you talk about some of the people that you balled with or the youth. They don't know if it's in this era that we're in, not knowing, and you're exposed to so much information. There's no excuses anymore. I agree with you with the Jason Whitlock thing. He could probably be doing more, but at the same time, like, I don't know. Yeah, I really don't have a rebuttal. I hear you loud and clear on that. I'm interested to see where things go. Hopefully, that is where his mission takes him, and this is just kind of a building stones to then connect with the community. If he's trying to clear out the Stephen A's who he thinks is detrimental.
I don't think he is, man. I don't, because I mean, again, I think the back and forth between him and Stephen A is funny and entertaining. But I mean, if you go engage in that, I at least want to see you engage in something productive. And I just think that his version of productive is just trashing a community, which we know is playing victim mode, which we know needs some help here or there, but
he's not trashing the community. I mean, yes, he is. But I'm saying, like, Stephen A, like his book and that story, those didn't add up.
What you mean?
Right? So, like, him playing college ball and all that stuff, like, if there was a clear rebuttal where Stephen A could say, you know what, this is actually what happened or whatever, he never gave us his side that really felt like,
you're right. And you're right about that. Like I said, he's kind of told us this, but the one thing that my biggest problem with Jason Whitlock is this: if he's going to say that Stephen A lied, and I said this in another video because I think that's a separate topic because that's more sports, that's more back and forth on sports. But my thing was, out of all his teammates, because when we looked at it on this channel, we put up a video where Winston-Salem State did a big anniversary where they brought back Stephen A. Smith and his entire basketball team. They brought them all back. His teammates was there. They was all, buddy, laughing and giggling it up, taking pictures in Winston-Salem State. They gave Stephen A. Smith his jersey in a frame and all the players, they jerseys in frames. And I'm thinking, I mean, he might not have been the best player. He might have averaged 1.5 points. He might have averaged 0, like Stephen A. said. But the one thing that I know for sure is he was an athlete on that team for 4 years, whether he played or not. And it's just like, and then when I called the school and I said, well, can I get access to the box scores for some of them games? And they said, well, there were no record keeping for box scores prior to before 2001. They said they don't exist. They said we never kept them. And that's it. And I even called another school, which was one of their rivals. Y'all got them. They said we didn't keep them until like 1999 or something. So when I see Jason Whitlock try to say that Stephen A. Smith is lying, then produce a box score, my thing is, where did you get the box score? Because I literally called the school on the stream, and they don't have them. They don't exist. So then now it just seems like, so to push your narrative to make yourself seem even more right, you've doctored a box score just to create the perception that you're right. And it's just like, That's wild. And it's just hard for me to take what he's saying at face value because I called the school, man. I called him, man.
And here's my last point, and then I'm gonna head out. The way that Stephen A, because I don't know if you follow him on social media like Instagram, it's almost becoming like a world star type of, like him and Homegirl. They point out oh, look at this kid, this boy twerking or this girl twerking, or look at this, and it's like, why does that consume so much of your mind and your so that's kind of where you're getting at, is he's just exploiting his own community or trying to. It's problematic for sure, and I can't say it's all in good faith and he just wants to clean things up and he's a man of God and blah blah. I'm not saying he's not. I'm just certainly not saying that he is. But there are certainly some holes that I can see where you're saying there's leaks, and I'm hopeful that with all that's going on in 2024, with people getting a new voice and your lies not being able to last as long, and you can't just clean it up with just writing a thing, like this is a new era that we're in on all fronts.
Do you remember
politics, everything?
Remember the Harvard? Was it Harvard? Was it the Harvard president where she pissed off a community? She pissed off the Jewish community. And
how long ago?
So what happened was, to cancel her. This is how I know if you're lying about anything, like anything in your college or anything like that, it can be dug up and it can be found and it will be used against you to take you out of your position. That's why I believe if Stephen A. Smith was lying, Winston-Salem State would have came out and called him out as a college. Somebody would have called him out, a teammate, somebody. And the fact that nobody from the school has supported anything Whitlock has said, no teammate has come out. But this lady at Harvard, perfectly clean record. But they went and dug up the fact that on one of the papers she wrote while she was getting her doctoral degree, it was like 4 percentage points too high to meet the standard of plagiarism, and she had to rewrite the paper. Not that she got kicked out, not that she got disciplined for plagiarism. She just got in trouble for not in trouble, but she was told she needed to redo her thesis paper because of plagiarism. They brought this up so much so it implied so much pressure to the school, they got her to resign. And it's just like, if they can dig something up on Stephen A. with all the people that hate him, to showcase that he's lying, teammates, something, box score, it would have been found already. And Jason Whitlock wouldn't have been the one to discover it. I don't even know if he's that bright. But some teammates, somebody would have came forward and said he's lying. There's literally nothing. And unless you're telling me that Stephen A.'s pockets are deep enough to where he went to all his teammates and said, here's $1 million, don't talk to Jason Whitlock whatsoever. I mean, I don't see that happening, man. It's just too many things just don't make sense with his, and it just seems like he's just going at Stephen A. And, I like it because it's entertaining. I just don't think it's very credible. That's the thing. It's entertaining, not credible.
What's the deal with your show? How often do you do this?
Man, we try to go live, man. We try to go live 3 to 4 times a week. Saturdays, we got our head-to-head basketball debates. This Saturday, man, we got a big-time debate coming up with our debates. So we also have a ranking system too, man. Just like college rankings, man. We got our top 10. So people debate. We allow ChatGPT to determine the rankings. We just keep it moving, man. I'm doing a lot more uploads this week too, man.
That's fine. Stay tuned. You'll be hearing more of me. I mean, I don't know. This is honestly the first time I'm coming across your channel here. But I appreciated the debate. You let it fly. I mean, I think
I do apologize for Brandon, man. I told you how you
I was gonna say you gotta let it rock a little bit, but at the same time, if I'm that guy, I would want that treatment too. So I see how you rock, and it just is equal on everybody. So I'm tuned in, so you'll be seeing more of me.
All right, man. Appreciate you, man. I'm gonna go ahead and drop you down, man. I hope we get you back for another. Next episode will be all sports oriented, man. Probably cooking on the sports topic, man. Appreciate you having you, man.
All right, peace.
All right, man. FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode. Salute to everybody that stuck around for all 5 hours, man. Going on 6. Another stream that went on a lot longer than I wanted it to, but good conversation nonetheless. So I appreciate you guys being here. Jamar as well. Salute to everybody that donated to the platform. Once again, before we get out of here, I'll drop it before we leave. On the grind to 200K subscribers. Any support that you guys show to the channel is much appreciated. Let me give one last shout out to the people that came through at the end. Salute to They Hey Eli. He came through once again before the stream ends to support in the Cash App as well. So salute to They Hey Eli, Hitman X, Frank, Step Guy, Tyson. We have Sea Dog, and then we have this is the original people 916. Salute to you as well, man, for coming through, man. Appreciate you guys. He says, how can I see the Deshaun Watson stream? I'll drop the link for you. Let me look it up real quick. That's a big time. That's a very important video. Let me see if I can find it for you real quick. Because there's multiple Deshaun Watson videos. Oh, Jamar said I just sent something. Let me check Jamar out. Jamar also, man, is one of the OGs of the channel, man. Been here since day one. Salute to Jamar as well, coming through, man. Blessing the Cash App as always, man. Like I said, he's always coming through supporting the content as well. So salute to Jamar. He says you can't donate. What you mean you can't donate? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean, man. You just got to hit the Cash App. That's the easiest way. If the Streamlabs link ain't working, man, if that ain't working, man, just hit the Cash App right there. That's probably the easiest way. Lamont, where that video, ticket shaving his head, man, I got so many videos. I'm gonna try to drop these links before we get out of here for y'all, man. Let me see if I can find it for you. Let me go to my YouTube studio. I'm gonna try to find it for you. No, I shut off my super chat, Moses, because I'm just tired of YouTube, man, taking that 30%. Actually, they upped it. It's more like 39-40%, man, and then a lot of times they play with the monthly revenue, so it's hard to even make sure they're giving it to you accurate, man. So I just turned it off, man. I just turned it off because they're just killing us too much. Yes, salute Jamar. Definitely so many classic moments. Let me see, Deshaun. Let's see. Okay, so I have 3 Deshaun Watson videos. I'm going to give you the one that is the most popular. Okay, so if you want the Deshaun Watson videos right here. There's the link right there. And if you want to find a video of Ticket shaving his head, man, I put it on my most recent greatest moments on FYF Sports. So if you want, I would say just I would just say accept. No, I would say search the channel videos and just search for FYF Sports best moments. And there's like multiple videos with that moment clipped in it. But finding the original video is just too hard, man. There's over 1,000 videos on this channel, man. It's crazy. But I did put it in our greatest moments video. So it's definitely in there. The most recent greatest moments video that we had, man, from all the funniest moments on this channel, from when Jared took his shirt off to, I mean, just crazy stuff happening on this channel. So again, salute to everybody, man. It's FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode, you guys, man. We're gonna be back with more sports and news, but until then, man, it's FYF Sports. And we out.
Yeah, we done came from the bottom, mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started vlogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gon' pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys who playing it safe while they feather the lines. We pushing the narrative all the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. I keep my life, you want is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now stable, we won't be ignored.
Missing the liquor, I'm missing the drugs again, a hell of pain. I got a lot to deal with and my mind is kinda slipping away. What's on the line? I made up my mind, some shit I'll just taste it great. Whatever it is, whatever it was, it's never gonna be the same. How do I explain what's been going on with me? You say that I changed, but you didn't know the old me. I think that I saved you, tell me who gon' save me. I'm way too fucked up in this club, I'm ashamed, baby. You say that I changed, but you ain't really know me. When I'm around my dogs, girl, they just can't control me. Trying to spend my time right, using every second of it. Trying to spend my time right, using every second of it. Before it's too late, girl, before it's too late. Can I speak my mind right, girl, before it's too late. I've been moving backwards, rolling up the backwards. Out of being best, do you have my back, girl? Before it's too late, can I say my piece, girl? You know what you mean to me, you just keep it real with me. I've been moving backwards, rolling up the backwards. Every time I'm backstep, missing the liquor, I'm missing the drugs again, a hell of pain. I got a lot to deal with and my mind is kinda slipping away. What's on the line? I made up my mind, some shit I'll just taste it great. Whatever it is, whatever it was, it's never gonna be the same. Floating again and I'm running the map. They say the best defense is just to attack. Hopping through too much, it's hard to attach. All this going on is being hard to relax. Gotta get up, gotta get it again. They ain't get the message, we speeding again. Life in my back, I'm just leaving it in. Get what they want, then they leaving again. I cannot act like this ain't nothing new. Been getting smarter with all I've been through.